today on Divorce Court.
My wife is having issues with me playing video games at night and sleeping half the day.
I took the video console and pawned it to get his attention back on me and his family.
I don't know what would happen if I didn't play video games.
Christopher would rather do anything with technology as opposed to having sex with me.
In 2010, I was diagnosed with PTSD. Video games kind of helped me relieve stress so I don't have an episode.
Chris and I could talk better through texting or messengers as opposed to talking face to face.
It's easier for me to say it through text or message because I can't see her facial features or her emotions.
I want to try to spend the rest of my life with Chris, but he needs to get on my level or he's going to get left behind.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Heather Hamrick and Christopher Jones. The two of you have been together for 7 years, married for 2, and you have 1 child together, aged 4. The two of you are here trying to save your marriage. There are difficulties that you have been having, so I had you take one of my compatibility tests, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But Ms. Hamrick, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Our marriage is a little rocky. My husband tends to play video games quite often as opposed to spending time with his family. And we're here to try to work on that and see if we can get his sleeping habits back in the court.
Now, when you say quite often, what do you mean?
He plays them pretty much every day when the game console is available.
Every day? Okay. Now, is it every day for 5 minutes, every day for an hour, every day?
It's been up to 10 hours in a day.
I wasn't ready for that. Now, we're going to check with Mr. Jones to see if that's accurate. Mr. Jones, do you agree that you do, in fact, play video games 10 hours a day?
Yes.
That's a lot. Are you fighting and shooting, or are you racing cars? What are you doing?
My particular favorites are the first-person shooters.
Oh, first person. So you did
Yes.
with behind the point. I got sons. I know. Let me ask you this: how long have you been playing that much video games?
Since I can remember age 3, playing Atari.
Has your consumption of the medium been extreme the whole way through, or has it grown over the years?
It has grown, I guess, into adulthood. You know, I could do what I wanted to do.
And can I ask you this? Do you feel that, as a 30-year-old man, 10 hours a day of video games is something that's appropriate to do?
Maybe not in normal circumstances.
Okay. What are the circumstances you believe allows this to be appropriate in the context of this relationship?
I have PTSD.
Okay. Are you being treated for it?
Not currently. I'm in transition. We just moved back home to West Virginia.
Okay. Let me ask Ms. Hambrick, have you noticed an uptick in his game playing, and do you see it as a function of the PTSD? And do you see other behaviors that are concerning to you as a function of his PTSD?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I understand that this could be a coping mechanism, the gaming situation. But I don't see where he needs to game from, some days he gets up noon, sometimes 4 o'clock in the evening. He'll spend a little time with us. When the sun goes to bed, he'll game all night.
Okay.
Sometimes, depending on the level he gets to and the interaction, if he's on Wi-Fi, he may even stay up a little bit longer playing that game.
What is he not doing that you need him to do because he's spending his time playing games?
I need him to be dad. I need him to be a husband. I need him to help with laundry and chase kids and mow grass. I need him to give me a little more affection and attention, push my buttons instead of the controller buttons.
Right. Mr. Jones, my understanding is you quit your job in order to play video games. Is that accurate?
No, ma'am.
Because I put a whole lot of exclamation points beside that. Because I'm all about making money. Did that happen?
No, ma'am.
You say it happened.
I let him get it out of the pawn shop. I take his electronics sometimes and I pawn them. Sometimes I use the money for me and things that I want because it makes me feel better in this situation. But he was working. He was doing great. We went to the pawn shop. We got his game console out. 2 days later, he quit his job. Said he couldn't cope because he had transitioned from one section to another section and used his PTSD as a reason why he couldn't do the job anymore, and then he continued staying up all night playing games.
I know you believe he has PTSD, but do you believe that he is using that as an excuse to do things that he simply wants to do and that aren't a function of his coping with that particular condition?
I think that he uses my empathy and sympathy towards knowing what PTSD is to get his way to just be lazy sometimes, yeah.
Though we do not at all suggest you do not have PTSD, and I do not at all suggest I know what it's like or how it is or what it is to cope with, but do you believe that at any point in time you might be pulling out that card when it really isn't about that? It's about what you want to do.
No.
Never.
No.
Not a little bit.
I would not use my disability as a crutch.
Sometimes you end up doing that unintentionally. Can you leave your mind open to the possibility that that may have occurred?
I recall going into PTSD episodes and not knowing about it. So
When did you get PTSD? What was the incident that occurred?
I served in Iraq for a year in a combat situation.
Right.
Saw things that
I could not imagine. I get that. I get that I don't get it. And I want to respect that. But we do know that your concentration on video games preceded Iraq. Now, it may have exacerbated the problem, or it may be the way that you've chosen to cope with it, but I just want you to leave your mind open to the possibility. And the reason I want you to be open to the possibility, because I got the man here in the courtroom. I have Dr. Stephen L. Mandel here. He is an expert on PTSD. So what I don't know, what you don't know, and what he doesn't know, he's going to fill us in on so we know exactly what we're dealing with here. Why don't you give me an assessment of what you're seeing, what you feel is going on, and how you think they can best approach the problem?
Chris's devotion to gaming preceded his trauma by many decades, a couple decades anyway.
Right. Mr. Jones, we were discussing your very real struggle with PTSD, and I don't know a lot about it, so I brought an expert in to help me out. His name is Dr. Stephen L. Mandel, and I'll ask him to come forward at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Mandel. Doctor, if you could just give me a brief recitation of your credentials and what you know about PTSD, and then tell me a little bit about the syndrome and things that you think I may not understand.
Well, I'm Dr. Stephen Mandel. I treat PTSD. PTSD is very frequently accompanied by suicidal thinking and by depression.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Mandel. You've heard the testimony here today.
Yeah.
You've been briefed on the circumstances. Why don't you give me an assessment of what you're seeing, what you feel is going on, and how you think they can best approach the problem?
Well, Your Honor, I was very impressed with your line of questioning. And I have a lot of respect for Chris and a lot of respect for PTSD. It's a horrible affliction. It's one that those of us who don't have it really should get that we don't get it.
Right.
On the other hand, Chris's devotion to gaming preceded his trauma by many decades, or a couple decades anyway.
Right.
It's a great refuge. Now, games are actually used in therapy, in desensitization, and in getting people calmed down. This first-person shooter thing really helps people as part of a program to relieve their PTSD. As a way of avoidance, though, it's not especially constructive. It's not therapeutic. It isn't getting Chris where Chris says he wants to be.
And you believe there are other means by which he can approach this problem. And in doing so with the gaming, this is what I think, and I just want to know if I'm wrong. I believe he's self-soothing with it, and it's successful, but he's taken it to the point where the soothing part has overtaken his life and become a problem in and of itself.
I think you're quite right.
Oh, okay. Well, I like you already. Mr. Jones, do you have any questions for him?
Not really. He pretty much.
Did you hear what he said?
He explained amicably. So.
Can you hear it without it pushing buttons, without it being offensive, or without you feeling attacked?
Yes.
I hope so, because I know that's not my intention. I believe it's not the judge's intention either. If you get where this is in terms of enabling you to make the choices that are going to lead you forward in life, then you really can get on board with participating in getting it moderated a little.
Dr. Mandel, thank you so very much. I appreciate your expertise and wisdom in this matter, and I appreciate you coming to court today.
Thank you very much.
Please, you can return to your seat. I'm not going to claim expert just because I listened to him. He's still an expert. But what I am going to do is try to take you on that first step past self-soothing to the extent that your family is neglected, to be able to put you on a path to be soothed and to be in command of the way you manage your PTSD, and possibly on to new things that allows your family to thrive and you to thrive as well. Do you think that's something you'd like to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's work on that. But I understand that cheating has played a role in your distress in your marriage.
I can count at least 4 indiscretions that he's had or more.
Now, Mr. Jones, do you care to deny that, own it, or go somewhere in between? I want to use today as an opportunity for you to reset. And I can't fix PTSD, but I want to reset your approach to it a little bit, and approach to your family, because your family is crying. You understand that?
Yes, I do.
You said something about something your 4-year-old said to you, and I want you to repeat it here to him.
Remember when we lived in North Carolina? What was Alden's favorite day?
Sunday.
And why was that?
That's when Daddy was home.
And now Daddy's home every day. And he still waits for Sunday.
Because you're home, but you're not there. I don't want you to feel bad because of the manner in which you soothe, but I don't want the manner in which you soothe to run your life. People who end up hoarding or drinking or using drugs, a lot of them are soothing from trauma, and the manner in which you soothe becomes the problem itself. And there are places you can go and people you can see to assist you in finding ways to soothe that allows you to be a husband and a father and a dude that has a life that has expectations beyond the next level of whatever game you happen to be on. That's all I'm trying to say. You with me?
Yes,
because
ma'am.
I'm loving on you here. May not sound like it, but I am. Once we get there, I'm going to make a sharp left turn. But I understand that cheating has played a role in your distress in your marriage, and I want you to tell me who's been cheating, how it's happened, and how you found out about it.
We live in a small town. Everybody knows everybody. Everyone knows everyone's business, pretty much. And a friend of mine heard another female talking about how she was pregnant and couldn't find the dad. And that got rumored back to me, and it turns out that it was Christopher, who could have been the dad. And we kind of squabbled around it for a couple tries, and he finally confessed of the situation.
Was that his only misstep?
No.
Can you give me a count, a head count?
I can count at least 4 indiscretions that he's had or more.
Now, Mr. Jones, do you care to deny that, own it, or go somewhere in between?
I only recall 2.
You only recall 2?
Unless she's counting the times with that certain person.
Now that we've gone there, let's go here. Not only has he cheated on you, my understanding is you've cheated on him, and
yes.
more than once. So that's what we're going to talk about now. Ms. Hamrick, Mr. Jones says that you slept with his nemesis from high school. How did you pick him and why'd you do it?
I did sleep with a friend of mine. He's never done anything bad to me. Now, him and Christopher didn't get along. That's okay. That's him and Chris. They're not sleeping together. He was my comfort.
Why did you feel that it was okay for you to have sex with somebody else outside of your marriage? Was it a revenge cheat?
Yes, partially. Before Christopher and I got married, when we had our son, we decided to get us a place. We finally acquired us a little trailer, had us a little home. All of a sudden, about 3 months into it, Christopher said he didn't know why, but he didn't want us there. So we moved. Well, we was still trying to work it out because Chris and I have a very long history. You know,
Yeah.
we've had it off and on
Right.
for 7 years. I told him once, if you don't give me what I want, I'll find it somewhere else. I said it in private. The second time, I said it in mutual company. If you don't give me the attention that I want, I'll find it somewhere else. The third time, I embarrassed him in front of everyone and had one of my downlights pick me up at his home and take me down the road. And I got what I wanted.
This is a save my marriage. I'm not Hercules, but I'm gonna lift as much as I can. The way you run a marriage is that you take it and you put borders around it. This is the country Hamrick Jones. And in that country Hamrick Jones, you bring all your problems, all your troubles, all your concerns, and you share them amongst one another. You don't take your distress out beyond the borders of the country and engage with other people with it. The deep thing I found about people in divorce court is they always feel justified in the dirt that they do. And I was feeling this way, so I did that thing. When you feel this way, you ought to have that conversation and determine how you're going to deal with it in the context of that confines of that marriage. Marriage is hard, but it can be a beautiful thing because it can be a place of trust and rest and comfort and calm, but not if you choose to satisfy yourself, to soothe yourself in places outside the country. Mr. Jones, thank you for serving our country. Thank you for going out there and fighting that fight to help defend us and keep us. Thank you. And whatever you suffer from as a function of that great gift that you gave to all of us, you make sure that you don't accommodate it. You fight that too. Computer games are easy. Fighting the real fight is always hard. And you start that fight with holding her hand, telling her what she needs, and go look for it together. We had Dr. Mandel here. He told you something. He may be able to tell you a little more. I have somebody out there who's going to give you help finding what you need in your area. But you understand that you have to fight that fight, not just soothe the feeling. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't be running around because you can't get at home. You take care of your business and stay with your man. You too. Keep your extremities to yourself. And good luck to both of you. Today, new beginning, right here, right now. My best to you both. This matter is adjourned.
Today in court, it was brought about my indiscretions, but people don't understand how much it's on us as the spouse, how much we go through. We walk on eggshells. We try to avoid the triggers. We protect our children, but we're still people. We still need love. We still need affection. We still need touched. And that was the goal, was to get him to see what he was doing to us. I guess we're just gonna have to work on it and see what happens. Hopefully he gets his help and I behave myself and this works out for our son. That's the most important thing.
Today on Divorce Court.
I want the judge to tell Kedrick that he needs to change. He's cheated in the past. He's been watching porn videos constantly. When I say I'm not gonna have sex with him, says he's not gonna pay the bills. If he doesn't act right or straighten up, I will be gone and out the door.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Portia Lamar and Kedrick Thomas. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years, married for 2 years, has 6 months engagement. You know you're going to hear from me about that. But you do not want to be together anymore. Ms. Lamar, you would like $6,700 from Mr. Thomas as you take your leave of him. But before we get to that, Ms. Lamar, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because my husband is like wolves in sheep clothing. We started off good, and then he did a whole 360.
He did a 180, but that's okay.
Yeah,
360,
180.
he went right back where he was. But that's okay. Go ahead.
He did a 180. Yes, ma'am. And so 3 months after we got married, he immediately stopped wearing his ring. And I knew something then was up. So, and I believe he's a compulsive liar and he's a cheater.
Give me a story that tells me he's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Okay, so woman's intuition. I went through his cell phone, and lo and behold, I found that he was looking at pornography on his cell phone constantly. He was also on a website where they solicit women, and so I caught that on his cell phone. And I seen messages that he had been messaging women constantly, trying to get at them, lying about our marriage. And
yeah,
I have
Mr. Thomas,
I have
2 months
evidence
out
of
there
it.
and you grinning too hard for that not to be the case. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond, however, to tell me what's really going on.
And he's in the blue, Your Honor.
Okay. Keep talking. I'm
The
listening.
devil is a lie. First off, okay, the porn, it is true because every
Yeah,
man
it's
watch
true.
porn. Hey, I mean, because if she ain't giving
But
it to
constantly.
me. So, hey, I mean,
And I'm not giving it to you, could you?
I'd rather watch a porn, take a nap, wake back up, take a shower, and just.
But you
go
haven't
out
cheated
home.
on her. In your
No.
marriage, there's been no cheating.
Oh, well,
See, Your Honor, that's what I'm talking about right here.
Hang on. Mr. Thomas is
truth
about to have a moment for us.
well, I mean, I cheated upon purpose.
Yeah, he said.
Explain that to me.
Okay, because I was trying to get her attention, but I never cheated physically. You know, because I was tired.
You pretended you were cheating, maybe? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Well, no, sort of, kind of. You know,
Clear it up for me.
so what I done was I went to the mall up on purpose. So I started talking to a chick up on purpose.
It wasn't on
just-
purpose.
She was just a
No,
thought.
I feel stupid. Is
She was
up
just
on
a thought.
purpose a place? Is purpose a place?
No,
or are you
that's just
talking
an
on
excuse.
purpose?
Me, because this woman here,
That's just an excuse. That's his
Do you know
excuse.
what I'm
that he's
talking
gonna
about?
do it.
He did it on purpose.
she's the devil in
No,
disguise, Judge.
no.
In
No.
disguise. See, look, please don't let her smile, her cuteness and hotness and
No, Your Honor.
everything fool you. But look, this woman.
But see, he has accusations,
Oh, hell no.
assumptions. He's never caught me cheating. He don't have any proof. I have proof, Your Honor. As
well,
you can see, the
Yeah,
messages.
well, I mean, that was some
No.
inappropriate text. I mean, it wasn't anything graphic, loud, or lurid, but
No.
it was an indication of a lack of faithfulness.
No, it was a lack of wifiness. You know.
No.
Plain lack of wifiness to me.
Okay, the
Well,
lack
please
of
explain
wifiness
this.
is when I'm working two jobs.
We both work, Your Honor.
Well, look, I'm bringing in the money,
And I'm bringing in the money too.
and look, and basically I'm paying all of the bills.
No, that's just now, Your
So,
Honor. We
no,
had an
no,
agreement.
no.
Hang on,
no,
let him finish out.
See, look,
But make your story a
hold
little
on
shorter,
now.
Mr. Thomas. You're
Hold on now.
working me.
Okay, see, look, this is the problem. When I come home, I don't have no food ready. Man,
He knew that when he met me, I didn't cook.
no,
So-
no, hold on.
So now it's a
no,
problem.
Hell no. I mean, excuse
'Cause
my
when
language.
when we met,
you
he
know.
knew I didn't cook.
No, Judge,
And I clean.
What?
Ask him who
Judge.
clean.
What?
I actually told this woman for how many years? 3, 4 years?
But when I have
Know what
cooked for
I'm saying?
you,
I even
you don't
tried.
eat it. I've cooked several times, Your Honor.
You
And
cooked 7 times in 2 years. Stand up,
times.
Mr. Thomas. Stand up, Mr.
And he don't
Stop,
eat it.
Mr. Thomas.
He
and
don't eat it.
Are you a terrible cook?
Yes, I am.
I
but
tried
at least
training
I
that woman to
attempted.
cook.
At least I attempted.
I
It's
can't
a
cook
thought
either.
that
I trained
counts.
that woman to cook.
It's a thought that counts.
She said this right here. Man, I'm not cooking. See, because my mama didn't teach me how to cook. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So therefore, just
But I clean.
let me show you how to cook. So it's just when I try to show her how to cook.
I got it. I got it. You say that he refuses to pay the bills if you don't have sex with him.
Yes.
So I want you to tell me when he's done that and what has occurred as a function thereof.
He gets mad and he gets on this rant talking about he's not gonna pay the bills. Then he gets verbally abusive.
Are you not nice to her during the day? Are you fighting and fussing and carrying on and just expect to have sex even though things are staticky in the household? So, Ms. Lamar, tell me what your problem is at home about him paying the bills.
Your Honor, if I don't give this man sex, he gets mad and he gets on this rant talking about he's not gonna pay the bills, he's not gonna contribute or do anything. Then he gets verbally abusive and he gets to calling me out my name. He calls me hoes, fat, and sometimes in front of my daughter, and I tell him I don't appreciate that.
Now, why not? Why do you refuse to have sex with him? Is there a reason for it?
Yes, because every time he comes at me, accusations about cheating, or if he comes home and
he strike that woman down.
Will you
She's
please
right now for lying.
do not interrupt again? Go ahead.
And so when we get mad at each other, I don't feel like having sex. And then one minute he'll be good and the next minute he'll be bad. So when he's acting out, I don't feel like having sex, and he comes at me with all this sweet talk and stuff like that.
Just trying to make it right.
Just trying to make me give him sex.
Mr. Thomas, do you hear what she's talking about? No, hold on. You don't listen, because you always start talking before the other person stops. So I know you're not listening. So I want you to shh. Are you not nice to her during the day? Are you fighting and fussing and carrying on and just expect to have sex even though things are staticky in the household?
It's not true. See, because now the point, I do get mad.
Yes, you do.
Because I give this woman $500 a week. And still pay. Oh,
when do you give me $500?
I don't have the proof.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
Oh, so I never.
You have before, but you don't give me $500 a week.
So I never gave you $500.
Let's not argue about it.
But,
no, she's saying you don't do it every week. You seem to be claiming that you do.
I spend money on this woman.
No, he doesn't, Your Honor. He's stingy, selfish. And he knows it. That's why he's laughing.
Well, give me an example of him being stingy or selfish.
He believes in his mind that his money is his money, even though we're married, Your Honor. I don't know anything about his bank account, and we have separate bank accounts. He spends money on himself.
I have a bank account.
And he gives us money when it's convenient for him. And he complains about me getting my hair done, but I get my hair done every 2 months. But I feel like I don't think nothing's wrong with me getting my hair done and treating myself every now and then, me and my daughter. And he complains about that. But he doesn't give me money. That's out of my hard-earned money, what I work for. He doesn't give me money.
Do you contribute equally to the bills, or does he have a better... My sense is that he has a better-paying job. He works a really good job, and he's the primary breadwinner.
Now he is, Your Honor. At the beginning, I was for a year and a half. He was going from job to job, temp services to temp services. And so I was holding down the bills. I was paying majority of the bills then. So now that he does make more money, we've made an agreement that now that he would take over, but he doesn't. He doesn't like paying the bills, and now he complains all the time about paying the bills.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, so let's just get the facts straight. When you first got married, was she the primary breadwinner for a while?
Hell no.
Yes. You must forget, he was living with me, Your Honor.
When I first met this woman, I started paying bills. I'm talking about the very first time I got your number. Did I?
You helped out, yeah. You helped out.
I was paying rent.
But you were staying in my household. You must forget.
I wasn't even staying there at first.
At first, and then 2 weeks later, you were staying there.
Get your lies straight. I mean, man, look, man,
I'm
this
not
lady.
lying, you lying.
Man, see, if y'all believe this lady here.
Leave Joe alone. Leave Joe alone.
No, man, I'm just.
No, we're gonna leave Joe alone.
Man, look, man, this lady, I mean, man, the only thing I asked for this woman.
Put that finger down.
Exactly. See, this is
finger down. I'm tired of seeing your finger. Listen,
and this is what I have to deal with.
You say you've had 3 miscarriages due to stress. I want you to explain to me the circumstances under which that happened. Tell me about the 3 miscarriages you had as a function of stress.
So with all the miscarriages, because he was verbally abusive. And then this last miscarriage was a few months ago. He said that he wished that I didn't have the child and that I had a miscarriage.
Mr. Thomas, were you a good, comforting husband and potential father to your wife when she was pregnant? You say that there is a heavy level of disrespect at your house and that you've had 3 miscarriages as a function of stress. Why don't you tell me how he's disrespectful and then tell me about the miscarriages?
Okay, Your Honor. He's very disrespectful. Like I say, he's verbally abusive. When he gets mad, he constantly calls me fat, hoes. He's very disrespectful. And then females, I'm constantly catching him on Facebook, adding new females, talking to them through the inbox. And then every time I confront him, he denies it, or he'll come back later and then admit it later on afterwards.
Mr. Thomas, just on a for real tip, do you do things that are inappropriate on Facebook? Do you kind of like tip around, inboxing folks that you shouldn't be inboxing and saying things you shouldn't ought to be saying?
I have friends, like
Well, you can have friends, but I can't have friends.
Hang on.
that I grew up with, that I went to school with, you know what I'm saying, like friends in high school, and now they grown. So they be texting me like, hey, Kiki, hey.
But you text them back.
So just,
Kiki.
how you doing?
Yeah, that's his nickname, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Kiki.
I mean, hey, Kedrick, so how you doing? What you been up to? Oh, nothing but chilling. I'm married now, you know. I'm just.
So, okay, you just have regular conversation.
Yeah,
That's what you're trying to tell me.
No,
That's
he
what you're
lying.
trying to tell me. So, tell me about the 3 miscarriages you had as a function of stress.
Yes, well, the first miscarriage I had, it was due to him stressing me out, being verbally abusive. Well, all the miscarriages because he was verbally abusive. But the first miscarriage, we was in the hospital.
Stand up, Mr. Thomas.
I was having a miscarriage, and he was talking to a female on Facebook, and I seen it. So I grabbed the phone, and I was very upset, and he was laughing. He thought everything was funny. Then I had a second miscarriage. I believe that one was due to stress as well. And then this last miscarriage was a few months ago. Was due to stress, and he was very verbal abusive then. He said that he wished that I didn't have the child and that I had a miscarriage.
Mr. Thomas, were you a good, comforting husband and potential father to your wife when she was pregnant?
The reason why she had those miscarriages because she have a tumor inside her belly.
No,
so
I
look,
don't.
we tried 3 times. Okay, the first time it was a whole lot of argument, back and forth because of her and me. The second time, I was begging this woman, hey, please stay at the house because she was clubbing still, pregnant.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, but the third time.
Your Honor, I don't have a tumor.
I know you don't. I ain't worried about it. You shouldn't either.
The third time, okay, it was her fault because whenever we moved to Texas, you know what I'm saying, she was still trying to club,
No,
kick
I wasn't.
it,
Got it.
drink.
All right, got it. Now, I want to talk about the $6,700.
Yes.
So, Ms. Lamar, you want $6,700 from this man, $4,000 to pay off a truck that you say is in your name, and $2,700 for both set of wedding rings that you say he promised to pay for.
Yes.
Explain that to me briefly.
As far as the truck, we agreed that he would pay the notes on it. He put down the down payment, but he agreed that he would pay the notes because I agreed that I would put it in my name because his credit wasn't good enough. So I put it in my name, and he was a co-signer. He agreed on that, and he made the first few payments, but then he stopped paying it, and it got repoed. And so now that's on my credit. And then the wedding rings, he agreed that he would pay that as well. He got that from me. It made it sound like I said wolves in sheep clothing. Made it sound like he was gonna pay the ring, and I put that in my name as well because it's his credit, and I have proof of that as well. And he paid the first couple payments, and then He stopped paying that as well, so that's on my credit as well.
Show me your credit. Show me the bill. Show me something.
Oh,
show
Your
me your
Honor,
receipt.
I didn't
show
bring.
me what you signed.
I didn't bring that, Your Honor.
Please.
I didn't
I
bring
want to
that.
give you some money.
I know.
Oh no! Good Lord.
I wasn't thinking
I
about
can't
that.
give you any money if I don't, just based on your words. So whatever you say or whatever you don't say, it doesn't matter because she doesn't have any proof to show me. They were very nice rings, however. Let me say this. First of all, I'm so sorry about those miscarriages. And I know that it's such a tremendous loss that you feel. I mean, not even just emotionally, but hormonally, everything is going out of whack. And oftentimes you don't get the care and concern from your partner that you're entitled to, and I'm sorry about that, because clearly he ain't that cat. So, I want you to know how I feel. I want you to know I believed everything you told me. I want you to know that I know who you are, and I peep exactly who he is. That's why I'm talking to you, ain't bothered with him. You go on and be a happy person. You shouldn't live that kind of life. A life where people are at you and on you and picking at you, have no kindness for you, running around with other women, using you as an emotional punching bag. You just shouldn't let that happen to you. You should feel good enough about yourself to be able to walk away when the time is right. The time is right. So, just feel good about yourself. You don't need to be unhappy all of the time. And being with somebody and being unhappy all the time is far worse than being alone and find yourself feeling good about yourself in whatever circumstance you're in. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't see anything positive from this side of the room. Nothing at all. It was so nothing, I don't even need to address it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't tell the truth in here. He didn't talk about what he wanted to talk about. He didn't even admit to the things that he admitted to in here. So, you got a whole handful of nothing. Let it go. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Deep down in my heart, I'm a really soft person.
He's verbally abusive of me, so I feel that my daughter shouldn't go through that. So I know that I need to take the necessary steps of getting out of the marriage.
She leaves, I'm not gonna cry. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna go out, find me another replacement.
Previously on Divorce Court. I understand that a huge issue in your union is his mother.
Yes. Don't come into a relationship lying. She came in lying. He thought she had one child. Come to find out, she had 4 children.
Like I said, you fake. You sit here saying, your grandkids, he has responsibilities. What do you do besides try to meddle in somebody's business? You need to get a man of your own.
Mr. Brown, do you feel caught in the middle of your woman and your mother?
Divorce court is now in session.
We are reconvening in the matter of Brown versus Ward. We have talked about a lot of things that are wrong in the union. We have Mrs. Greaves here, who is the mother of Mr. Brown. We were talking about a number of things, but my understanding is, Mrs. Ward, you believe that she dips into everything.
Yes.
My understanding is you believe the financial situation is jacked up, and she's the reason that it's jacked up.
Yes.
Why don't you explain to me why you believe that?
It's jacked up because of the fact that she came in with debt on child support, and she wants my son to help her pay child support. She actually needs to work and needs to take care of her own responsibility. That's not my son's responsibility. His responsibility is to take care of his actual children, which he actually does. But in terms of her wanting him to be a stay-home dad, I didn't raise him to be a homebody. I raised him to work and pay bills and do what a man's supposed to do.
Oh, my God. Now, Mrs. Ward, give me a second. Can you understand how a mother would be concerned that her son is paying for another man's kids and that the girlfriend is getting him fired all the time? It seems that you're throwing roadblocks into his smooth road of existence.
Okay. Yes, I understand that, but it has nothing to do with her. If he chooses to be with me and stay, that is his business. That's not hers. And what goes our finances and our money does not have anything to do with her, because she's not giving us not damn penny. And while we're speaking about our finances, she shouldn't even be in here because she don't pay no bills.
Right. Let me ask you this, Ms. Ward. What do you believe is the one topic about which she intervenes that she really needs to stop?
All of them. It's not her business.
Do you expect him not to speak to his mother at all?
No, I do not.
What?
That's his mother.
Right.
If he wants to go and spend time with her, go ahead and spend time with her.
If she agrees.
If she agrees.
He can go to her house, but guess who cannot go to her house? My children can't go.
That's not true.
Why won't you let him go to her house?
Because she only accepts the 4-year-old. She does not accept the other 2. And my kids are not going nowhere around nobody that does not like me. And as far as my 4-year-old, she won't be going over there either, because my 4-year-old comes back home and say, "Oh, mommy, I was told that you're a bad mommy.
Not true.
Daddy is a bad daddy."
Not true.
And they came from between my legs. I carried them for 9 months and I pushed them out. So where I say goes.
Now,
and in the state of Florida, grandparents do not have no rights.
Ms. Greaves, I want you to think about it. Do you speak ill of those children's mother while they're in the home with you?
No, I do not, Your Honor. I do not speak negative. As a matter of fact, what I do is I have a talk with them about family. I try to take them to church if she allows it. Again, she's very manipulating. For example, if she can't have her way, the same way she wants to control my son, is the same. She wants to control everybody except for herself. It's okay for her to do wrong, but it's not quite okay for anyone else to do wrong. So if she can control her children, control me, then she's okay. She cannot control me. So as far as the finance is concerned, again, he tries to work. He even went on another case where she's very insecure, is that he actually went to barber school. He wanted to be a barber. She was so insecure in terms of him being a barber that she went and signed up for barber school just to watch him to see if he had any girls that wanted to sign him.
In the school.
Did you sign up for barber school so you can keep an eye on Mr. Brown?
Yes, and while she's talking about that, I was pregnant, working, and going to barber school. And when he needed expensive clippers for barber school, they didn't come out her pocket. They came out of mine. I go to work every day, rain, storm, whatever. Went to work, made money, and went to school. And came and gave him my money.
For how long?
Ain't really make no money.
Girl, it ain't your business for how long.
Let me ask you a question. Do you want to live your entire life in mortal fear of him coming into contact with women so that everything you do has to revolve around keeping an eye on him?
It's not the point of me keeping an eye on him. It's the way you do things. Because I come in contact with men and women every day. It's a man gonna be a man and a woman gonna be a woman. A hoe gonna be a hoe and a dog gonna be a dog. And one thing I'm not.
Do you think he's a dog?
No, he's just sneaky.
He's just sneaky?
Yes.
So you don't trust him?
It's not that I don't trust him. It's just that I feel like there's not no reason for me not to trust him, because if I want to go on any social media sites, they're there. They're open. If he wants to go on my social media sites, they're open.
But she controls his site.
That doesn't make any sense. You say you trust him, but you have to quit what you're doing to go on his job.
And has access
How is that trust?
I didn't stop what I was doing because I ain't going nowhere. I was at home.
One time, she took his keys in his car.
And threw them at him and threw them in the lake.
And threw him in the canal so that he couldn't leave because she thought he was going to see another woman. I had to call AAA to have his car towed. She got upset when it got towed and came and slashed the tires. Said, okay, your mom moved the truck, so now I'm going to just cut the tires. So now you can't move. Insecure.
Did you do that?
No. Never cut a tire. Took a tag, put sugar in a gas tank, but never slashed the tire, baby.
Insecure.
Never slashed the tire.
Anything
I have done to him, I can remember what I have done, and I swear on all mine, I have never slashed the tire.
Do you know
if I was going to slash somebody's tires, it'll be hers.
See what I'm saying?
Do you know what I find strange? Well, I find a lot of things strange, but
thank you.
That you want to make sure I know you haven't slashed a tire. Now, I put sugar in the tank, but I haven't slashed the tire. They're
I'm
both
honest.
crazy.
I'm honest. But she don't need to lie and say I slashed his tire because I did not slash his tire. And
Yes, I guess it has automatic deflation.
maybe you slashed it. You talking about it. You don't want to know it was slashed
No.
because I never knew anything about a slashed tire.
Okay, I get that y'all don't like each other.
I don't know nothing about
It's not.
But
it's
he don't
no
even know
way.
nothing about
She
a
has
flat tire.
Well, I want to talk about that. I want to talk about her ways and what you think she's doing to manipulate your son and how you think it's going to make him turn out to be less than he could. His mother demanded that he get a DNA test on your children.
Yes.
Is that
And she
accurate?
came to the hospital and was like, when are we getting a DNA? I know where it came from, and I know all 3 of those belong to him.
Mr. Brown, were you concerned as to whether or not those children were yours? What do you think is the damage she's doing to your son's future?
She's not allowing him to be the man that he wants to be, the provider that he wants to be for his children. She wants him to be her child. She wants him to be a boy. He's the type of man that she's never had before, like my son is. So she's not accustomed to a man that works a real job, that wants to provide, to love his children. She's not accustomed to that. My son embraces his children with love. They love him. They cry for him. She's not accustomed to a man doing that. And that's the home that he comes from, a loving, God-fearing home. And that's the problem where she has the issue at. It got so bad one time to the fact that my son had to be in the hospital because she was driving him crazy to the point where he had to be hospitalized and she had to be banned from the hospital.
Because of her. But
Why
who
were you
was there
banned from the
before
hospital? What
he was
happened at the
rushed to
hospital that got you banned?
Oh, I was letting her have it and tell her who can't come there and who can. Because I'm the boss. Not her.
So when she want to be the boss, I let her do boss things.
Yeah.
You make your own
Yeah,
decisions. Don't
doing
ask
real
me
big
nothing.
things.
You know, because I'm not getting into that.
I understand, though, Ms. Ward, that his mother demanded that he get a DNA test on your children.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
And she came to the hospital and was like, when are we getting a DNA? We can run it. Run it however you want it. Because I know who I slept with, unlike her. But anyways, like I said, I know where it came from, and I know all 3 of those belong to him.
Mr. Brown, were you concerned as to whether or not those children were yours?
If someone gets pregnant from me, as she did, how I was brought up, always get DNA. I don't care if we've been together 10 years, 24/7. I don't
always check.
Always check to make sure that that's what it is. Even though I knew
Did
it
the request
was,
come from you or did it come from your mother? Because I do understand that she's your mother and she wants the best from you, but at some point you have to say, hey, these are my decisions. You need to sit down and let me handle my business. Have you done that?
Yeah. Yeah, I have. Because I really stick with what goes on in the house between me and her. Only time I do call my mama is if I really, really need her. And that's hardly never, because like you said, I'm a man, I know what I'm doing. I should know what I'm doing. And I do what I try to do what I need to do.
Okay. Well, I understand. Now that we are talking about children, I want to talk a little bit about how you raise them, because I understand that you two do not agree on the methods or the discipline that you use with the children. So that's what I want to talk about next. Ms. Ward, I wouldn't give you a nickel for what you know. You are a nice lady. You are absolutely beautiful. But you run fully and completely on your emotions. And you frighten me with that. Ms. Ward, you say that there's disagreement in the home about how to raise children. You say that he's harder on the children you don't share together than on the ones you do share together. Is that accurate? Or harder on the boys than the girls?
Yes. That's more like it.
Why do you say he's harder on the
because
males?
He says that I baby my boy, my son.
A lot.
He says that I'm gonna make him soft, this and that, because if they be in the room playing and I hear one scream stop, I'm gonna run to see to see what he's doing and not pay attention to the girls. Now, when he come in the room, they be like, Daddy, he did this, and he automatically just take their side because it's more of them and just one of him. They lying. My son ain't bothering them. They just in there playing.
She think he's such a precious little angel.
Why do you say that
But he
she
ain't
babies him and is gonna make him soft?
She do.
Give me an example.
For instance, the other day, he want to play. He like to fight and wrestle, and so he came home, and I'm playing with him. She coming up, leave him alone. Let him be. What you mean? He's a boy. He's supposed to be.
What,
You got all these girls
didn't
in the
want
house?
them to play, fight, and wrestle?
No, when he play fight, and my baby on the ground talking about stop, he's laughing, but he telling him to stop. He's steady punching.
Because simple fact, he want to keep going after we stop.
And then when I tell him to stop, my baby will wait for him to stop and then get up and catch him off guard.
Exactly.
So it's not like I'm telling them to, it's not like I'm upholding him. I'm actually giving him, trying to pull him away so he can get up and attack back. You can't, I'm not gonna stand there and just
Let's say this. Not your gig.
She's
I'm
not
gonna
supposed
talk
to
to
do that.
both of you ladies right now because we got a problem in our community. You may want to claim it, you may not want to claim it, but I see it all the time. Don't go in there and pamper that boy. If they want to play fight, let them play fight. You don't have to give him an advantage in the argument. This man loves that kid. He's not hurting them. And if you get in the habit of rescuing him and rescuing him and rescuing him, you're gonna hobble him. You're gonna make sure that he's gonna always look for you to tip the balance, tip the scale in his favor. And we've got a whole strata of young men out there. And they all come through divorce court, one woman to another. And if the women that he's dealing with aren't good to him, he goes back home, but he doesn't have a home of his own. And that's because of that behavior.
Oh no,
right
I'm not
there.
gonna be one of those type of parents.
But you say that.
No, I know
But you
that for a
started
fact.
that. Ms. Ward, I wouldn't give you a nickel for what you know. You are a nice lady. You are absolutely beautiful. But you run fully and completely on your emotions. You don't think, you feel, and you do. And you frighten me with that. And that's the problem that you're not willing to recognize. And I think you need to do that. Mrs. Greaves, we are coming to the end of the proceeding. I'm going to ask you to have a seat, both literally and figuratively. You do need to have a seat. I understand what you need and want, but you've raised him already. Too much dipping is going to cause him more trouble. Please, have a seat. Thank you, though. Thank you. I believe in what you believe. I believe in what you want for him. I'm just saying that you've burned your bridge. Let me try to build a new one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Brown, you want $1,700 to replace the engine in your car that she destroyed when she put sugar in it. Tell me about that.
Basically, that's what she did.
She put sugar in the tank.
She put sugar in the tank. Well, actually, it was water, actually.
Sugar water? Or
however she did it.
She disabled the engine.
Yeah, she basically.
How did you disable the engine?
Actually, it wasn't disabled at first because he did not drive it. In order for it to be disabled, you have to drive it to let it get down in there. It sat in the gas tank for a couple of days because his grandmother saw me pour it in there. So she wouldn't allow him to drive it. So they towed it, had it, the gas can cleaned. Whoever cleaned it did not clean it well because the stuff got to the engine because it broke down 2 months later. And if he would have drove it when I did it, it would have broke down right then and there. That was the motive.
But I done ran through.
I got it. I respect your struggle. You become so frightened that you will end up without a guy because they're rare and precious, that you become obsessed with the idea that he's gonna go somewhere. Then you behave in a manner that's not rational. And you learn all the ratchet behaviors that are designed to secure your position. It doesn't secure your position, but you engage in them anyway because that's the script that you read off of in the community that you're in. I want you to take a look at your behaviors and those in the community in which you live and decide whether or not those are the kind of behaviors that you would like your children to do. Do you want your daughter to be as insecure and frightened and angry and running around like you do? I would think not. This brother loves you. Trust and believe in him. And if he doesn't love you enough to stay with you, if you don't have him on a short leash, he ain't worth keeping anyway. Believe that. Best of luck to both of you. I cannot give you that $1,700 because I don't have enough. I mean, I'm sure she did disable your car, but a whole lot happened in between, and I'm not sure what happened. You ain't leaving her anyway. Don't do that no more.
Yes,
do you understand what I'm saying? I don't have enough nexus. I don't have any repair bills. I don't have anything. You both said, she said it didn't happen directly because of that. I don't really know. I don't want you to exchange money. I want you to have a conversation. Good God. This matter is adjourned.
Zavaria's mother always and still does need to remain in her place and mind her business. In the courtroom, she said that I was manipulating him. It's not called manipulation. It's called being a good woman because I cook, I clean, and I know how to handle my business. The judge pointed out to me that I lead with my anger and not what I'm supposed to lead with. I guess I would have to use more thinking than just acting.
I do want to make it work. But it's gonna take a lot of time. She just needs to really get it together as far as attitude and insecurities and all the things that we talked about in the courtroom.
Today on Divorce Court.
Chris doesn't know how close he is to losing me. I need Chris to be there for me when I need him, how I need him.
I try to reassure Nakia that I'm not like the dude from her past. My actions speak for my word. If I say I'm gonna do something, that's what I do.
When I see Chris being affectionate with the baby and not with me, it shows me that he's capable of loving, but he just doesn't do it with me.
It's not that I love you any less, but she's a baby. She's a cute little bundle of joy.
If Chris doesn't change, I have to go.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nakia Wilson and Christopher Lillard. The two of you have been together for 5 years. You have one child together, but you are concerned that you cannot remain together. And for the sake of that child, you've come here and asked my help to keep this relationship. Ms. Wilson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your life and why we're here in divorce court today?
I have to start with my past.
Okay.
In my past, I've had a lot of abusive relationships.
Mm-hmm.
One good example is I wasn't allowed to go out of the house. I wasn't allowed to learn how to drive. I wasn't allowed to do anything. Mm-hmm. I couldn't even go to the store without a chaperone.
Really?
Really. So when I got out of that relationship, I decided that it was time for me to assert myself and become independent, you know, for my children, you know, become a complete woman. So when I met Chris, you know, he gave me all of that. You know, he represented what I was looking for in a man, you know, strength, stability, and we laughed a lot, you know. But then there started to, you know, after a while, I got a couple red flags, you know.
Such as?
Namely, the car. Because as I mentioned, I wasn't allowed to learn how to drive. Mm-hmm. So part of asserting my independence was to learn how to drive, you know, to buy a car, to find a car.
Right.
So eventually we found a car. Mm-hmm. You know, it was in the neighborhood, you know, but it was the perfect car. Chris told me that when we bought this car, because I didn't have a driver's license, I couldn't put the car in my name. And me not knowing anything about, owning a car, going to obtain one, I listened to him. And so we put the car in his mother's name, just so he can kind of ease my mind that wasn't what he was trying to, he wasn't trying
to take off with the car on.
Right. But then he started, making me feel uncomfortable because it felt like I was borrowing my own car. Right. He took over the maintenance. He was predominantly the one driving it. He was getting all, everybody thought it was his car. They would come up to us and, ask, let's say, ask if we were selling it. They would come to Chris, nobody would.
Because everybody saw it.
Yeah, everybody saw.
Let me ask him about that. Mr. Lillard, what did you have to say about this car?
The way we bought the car was through a school check, through her school check. This is how we had the money and we were saving it for the perfect car. Now there were a couple of cars came through that she wanted to purchase, but me being a mechanic, I know better. So we kind of potted around until we found this car. And when we got the car.
You guys both got the car with her money.
Right.
Okay.
Right, okay. So, but we were putting them in my mother's name because she didn't have a license. I didn't have a license, and I thought that you couldn't put a car in your name unless you had a license. We didn't find out until later that you could. But the point of the whole situation was I wasn't trying to take the car from her because I'm the one that taught her to drive.
Once you found out it could be in her name, why wouldn't you put it in her name?
When we were going to do that, the car got wrecked. So now there's no rush. The car's at the house now.
But it doesn't run.
Right.
But you could still put it in her name, just cause.
Yes, we could, but I mean.
But what?
I mean, there's no real but. I mean, it's not an issue. If she wants it in her name.
It is an issue. It's an issue with her.
But what I'm saying is if it's really that big of an issue still, she can go put it in her name. It's not because like I told her then, I'm not trying to take it from you. I'm not trying to go anywhere. I'm trying to teach you so that when you need to go to your little places and things that I don't have to get up and take you. I want you to learn to drive this car.
Wilson, you disagree with that?
Just see how he's on the physical aspect of the car. He wasn't listening to how I felt about the car.
Right.
In the past, I've been controlled over a car. I wasn't allowed to drive a car. I wasn't allowed to have a car.
It has huge symbolic meaning to her to have the car in her name. It's a small thing that is huge to her. And you should make sure, if you love her, you got to make sure she's secure.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I acknowledge that. That's why I tried to make sure that the car was running. I tried to make...
You're missing the whole point.
Yes, ma'am.
You're satisfying yourself. You're satisfying your need to have the car in a certain condition. Her need is pure and it's simple. She needs to have the car in her name. Period. End of story. Having said that, tell me what happened the day he left.
We got into a huge argument. He starts to pack his stuff, but he's moving it inside the car. Okay? So I asked him where he going, and he told me, I don't have a car.
Said to you, you don't have a car?
I don't have a car.
Did you say, where are you going in my car? And you said you...
No. Yeah, where are you going in my car? And he said, oh, you don't have a car. He said it just cool, just
Did
like
he take
that.
the car?
Oh, yes, he sure did, ma'am. I called, as soon as he said this, I called the police trying to keep the car. The police said I had no claim on the car. So I was forced to watch him ride off into the sunset with my car.
How long did he keep the car?
3 months. We were broke up for 3 months.
Mr. Lillard, could you care to speak on that?
Yes, ma'am, I sure do.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Just like she said, she told me to get out. I don't have anywhere to put my stuff. Where you live in the projects? What am I going to do? Put it in the front, in the grass in the front of the house? So no, I stick it in the car. That way I know I can lock the car. Nobody's going to fool with it. I get in the car. I go to a family member's house. My stuff doesn't even come out of the car.
But didn't you take the stuff out and give her car back?
No.
Why wouldn't you do that?
Because I knew we was coming. I knew I was coming back home.
It was 3 months without a car.
But
3 months.
Yes, ma'am. But
self-centered and small, Mr. Lillard. Self-centered and small. You did to her exactly that one thing that would knock her legs out from under her because it was more convenient for you.
But my point, Your Honor, was the reason why I did that is because she's giving me this grief about doing something that I'm not trying to do. She's claiming...
But you did do it. That is what you did do.
Yes, ma'am.
Period. End of story. He's hard-headed. Are you sure you want to save this relationship? Because he's very, very hard-headed. I deal with people like him all the time. It's daunting. I'm upset already. Maybe this chick does like him. I don't know. Your cat was intrusive. So it's not a double standard. This is an entirely different situation. You got that part?
I can understand that.
An entirely different situation. You say that there's a double standard with respect to you, the both of you, and members of the opposite sex. Why don't you tell me why you believe that is so?
Yes. Okay. Well, I had a friend, a male friend, and we used to hang out all the time, you know, just because we shared similar interests in art, music, things of that nature. So we hung out all the time, okay? But Chris hung out with us. It wasn't like it was a private thing. He and Chris were becoming friends, so I thought, you know. But later on, Chris expressed to me that he started seeing signs in him that shows Chris that
this guy was interested in you. Right?
This guy is interested in me. So I confronted the guy, and the guy said that he wasn't interested in me. Okay, tell Chris about it. Okay, so Chris demanded that I get rid of this guy friend because he was doing things like spending the night, you know. But these are things that he would regularly do, you know, whether Chris is there or not. So, out of respect for Chris, I got rid of the friend because I could see where he was coming from, you know.
Right.
Well, a couple months go by, he has a female friend, okay? And this female friend could not hide the fact that she was attracted to Chris. She could not hide it. I mean, she'll be in full pajamas. Just, let's say she's taking out the garbage. Pajamas. She see Chris outside sitting on the porch. Oh, she will run back in, put on full makeup, hair, the nicest clothes she could find, and she would strut her stuff all down the street, past him, up and down, you know.
Mr. Lillard, she thinks she can't have male friends, but you can have female friends. What do you say?
Can I address the male friend first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, she's telling the truth. I was trying to be cool with this guy because they were friends before I met. Right. Far be it from me to try to step on from them. They were friends before we met.
I got you.
We hanging out, playing chess, you know, we do what guys do, this type of thing. And, and we got into like when we first got together, it was one little small spat. It was something really insignificant. Didn't have really anything to do with anything.
If the story's gonna be this long, we'll never get anywhere. No, just tell me what happened.
I'm gonna shorten it down for you. I'm shortening it down for you, I promise you. Okay, and he interferes in our argument. And I'm trying to talk to her in a room, here he comes. I'm trying to talk to her outside, here he comes.
Got it.
Okay. Then she's moving. She's trying to move from out of one apartment to the next. He doesn't go home for 4 days.
Right.
I mean, he's literally there for 4. Even I went home.
I got it. I got you.
And so now, this incident where she said that she had to explain to him though that there's nothing between us or whatever. You know, the reason why she had to do this is because he's banging on the door like he's the FBI trying to get in the house. He's, you know, just all on the door. 10 minutes he's trying to knock the door down off the hinges. Okay, well, something's got to happen. Now, either he's got to go or I've got to go.
And she got rid of him?
Yes.
So, okay, that's good.
Okay.
Now, let's talk about the girl she sees you with and is concerned about her interest in you.
It's in her head. Yes, ma'am. Because, okay, this female, I speak to her true enough, but the only reason why I even met her, I met her through her family.
Right.
Members of her family. That's how I even met her. I didn't even know anything about this female.
I got to say to you, Ms. Wilson, the two things aren't comparable. They aren't. I mean, this guy spending the night, dipping into arguments, all of that kind of stuff there for 4 days. That's not comparable to, maybe this chick does like him. I don't know. Your cat was intrusive. So it's not a double standard. This is an entirely different situation. You got that part?
I can understand that.
An entirely different situation. Okay. Ms. Wilson believes that he shows the baby too much love. I have got to understand that, because I don't understand that.
When I come in for lunch, I give her sugar when I come in from lunch.
But we don't have sex.
Well, Mr. Lillard, I'd never make a man defend that if he don't want to.
I'll defend that.
Why do you think that he shows your joint infant too much love? I didn't know there was such a thing.
I don't believe it's too much. It's not about the love itself. It's about the fact that I feel that I've been replaced in a way because he took all his emotion left when I had the baby towards me. You know, he doesn't hug, kiss, you know. We don't even cuddle in bed anymore. We sleep on two opposite sides of the bed. Everything ended when I had her, and it's like he took his love from me and just, you know, it's null and void now. And he makes me feel like the only reason why I'm there is so he can love the baby every day and when he wants to. That's what I feel like.
Mr. Lillard, what is your response to that?
I'm 46 years old. You know, and this is my newborn daughter.
And you're crazy about it.
Right. I am mashed potatoes.
Right.
You know, I'm mashed potatoes about that baby.
Right.
You know?
Which is, he's supposed to be mashed potatoes. He's doing his job being mashed potatoes.
Okay, and as far as us being on separate sides of the bed, okay, once she outgrew the baby bed, she's in the big bed with us. Well, I can't cuddle with her in the middle because we can't put her on the ends. You know, put her on the edge, she'll fall off. Put her on this edge, she'll get between the bed and the wall, so she's in the middle. You know, it's hard to cuddle when there's a baby in the middle.
But true.
So I mean, it's not.
But when you're not in the bed, is she getting hugged and kissed and caressed just a little bit?
I go when I'm going to work. I give her sugar on the way out 2 or 3 times before I head out the door. When I come in for lunch, I give her sugar when I come in from lunch.
But we don't have sex.
Well, Mr. Lillard, I'd never make a man defend that if you don't want to.
I'll defend that. I will defend that.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Well, if I've been at work 15, 16 hours, you know, by the time I come in the house, you know, I'm here. All I want to do is take me a shower, put something in my stomach, and go to sleep.
Right.
You know, but if you can't rape the willing, so if I don't care how asleep I am, you know, come in there and get it. If that's what you, come and get it.
Between you being mashed potatoes and you can't rape the willing, I just fell in love with you, Mr. Lillard. It's all good from here on. Ms. Wilson, let me ask you this. I'm going to talk to him about that, and I think I know what's going on there, and I'm going to talk to him because he needs to step up his game. I get that part, but I got to ask you something specific.
Okay.
You have a concern about the name on, you are not on the deed of the house. Please explain that to me.
Yes, okay. Just like I explained to you with the car, okay? For my own security, and I thought he understood this after the whole car situation, okay? Now, I just thought that he would put my name on the deed when he was handling the business because I gave him the money, you know? And I thought that issue had already been discussed and we put that in the past. But when we get the deed back, I noticed that just his name is on the house. So I asked him, where am I at? You know, he tells me, when we get married, then I'll put your name on the house. So we had the same...
Okay, let me have Mr. Lillard respond. Mr. Lillard, what do you have to say about that?
I don't have an issue with her getting her name on. That's just what I was thinking at the time. Yeah. I mean, and the paperwork was done, and by the time the paperwork was done, I mean, it just...
I got you, Mr. Lillard.
Yeah,
I got you.
That's not my intention at all.
But it doesn't matter what your intentions are. It matters what you did. And I'm going to try to explain that to you yet again. Ms. Wilson, I can't give you what you want. You want me to require him as a legal matter to put your name on that car, on the car and on the deed on the house. I cannot do that. I don't know what third party he's dealing with. I haven't seen the documents. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know what the dower rights are in your state. None of that. I just can't require them to do legally. But Mr. Lillard, if you want to walk out here looking like half a man, the first thing you need to do when you step off that plane, wherever you live, is go down there and get her name on all that paperwork.
I have no issue with that.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you something, Mr. Lillard. You don't give people that you love what you think they need. You give them what they actually need. She doesn't need your best intention. She doesn't need what you intend to make her feel by doing other things. She needs something very, very specific from you, and that is to respect her asks. In other words, she needs something you need to deliver, because she came from a circumstance where her voice meant nothing. She was a zero in a relationship before you. Mm-hmm. She was told where to go, what to do, when to do it. She was precluded from exercising any of her rights. And what you did was reflect all that negativity back into this relationship. You are killing her with not hearing her. You're just killing her. Sometimes you just got to give a person what they need. And it doesn't have to be what you think she ought to need and why and all this kind of stuff, especially when you picked her. You picked her in the shape that she was, with the history that she has, and all the, you know what I mean? It's like if she would have, always tease you about not having no hair, tease you about how tall you are. You don't go at a person with where they're weak. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, but I don't go at her where she's weak. The thing.
Oh, but yes, you don't even know where she's weak, Mr. Lillard, because you don't listen. I've told you would have never done those things if you don't listen. She's applauding because I'm right. They're applauding because they know I'm right. The only person in here don't know I'm right is you.
I do know you're right, though.
Good. Then this matter is adjourned. Today on Divorce Court.
I know Kevin's seeing somebody because he's not coming home at night.
That's stupid. She controlling. She want to do everything. She want everything to be up under her. She don't want me to have to do nothing with nobody else.
Somebody's in the picture. Word around town, he's seeing somebody.
It's pathetic and it's pitiful and I'm tired of it.
If Kevin don't leave the other woman alone, then I am not moving with him. He cannot see the kids no more and I'm going about my business. I might even move out the state. I want the judge to tell Kevin to move me back in our house together with our children, start taking care of his kids.
I want Judge then to tell Kavisha she need to straighten up or she need to move on to somebody else.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kavisha Drew and Kevin Drew. The two of you have been married for 15 years. You have 5 children together, but you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Drew, you are looking for $6,500 for a car, a U-Haul, and $1,800 for a townhome deposit. I'm going to talk to you about that momentarily. But before we do, Mrs. Drew, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what one of the primary issues is in your marriage and why you're trying to end it after 15 years?
Well, first of all, Your Honor, I don't know how and why so long, because this guy, he only wants to have sex on Sundays. He has the Sunday rule. The reason why is because on Monday, he's talking about, oh, we just did it yesterday. On Tuesday, I got to walk 3.7 miles just to exercise and get myself together because he wants to keep his stamina up, okay? So then on Wednesday, he's talking about, oh, it's workout day. I can't have sex today. Thursday, the kids are up too late. Friday, it's family night, we can't do it. And Saturday, oh, we'll do it tomorrow. Then on Sunday, he talking about, you know what time it is. It's only on Sunday, Your Honor. And I just can't understand that. And how
hang on for a second. Mr. Drew,
yes, ma'am.
Sex only on Sunday? Is this true?
I like to keep stuff on the schedule, and that's how I like to do it. I was in the military, so you like to keep stuff going on the same day. But it's more to the story than just that.
Well, what is it?
Well, we've been married for 15 years. We've been together longer than that.
Right.
We've had sex probably over 1 million times. So at a certain extent, it gets boring doing the same thing. When I try to catch her in the kitchen, she'll be cooking. I love to see when she cook.
Right.
I try to creep up behind her, try to get one in real quick while the kid's out there somewhere. She wants to stop what I'm doing right in the middle of it and say, no, let's go upstairs to the bedroom. I don't want to go in the bedroom. I want to do it right here. This is where the excitement's going to come from. I try to catch her in the closet when she about to go to the bathroom, get in the shower. I like to catch her right before she get in that shower, you know what I'm saying?
All right,
where everything's still natural. And then, now I got to go get in the shower first. I've been married with you for 15 years. I don't have to worry about no shower. I already know what you smell like. I'm good with that. I'm straight with that. We all right. You ain't got to hide nothing from me no more.
Now, Mrs. Drew, is it true that he tries to catch you a little, trying to make it romantic, a little mysterious, a little here and there?
All he doing doing is trying to get some Philly. He's not trying to have sex for real. Because when I tell him let's go upstairs, and then it's like, oh no, the kids are going around, they're gonna walk in the door and they're gonna catch us.
That's why I want to do it downstairs, because they upstairs.
How you gonna do it downstairs if they running around the house?
Because
that makes no sense, Your Honor.
Well, do you actually tell her, because I walked 3.7 miles, I can't have sex with you today? Is your stamina that bad?
No, this the thing. This the thing, Your Honor. When I go out, I gotta work. I do mechanic work, I go to school in the evening time, and I help my mother at her job. So when I finally get home, I still gotta go work out. So when I come home, I'm actually tired. That's only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm usually tired, I'm dead tired, my feet hurt. Then I come in the house, my kids running around. My youngest son is butt naked, running around manhood, flapping everywhere. So I gotta go make sure he's straight. Then it's no food being cooked. House is dirty, I gotta do all that. I gotta clean up, I gotta get over there, I gotta chef up on the stove. Then I gotta go make sure the clothes is washed, because she'll put the clothes in the washer and leave them there for a month. So then I gotta do that, and then when I finally get upstairs after I done worked, done took care of the kids, cooked and cleaned, and I finally decide that I wanna go work out and come home, it's 11 o'clock at night. Then she say, oh, you wanna get it in? No, I'm tired.
But that's every day, though.
I got you, Mr. Drew. I got you, Mr. Drew. Mrs. Drew, you say you have to be completely silent during sex. Explain that to me.
Yes. If I make some noise, he said, oh, you just turned me off. You just turned me off if I make a noise or if I make a certain face. I don't know what kind of face I'm making. I'm enjoying myself, right? So I'll make a certain face, and he'd be like, why you gotta make that ugly face? And then he just
now, Mr. Drew, as gently as you can, tell me what is distressing to you about her facial expressions or her voice when you're having sex.
First off, when we get into it and she really get, when she's satisfied, her voice get deep, like mine. And I don't want that, because I don't want a man, I want a woman. So anytime that I'm really doing what I gotta do, and she, oh yeah, that's great. No, of course. That's what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to still be going strong when I hear another dude in the room? Come on now.
Now, Mr. Drew, you gotta be a little flexible.
I mean,
in a moment of passion, you have to allow for however it expresses itself. Some men never hear that at all. You know what I'm saying? You're doing a good job. She's just trying to let you know.
But I'm saying I can't help myself. I don't want no other man in the room. So when I hear that, that's my reaction. Ain't nothing I can do about that.
He has a nasty attitude. He has a nasty attitude problem.
What do you mean he has a nasty attitude?
He gets mad at the kids and stay beefing with them. He called them people on the street. And he stay beefing with them for 3 or 4 days at a time and won't talk to them. Then if he gets an attitude for something I said or something I did, he'll run across the house and just knock all the pictures off the wall.
Better that than you.
And then one day, my daughter calls me and say, Daddy is yelling through the house, banging on the walls, talking about you stole his clothes, and he want his clothes back. Where did you put his clothes at? I said, okay, I'm on my way home. I gets home, he huffing and puffing like the big bad wolf and walk out the house. I said, okay, God got you. He goes outside and gets into a terrible accident where a 4x4 came through the windshield, almost took his head off. Because that's that attitude that he plays on. I keep telling him.
That ain't got nothing to do with attitude.
Yes, it has a lot to do with your attitude.
Car accident is linked to attitude?
No, Mr. Drew, I think what she's saying is that you go off half-cocked, you're angry, you go out there, and anything can happen to you.
Yes, exactly.
Do you throw the stuff off the wall, and do you beef with your kids for 5 days?
She over-exaggerates everything.
No, it's not an over-exaggeration.
Beefing means I'm not going to sit right here. If you decide that you want to disrespect me, I'm going to give you time to cool off.
Right.
She called that beefing because I'm not going to sit right here and I'm not going to talk to you. So if you got an attitude and I'm telling you this is what need to be done and you not doing, I'm gonna say, well, look, don't talk to me then until you get yourself correct.
So you give them the silent treatment until they come around.
But they be coming around.
They'll be coming around because they come around, I'm already there.
It'll be like with my daughter, she'll walk in, she have a pretty little dress on, she might be going to a recital or going somewhere to a gala or something. He won't even say, you look beautiful today. And I said, Kevin, you gonna speak to your daughter today? And he'll walk away. Like, I'm beefing with her. It's still beef mode.
Oh, okay. I think I got this part all wrapped up. Now what I want to talk about are the outside influences that you say are hurting the marriage.
We're not together anymore, so I moved out the house. So I'm now single. But all the women went straight to his inbox, and he's talking to all of them. There's several of them. So now I talk to my friend about it.
That's fine. You can talk to her because she in my inbox too.
Hang on, Miss Wade.
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Drew, why don't you tell me who Ms. Sapphire Faison is as you step forward?
When
Who
I
is she
need
to you?
somebody to confide in, this is my best friend. I confide in her. Faison, tell her what's going on, and you ain't Willy Wonka, so don't sugarcoat.
Mrs. Drew, you may run your house, but this is my house,
Okay.
and I run it. So you just relax.
Okay.
Now, Sapphire, why don't you tell me what you think is the primary problem in the Drews relationship?
Disrespect.
Objection.
Mr. Drew, don't interrupt. I will get to you. Why don't you explain that to me?
So she calls me one night, late, hysterical. I'm not understanding anything coming out of her mouth. So she lives really close to me, so I pull up at her house, and he's chucking her clothes out the door. He's locking her out of rooms, like the garage in their house has a deadbolt. She don't even know what's in that room.
It's a garage.
He's always with his mom. He's always with his mom.
That's because he wants his mother's milk and cookies. That's why he's always with his mother.
Okay. Mr. Drew, do you feel that Ms. Faison is in your business too much? And
Wait.
is she the outside influence you are worried about?
Way too much. I'm not worried about no outside influence. She needs to be worried about the outside influence because that's all she do. She preached that all her little friends, she give all of them victim stories. She posts stuff on Facebook. She puts stuff on Instagram. All these little memes about, oh, if he ain't doing this right, somebody else will, and all this other stuff. And she got all these friends jumping on it, don't even know the story.
Somebody to vent to.
Yeah, she needs somebody to vent to, tell the truth though. And then you come over here
That is her
and
truth.
come into my house.
Hey, don't argue between each other. Now, Mrs. Drew, are you one of these people that every time you get into an argument with your man, you got to post it to the world so everybody knows your business?
I did it one time. I made a
100.
huge mistake. I posted on Facebook that I'm now single because I moved out the house. We're not together anymore, so I moved out the house. So I put I'm now single. I was hurting actually, and I wanted somebody to talk to. But all the women went straight to his inbox, and he's talking to all of them.
That's what you
There's
get.
several of them. A long list of them. Cousins, friends, cousins, mothers. Everybody is in his inbox now. So now I talk to my friend about it.
That's fine. You can talk to her because she in my
let me
inbox
ask
too.
you, hang on, Miss Faison.
What do you mean by that?
Hey,
Just what I said.
Mr. Drew.
I mean,
Yes,
because you
ma'am.
could go over
Mr.
there
Drew,
with him.
stop. Mrs. Drew, stop. Ms. Faison, I'm going to ask you, what is your advice to Mrs. Drew? Do you think that she can fix this relationship, or are you advocating this divorce? Is that what you got going on in her ear?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you married?
No.
You got a man?
Yes.
Do you tell other people what to do with their men?
No.
Well, you telling her what to do with hers?
I mean, she vents to me. So my response is, you need to be in a situation where you're happy.
That whole time, then she get in my inbox, me and her talking, and then she tell me this conversation didn't happen. Yeah.
Ms. Faison, is that accurate? I see you biting your lip. That's a tell. Never go to Vegas. You did it. I see you right there. You did it. You got to be careful about friendships.
Yeah, I know.
They never should become primary over your relationship. You handle your relationship with your man in that house, in the room, not on post, not changing your marital status on some kind of social media. Don't make no sense. It's like trying to be married in the hall of a junior high. It won't work out.
See what happened, didn't you?
So I understand that Ms. Faison is not the only third-party influence that concerns us. We've already discussed her, so I think we ought to bring her out here. We're going to need to talk to your mother, Mr. Drew.
That's right.
And that's exactly what we're going to do.
In trouble now. I go over to help my mother. It's maybe about 11:30. I'm moving her boxes and, you know what I'm saying? I get a text on my phone. Are you over there having sex with your mother?
Who does that, Your Honor? Who does that?
That don't even make sense.
She has a husband, Your Honor.
This is
Why
what
her husband
don't
can't
make
move
sense.
herself?
Hold up. You didn't say that.
Yes, she did.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faison. You may have a seat. I appreciate your input. Ms. Drew, I also understand that you believe there is a third-party problem, and that's with Mr. Drew's mother. So I'm going to have Anna Marie Bell join us. Mr. Drew, what is your opinion with respect to the dissension between these two?
First of all, when we moved down here, a couple of months later, my mother moved down here. Now, it was her idea. I go over to help my mother. It's maybe about 11:30. I'm moving her boxes and, you know what I'm saying? I get a text on my phone. Are you over there having sex with your mother?
Who does that, Your Honor? Who does that?
That don't even make sense.
She has a husband, Your Honor.
This is
Why her
what
husband
don't even
can't
make
move
sense.
herself?
Hold up. You didn't say that.
Yes, she did.
Stop.
It was the circumstances around.
Oh, there's never no circumstances for that.
It's always circumstances with you.
Mrs. Drew. No.
It
I'm
just
about to
sounds
say
good.
something. What happens is you get upset and then you jump in the gutter. And the gutter is never a place from which a problem can get solved. He's having sex with her. You don't even go there. Whether you like her, you don't like her, whether she's into it or not. That's just the gutter. We do not resolve problems swimming in the gutter. Whoa. Now, Anna Maria, let me ask you this, and just be honest, because I see a lot of this out there where mothers and sons are tighter than the sons with the wives, and there seems to be a lack of separation there. Do you believe that she has, as the Bible requires, left the home of the parents and cleaved with his wife?
Your Honor, I let my son be a man. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. He has a family and a wife to take care of, and I don't interfere with that. But when he calls me up and he says he needs me, I'm not gonna close the door on him like she wants me to. She told me before, any mother, real mother, any real mother, if the wife and the husband are having a fight, wouldn't let the husband in because he needs to be outside and suffer. Who says that to? I'm not gonna let my son stop. No. He left you to get away from you.
Go be a man. He left her. We are not going to do that.
He left her to get away from her. So I'm not going to let my son be out in the street. Something happened to him. Oh, no, then I'm going to look at her.
Okay.
Okay?
I got it.
Bottom line.
At the end of the day, however, Mrs. Drew, I believe your overriding concern with Mrs. Bell is that you believe she's trying to set him up with different women.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to deal with that particular allegation. Now, Mrs. Drew, I'm going to ask you to tell me briefly and succinctly and without any flowery language, why do you believe Mrs. Bell is setting your husband up with other women?
Because if it's not her, it's somebody else. Matter of fact, it was on many occasions where I called her,
Mr. Drew.
where I called her and asked her, where's my husband at? I'm looking for my husband over several different days, you know, I'm looking for my husband. And she'll keep telling me, oh, he's gone to the store, or he'll call you back later. I have him call you when he get in. Come to find out he was living with another woman.
Lies, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lies.
Then another woman at the job, she has a friend at the job, and her daughter, she introduced my husband to her daughter, and they've been kicking it. So it's like on several occasions, it's different women.
I got you. Mrs. Bell, do you want to respond to those allegations?
Oh, my God. This girl, she lies through the skin of her teeth. You know what? At the end of the day, she's a hater. At the end of the day, I can introduce my son to anyone that I choose to. This girl has to get over herself, okay? She's weak-minded. That's why I call her a nitwit get-wit. Okay? Because she's simple-minded and she'll get with anybody to get what she wants.
I got you, Ms. Bell. Let me allow Mr. Drew to speak for momentarily here. Mr. Drew,
help me, Lord.
Are you cheating on her or are you not?
No, I'm not cheating on her. I can talk to people just like she talked to people. Half our relationship, she been talking to dudes. Like I said, when I cut my hair, the next month, she was messing with every dude with dreads in the vicinity of our city.
Seriously?
For like 6 months.
But you haven't cheated.
No, I ain't got no reason to. If I was gonna do that, I did that a long time ago.
So that's not your thing?
No, that's not my thing. I like to keep it real. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna tell you I did it. And I'm gonna invite you to join, and if you wanna get in it, then we can all have fun. But I'm not gonna sit around and sleep. I'm too old for that. I ain't got time to be sneaking around no more. I got kids and stuff I gotta worry about.
As he said that, I was talking to other men when we weren't together.
But we was married, though.
Hang on. I have yet another witness that I believe will shed some light on this matter. So could that witness come forward, please? Would you please stand over there in the witness box? Good day. Thank you for joining us. Could you please state your name?
Jasmine Jeffrey.
And Mr. Drew, who is Miss Jeffrey to you?
She a friend. She cool people. That's my mother's boss's daughter.
Mrs. Bell, is that accurate?
Yes, she is.
Are you just a friend?
I am. I am. That's why I don't understand what's going on. She calls me, accusing me of sleeping with him and doing XYZ with him. We're legit friends. I've known his mom for a while.
Right.
When I moved down there, his mom introduced me to him. He wasn't dealing with her.
Right, yeah. This looks like a whole new story that we're getting into. And we're going to need some more time for this. I'm going to adjourn this matter for a moment, collect my thoughts, collect all my witnesses. This court's adjourned.
Every time she catch an attitude with me, the first thing she do is she slap on her bulletproof vest, which is all 5 of my kids, and she say, well, if you can't get along with me, or if you don't do what I say, you will never see your kids again.
Exactly.
You will never see your kids again.
He went in the store and left his phone in the car. And this girl called and her picture pops up. But also in the phone is pictures of a little boy. So I want to know who is the little boy. Because it ain't my kids. My kids all look the same. This baby looks nothing like them.
Mr. Drew, do you know what little boy she's referring to? Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because Tavaria pretty much won't let up and compromise and move in a house that I built.
We've been officially engaged like a year and a half, 2 years, but I caught him cheating with another man.
A lot of women out here would love a guy that would buy them a house, buy them a car.
I just need to know if I'm the one that completes him as far as me being a woman versus the opposite sex.
If Tavaria don't move forward and start our own family with me, then I'm pretty much out.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Tyrese Lee and Tavoria Rush, you two are back, and I think I know why. You came here on a before your vows. I peeped an issue you said it wasn't really one, but now I think it rose up to haunt you. So based upon the fact that you didn't say there was a problem, I said this, but now the problem you said wasn't is, and I may say something else. Let's see what I said the first time. You got a great woman here.
Yes,
Keep her, love her, take care of her. You got a great man here. Keep him, love him, take care of him, and when you get out of here, you take this license and marry him. This matter is adjourned. We're going to talk about that problem I peeped that you said wasn't a problem. But I'm going to start with you, Mr. Lee. Why don't you tell me what you think the problem is?
When we left the show the last time, I thought things would get better. We left saying that we would take care of each other's needs and wants. I did just that. I worked on being a provider. I prepared myself to be a husband. I got a house built for her, bought her a car, got my mind right, and it all just backfired. Even less time we spend together, less time that we see each other, less of everything, less of love making, just less of Tavaria. And all I wanted was more, to provide a family, a home, to be able to be the husband that you wanted me to be. I did all that, and still I get less.
Ms. Russ, what do you have to say about that?
Well, Judge Toler, it is good seeing you got upgraded on your set. As far as less is concerned, I don't believe that there's less. There is less as far as we don't spend no time, because his off days are my busy days when it comes to that. As far as him providing for me, we've provided for each other. He's upgraded. He's stepped his game up. You know, he's more, his profession has changed. You know, I've elevated in my clientele as far as my profession has changed. But when it comes to being a provider, we've both been a provider. I work just as hard as he do.
That's wonderful. To me, both people on the come up is a wonderful thing. You're talking about, he's not saying he's doing more than you. He's saying, I've upped my game. I bought the house. I want her to move in with me, but she doesn't seem interested. That's what he's saying.
It was never that I was never interested. We talked about building a home together from day one. But building a home together was about building a home with us too, not me, him, and another person.
So here we go. There's the issue. Who's that other person?
I guess his homeboy.
I guess his homeboy. Now, see, last time I talked to you and I asked you straight out, do you think that he may be gay? And you wished and you washed and you finally let it go. So I figured, okay, that's not a problem. But it is a problem, is it not?
Yes, it's a problem.
Tell me what the problem is.
Well, Tyrese just seems to love people.
See, you're wishing and washing on me again.
I can only tell you, Judge Toler, what he tells me.
What has he told you?
He said, I just love people.
Mr. Lee, why do you think she won't marry you?
The reason why Tavira won't marry me, because she likes to provide for her family more than she likes to provide for her man.
Are you very involved with your family, so much so that you can't create a life with Mr. Lee?
I am extremely involved with my family. That I would not deny. Because, for one, I didn't have a family to be involved with. So me helping my family over the last 4 years is because I didn't want to see them stranded out on the streets. So if I'm in a position to help them better their lives instead of seeing them behind jail somewhere, then I'm going to do that. But I have been there for Tyrese. When Tyrese needs me to cook, clean, I was there for him. When he wants, when there was a little lack on the loving, I picked the loving up. But I can't pick the loving up if he ain't stepping up to the plate and providing for me mentally, emotionally, and sexually. He giving all that attention to somebody else.
And that's the problem.
That is the problem. They say a good man is very hard to find. I'm not saying that he's not a good man. You know, he has a great job, good credit, and you know that is rare. You know what I'm saying? But it's attracting to both sexes.
Right.
And what he needs to figure out is which side he want to play on.
And there it is.
I ain't got to figure out what side I need to play on.
Mr. Lee, we do have to talk about that. We do have to talk about that. And that's what we didn't talk about last time. And I think that's why you're in this current trick bag. But let me ask you this, Mr. Lee. If it isn't that, why do you think she's not committing to you? Because you done brought all the good stuff to the table.
Yeah, 5 years ago when we came on the show, I didn't know. I was younger. It's 2018. I don't like labels because labels put you in a box, and that's all people know you for. That's the first thing. If I say, oh, I'm gay. Oh, you know, Tyrese, he gay Tyrese. No, I'm not. I'm Tyrese. I'm a black, educated man who works very hard. I'm a provider. I love hard. I'm passionate. But when I'm with somebody, I am committed. We've been going through our ups and downs. During the down times, I tried a little to see if I liked it. I did. But I came right back to her, and that was over. When I came right back to her, I'm with her. So whether I'm with a male or female, when I'm with that person, that's who I'm committed to.
I got you. You're committed. I got you working hard. But the thing we got to get to, if you're gay or not. Because if you're gay, this ain't going to work.
The only gay I am is happy.
Well. We need to explore that, because I understand more than happiness has been happening. Who was that somebody else?
He told me that was his homeboy. I had seen him around before, but I didn't know that was his homeboy.
Ain't nobody else at home.
You believe he's playing on both teams?
Nah.
Child, I don't know.
Tell me what happened with that other guy.
One of my clients saw him out with another guy, and he just hit me up on IG, DM me the picture, and I asked him about it. One thing I will say about him is that he's not gonna lie to me. You know what I mean? He tried to brush it around, but
Is this the picture you saw?
He's light talk. No. See, none of the other pictures I got an issue with.
Those are the pictures he posts on IG?
Yeah, them the pictures he posts on IG. See, this is why I be saying, you know, I don't need everybody seeing what you working with. I said, what's this about? This hump day Wednesday, what's going on?
So you did cheat with a guy?
I did have an encounter. I did.
You did have an encounter, just one?
It was just one time, Your Honor.
You said in your compatibility this time that you had a problem with his femininity.
When he's not having his way, he'll throw a tantrum. There's worse than a woman. And then the Instagram thing, that's a woman thing. All up in the mirror in the bathroom, taking pictures in your boxes, in your underclothes. I know, but I ask him, I say, Hump Day Wednesday, why you laying on the bed showing your butt? You got more butt than me. His answer to me is, I'm just showing my gains. You know, I be in the gym. He's still in the gym. He was in the gym before we came here.
Well, the guy who hit you up on IG sent you a picture of him with somebody else. Who was that somebody else?
He told me that was his homeboy. I had seen him around before, but I didn't know that was his homeboy.
Nah.
Ain't nobody else at home.
Well, somebody would be home if he went out at the gym all the time. Why do I gotta sit in the house?
Why do you have a problem with the gym?
Because that's where he found his homeboy at.
You say sex is not that important to you and she's a bit of a freak. Are you not sexually compatible?
I think we are, but when you get less and less of it, it's just you get used to it and you get tired of begging.
Do you believe you have a healthy sex life?
Oh, I've had a healthy sex life.
Oh, yes.
With him? I'm talking about with him. Oh, see there?
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about somebody else.
We finna get to the grits now.
Yeah, because when he was sitting here lying to y'all about it happened in his downtime, mine's happened after his time.
It still ain't right.
What the heck are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, Yana. Can I tell it?
Please tell it, because she speaks in riddles.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I know, let me tell it.
No, let him tell it.
I think I'm gonna put some seasoning on it.
Well, season it so I can taste
so
it.
I go
What's
over her
happening?
house, I'm watching TV, I fall asleep. I notice she keep going in and out the room, in the bathroom, and she taking her phone. And I'm peeping, but I'm kind of acting like I'm dozing off. So then she go downstairs. So I fall asleep, but then I wake up because I get thirsty. I like drinking water and juice at night. So I get up and get me a glass of water. So I'm coming down the stairs, and I see her at the kitchen table reading. I'm like, okay. So I go down and I walk up on her. I'm like, oh, I'm reading the letter and it says, Bobby, inmate. So she want to go from sugar to somebody straight out the hood, a gutter snipe, straight out the hood in jail that can't do nothing for her. But she rather have that. So yeah, the loving got a little less. I started to kind of fall back a little.
Hey. You guys are still talking in riddles and around, so I've got somebody who's going to help me out. Ms. Russ, your sister is here to give me her point of view on what's going on. Is he gay? Do you think he's gay?
I do believe that he's confused about who he wants to be with.
I want to be with somebody that will love me unconditionally.
He was getting all of that until he stepped out of our relationship with a man.
How would you feel if your partner refused to label their sexual orientation? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I want to talk to you about your compatibility test.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Okay?
Yeah, let's see this.
I want to hear this too.
I don't know what you people were doing when you wrote this down.
Okay. Oh.
In these compatibility tests, I never heard the word love, trust, care, honor, respect, sport, anything. I don't know how I got to giving you a marriage license the first time. I don't know. I was on some kind of psychotropic drug or something. I don't know. I don't know how I got there. I think what I saw was two good people, but I'm not sure if you're two good people that are right for one another. So I have brought your sister here, Shani Bell. Would you come forward, please? Stand there next to your sister. And why don't you tell me what you think and what you see when you see these two together?
Well, Your Honor, honestly, I see confusion amongst them. But on the
Is he
other
gay?
hand,
Do you think he's gay? I don't understand. Because if they're not sexually compatible, family, no family, money, no, it doesn't matter.
when I first met Tyreek, it was in the back of my mind a little bit. Maybe he could be, but I know I couldn't really tell the difference between a metrosexual and a homosexual. So, I waited until firm evidence was presented. My sister's been talking to me about it, and I do believe that he's confused about who he wants to be with
I ain't
sexually.
confused.
You're not confused?
I know who I want to be with.
No.
I want to be with somebody that's loving, that will love me unconditionally.
See, he's trying to make me out to be like I was just this less of a woman. Like I ain't give him no love,
Stop.
that I didn't provide for him.
Never said
I
that.
wasn't sleeping with him and XYZ. But he was getting all of that until he stepped out of our relationship with the man.
With the man.
I could compete with another woman.
Right.
I ain't got what a man got.
Right. Do you believe he's gay?
I guess I have to say yes,
But there is such a thing as bisexuality. And if
that's what I
somebody
think.
Can you
if-
pizza and Chinese food?
Yeah.
If he's bisexual, That doesn't mean he just likes guys. He can pick and choose because he likes both, and he can choose you and be satisfied with you like people do when they choose one man or one woman.
Now that is, I'm glad you said that, Judge Toler. See, Your Honor, let me tell you, child.
Don't call me child.
I mean, Judge Toler, Your Honor, let me tell you. I believe that he is bisexual. I don't have, if we're going to move forward as husband and wife, I need to be confident that I'm the one that totally completes Tyrese. You know, I don't want us to fall out, or he feel like I'm not giving him enough attention, or I feel like he's not giving me enough attention, and we both step out on each other while we're in a relationship. See, when he stepped out on me, we were together. When I did my thing, we were not together.
So you stepped out on him in revenge?
In revenge.
We was having our ups and downs.
And two wrongs don't make a right. Now, I ain't saying I was wrong. I mean, I was right for doing that. However, my friend was in place at the time when I needed somebody to talk to, even though he wasn't
she went to
out in the physical.
Florida, too.
Yes, I did.
Was that Bobby from prison?
That was him from prison.
And so you got to Bobby
in a halfway
from
house.
prison. In a halfway house.
We ain't go down the halfway.
Lord.
He's out now.
Okay, good enough, good enough. Ms. Bell, please sit down. Yes. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Okay.
I'm going to sit here for a minute, gather myself, and try to say something intelligent. Today's question sponsored by, would you marry your fiancé believing that he was bisexual? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I'm going to say what I said last time, and then I'm going to say something else. I do believe you are two good people. I think you are well-directed. I think you're kind. I think you're loving. I think that what I saw was two people who really cared about each other. But what I got a hint of that you didn't really want to explore was an issue that I think that I see a great deal in our community is women concerned about their guys being on the down low and being bisexual, and what a concern it brings to the table when you are not certain of his sexuality. And I think that you need to make a decision about what you are and are not comfortable with.
Right.
That's what you have to do. It doesn't have to do with your family. It doesn't have to do with anything other than that. But that is a singular decision that you have to make, because that is the bottom line, that you're afraid to commit to a guy that you believe still enjoys having sex with men. And I think that we are, as a community in general, often faced with that concern. My understanding is that bisexual people can choose who they want to be with, just like, you know, there's a lot of guys out there. I picked the one I wanted and kept him. So that can happen, but you have to decide what you're comfortable with in your heart and stop using all these other excuses and reasons for why we're not together, because underneath all of that, that is the issue. And Mr. Lee, you have to be honest with yourself, and you have to address what your needs and concerns really are. Don't worry about what other people think of you. Who cares? You really have to address what it is you want, who it is you want, and how you'd like to get it.
Well, I do.
Okay, well, but you're here. Absent the answer to that question, you two have no business being together on that level, because that underlies everything. Correct. So this second license that you brought to me, first time I gave it to you, this time, see what I'm gonna do? Gonna take it and just rip it right up.
I knew it.
Tear it up. Find out who you are, find out what you're comfortable with, and then decide whether to get married. But whatever you do, if you decide to marry, not marry, don't come back here.
See, Your Honor?
It's matters of...
Don't say that.
Judge Lynn had a lot to say today for the second time.
Right.
What's some advice you're going to walk away with after hearing what she had to say today?
We have to get to the bottom line. And the bottom line is, what is it that he wants? And if I'm comfortable with moving forward in a marriage, knowing that he could be bisexual.
Would you call yourself bisexual?
I wouldn't call myself Nobody but me. Right. I just love love. I love people. When I meet somebody, whether male or female, if I connect with you in that special way, then you chosen.
Today on Divorce Court.
All right, so I'm in court today because of my fiance. We have a couple issues. Well, I have issues with him. Pretty much an addiction to video games.
My favorite game, they track your time, and since I started playing that game, I've recorded over 3,000 hours.
And I'm like, oh wait, just 1 second, one more game. And I'm like, no, we have to go.
I want the judge to explain to her that I'm a great man and that I am the one for her.
Stephon, I want you to put down the video games and pick me up a little bit more.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nosha Rose and Stephon Jennings. The two of you, you're young, 23 and 22. You've been engaged. You've been together for a year, engaged for 2 months, got no kids. Hallelujah. But you're not quite sure whether or not you should get married, so you came to me for before your vows. I've taken a look at your compatibility test, and now I want to know from you, Ms. Rose, why are you here? Why do you love him, but you're not quite sure this should work?
Well, I love him to death. I think God made him specifically for me. But God didn't tell me about the little issues I was gonna have. One mainly in particular is his addiction
to
video games.
Video
games. And okay, I know he's a boy, he's young, like you said, but it's a problem. Like it's a
How much video gaming does he do?
300 hours in 2 months.
In 2 months?
Yes, and that's just one game. Remember, he plays other games. This is just his favorite one.
Do you have 300 hours in one game over 2 months?
I mean, I only play 2 games currently, so yeah, kinda.
Do you think that's a little much?
Not really, because usually I do all my work first, and then the games are always my second
thing.
Yeah.
What do you do after that?
Hang with her.
Hang with her?
Yeah, hang with her, chill with her, anything else we kind of want to do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't have any other hobbies or anything that you do? Do you go places?
I mean, my hobby is kind of my job, my career, so...
Your hobbies, what's your career?
Oh, I do photography and videography, and I also host my own events.
Okay. Photography, videography. And when you say you host your own events, what kind of events are those?
I host car shows, and I also host parties at like clubs or my own venue that I'll find out and scope out.
Lucrative?
Very.
Really? I think that's fabulous. What do you do for a living?
That's what we do together. He
you do it
he
together?
put I instead of we, yeah.
Okay.
I'm the brains behind all this.
And I'm the hard work one.
Do you think you have a video game problem? I mean, 300 hours in 2 months, that's a lot.
I don't think so.
Like, for instance, let me tell you this. I took away all your video games for a week. Would you be upset? Would it bother you? Would you be nervous? Would you have to have a drink?
No, I'll just find something else to do. If it's not available, I'll just find something else to do. If it's available, I'll do it. But if it's not, then it's just not.
It's not a problem. Not an issue.
No, not an issue at all.
Not an issue at all. Do you think she wants you to spend more time with her? Let's ask her. Hey, Ms. Rose, would you like him to spend more time with you?
I would like him to spend more time with me, I guess, like at night. But like there's certain things that I want to do. Just lay, cuddle, watch a movie, watch Netflix, We do that in the day, but like...
So you're telling me he lacks intimacy with you playing that game?
We'll be having sex, and there's one time specifically that we, doing it, and he was behind me, and I had to put my head down for a second.
So much more information than I was looking for.
Oh, I thought I was making it, But yeah.
We'll go ahead and finish.
So
we're there now.
I had to, put my head down a little bit, And I look up. He has the controller in his hand and the headset on. And he's not playing the game. Oh my God!
In my defense,
Mr. Jennings.
In my defense, she gets what she wants. I get what I want. We both happy.
Oh my goodness, Mr. Jennings, really? You're distracted.
Not at all. Honestly,
you're not doing your best work. You're not dedicated to the proposition of pleasing.
Well, I had no idea until I looked up. So he was doing a decent job.
Oh, boy.
Do you go outside much?
A lot.
Do you really? Where you go?
I go out, she's usually with me, so we usually do things together. So we usually go to the movies, or I'll take her out, like, we'll take random trips to, like, Naples, which is, like, 2 hours drive to the other coast of Florida and stuff like that. Like,
oh, that's a good thing.
Yeah, we do
That's a good thing.
extravagant things like that, you know what I mean, with our time. I don't like doing, like, the small things, like...
You know, what are the small things?
Small things are, like going out to dinner or stuff like that. Like, I'd rather plan bigger events for us and stuff like that. I don't usually go out with my friends because I don't really have that much friends, so...
Is that true? On the daily, he's kind of absent, but he goes big when he goes?
Well, he's very antsy. So, you know, like I said, I like to lay down and watch a whole Netflix series, like, for the whole day. He can't do that. He'll be like, all right, so, babe, what are we doing next? What are we doing? Let's go somewhere. Let's do something. Like, come on, go. And just, like, relax. And then if I'm, you know, not down to do anything, then, that's the whole leeway for him to just hop right on the video game.
And that's it.
Exactly.
So you guys ever sit at home and just talk?
I guess we're together so much that, like, you know, he hears me yap as much as it is, so he just sits and listens.
Oh, he doesn't listen. I'm telling you that right now. I know he doesn't listen.
I mean, I'm a communication...
He lets you yap, but he ain't listening. This is experience talking. Married 30 years. He's heard like about 1/10 of what I said. And that's on a good day. I'm going to switch topics here and go on to something else. I understand, Ms. Rose, that you come from a very religious background, and that the fact that you and Mr. Jennings, and now the whole world knows that you guys are intimate prior to marriage, your family has a great deal of problem with that. So I want to talk about how that is affecting this relationship.
They don't think that we should kiss, hold hands, none of that, out of wedlock. They believe all that should be done with...
No kissing or holding hands?
Yeah, like they've told me their stories, like our grandparents, about how they would just read the Bible together until they got married, and then after they got married, that's when they started doing all those...
They just figured it out from there. So, Ms. Rose, tell me about your family. They are very religious?
Yes.
And are they unhappy with the fact that you two have intimate relationships even though you're not married?
Well, they love Stefan, but they don't love the fact that they know that we're intimate. I had a pregnancy scare, actually, and my family, like, lost it, kind of.
Right.
They didn't even know I was intimate.
Right.
At all. So to hear that I'm pregnant, it's like, oh, wow, you must have
You
been.
told them?
Yeah. I was scared. We had to leave our vacation early and everything. We went to vacation in the Turks and Caicos. That's where he's from. And it was amazing. We were supposed to stay for like a month, and I cut it short to a week because I was scared that I might have been pregnant.
Why didn't you just find out down there? I'd have stayed on vacation, because if you were pregnant, the damage is already done.
The hospital care on the island is non-existent, so her doing all those things down there was not an option.
Do you think that her family's views on sex at all impacts your relationship, or you really just kind of blow it off?
I don't blow it off because I respect her and her family, so I try to keep like the PDA
to a minimum, private
or away from them, from their eyes. Exactly why when she had her pregnancy scare, they just found out, oh, she's having sex. Like, that's a big thing. They don't think that we should kiss, hold hands, none of that, out of wedlock. They believe all that should be done with...
No kissing or holding hands?
Yeah, like they've told me their stories, like our grandparents, about how they would just read the Bible together until they got married, and then after they got married, that's when they started doing all those...
They just figured it out from there. Ms. Rose, why don't you tell me of your concerns or insecurities about his Instagram life and the women that he meets there?
Mr. Stefan, also known as Bang Coop, has 25,000
As whom?
Bang Coop.
B-I-N-G?
No. B-A-N-G-C-O-U-P-E. Bang Coop. If you'd like me to tell you how he got that name, or if you want to ask him, that's up to you.
How'd you get that name?
All right.
Okay, I'll tell it. So it wasn't me, but it was some other girl in the car, and they were banging in the coupe, and that's how he got Bang Coupe. So I guess I'm Bang Coupe 2.0 or whatever.
To elaborate on the story, this was totally way before I met her.
It could have been two way before. You're only 22. There is no way before.
I mean, I've been driving since I was 16, so we were just doing what we were doing in the coupe, and one of my friends rolled up on us.
You were doing it in the car somewhere where people could roll up on you? I must be so old. It's just, you know, at least we hid. Ms. Rose, why do you, but I want to go back to Bang Coop's business. Do the women on Instagram bother you? And who are they, and what is he doing with them?
Well, the fact that he has a lot of followers, I try not to let it get to me, but of course, every girlfriend has their little insecurities and jealousy. He does photography, so, you know, I call them social media sluts or, you know, hoes or thoughts. Excuse me, I have a lot of names for them. And, you know,
Well, is he doing anything inappropriate with them, or is he just taking pictures?
The pictures are slightly inappropriate.
Okay, well, Nick, could you bring me the pictures?
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Jennings, why don't you explain to me what you're doing and why?
Only thing I think she could say that I do is that when they DM me, obviously everything's run through my social media. So when they send me instant messages and stuff like that, she also has the password to my phone and everything. She can clearly see who hits me up, what I'm saying back to them. And she comes with me to some of my shoots also, so she knows what's going on behind.
You got nothing to hide.
Huh?
You got nothing to hide.
Yeah. Like, she has the fingerprint to my phone. I really have nothing to hide.
You joined in this picture. Was she there that day?
No.
I want to go to the next issue. You know, you have proposed to her, but she has concerns that you only proposed to her because you believe she was pregnant at the time. So I want to discuss that next.
Oh my gosh, very religious, no sex in a wetlock, and might be pregnant.
Did her family lean on you when they thought she was pregnant? What would you do if your partner's video game addiction interfered with your intimacy? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Rose, do you really think he only proposed to you because he thought you were pregnant at the time?
Not just the fact that I thought I was pregnant, but also my family and how their customs are and, you know, rules. I know that they had a talk with him at some point in our relationship, but I could just imagine what was, you know, talked about in that conversation. So I'm kind of putting two and two together, like, oh my gosh, very religious, no sex in a wetlock, and might be pregnant. That baby needs two solid parents. And
did her family lean on you when they thought she was pregnant?
When we got back from vacation and she kind of just let everyone else in her family know, they came straight to me and were like, look, listen, if this is true, then you definitely are going to have to go down to the church right now, get married. Like, you cannot move any more forward without being married, and so on and so forth. So I did feel the pressure, but yet again, I know what we want, and I know we don't want that running to a church and just getting married because someone told us. I think it should be something we choose and decide and give. And you only get married once. Well, you should
in an ideal world.
Yeah, you should only get married once.
And
that one time should just be that magical time. So running down to the church and getting married because she's pregnant isn't ideally a magical.
But had she turned out to be pregnant instead of just a scare, would you have gone on and married her because of the pressure and because of how much consternation she would have had? Then why did you propose just at that moment?
I bought the ring before we went on vacation to Turks and Caicos, which she didn't know. And I took her to, because I used to live there, I know all the private spots. So I took her to a nice little private beach spot. And I was just gonna it was supposed to be like a promise ring kind of thing to solidify our relationship together. And I don't know, like, literally 5 minutes before I actually talked to her right there on the beach, something just told me, I don't know, skip the promise ring part and just go to the engagement part. Let her, that shows that you're actually serious, you know what I mean? Anyone could just buy a promise ring and give it to a girl, you know what I mean? But being engaged and having an engagement, that's a lot bigger than just, you know, a promise.
Mr. Jennings, I like you. All grown over there at 22. I got 40-year-olds in here don't have as much sense as you do. That was wonderful. You got a good brother over here. I like him. I like you too, but he's a little special. Do you have any temptation at all from those women that hit you up on Instagram?
Oh, not at all.
None?
Not at all. What can they offer me what she can't? You know what I mean? That's how I look at it.
Is there anything you've seen him do, say, in his DM, anything like that in the comment sections that leads you to believe that he leads these women on?
Girls are crazy. They'll do anything, you know,
Really?
if it means, you know, their followers. This big thing about followers today is like, it's nonsense. It's like a disease. Like, they need more followers or else they'll die. Like, it's crazy. And they can get it from him if they get a photo shoot from him or maybe some more, you know?
No, I got you. You're not interested, though, are you?
Not at all. I'm here for the money.
Okay. I heard that. And I ain't mad at you either. Let me tell you what I think about this whole thing. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your family imposed their extreme religious views on your relationship? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I don't know how I could possibly like you two more. And I know, you know, you're young and fun and you're doing these crazy things on the Instagram and all that kind of stuff. But you're making money at it. You're not just doing it to fool around and play around, and you're in the business with him, managing the whole thing and making it run. What a lovely thing to have two people who are mature. They love each other. They're working at a business together. They know where the line is. Most days, I'm gonna say something to you about the video games, but most days they know where the line is. He don't want to rush to get married just because of this, and you know, the thought that went into that. Why give her a promise ring? Anybody can do that. Let me let this woman know that she's my future by giving her an engagement ring. Oh, you sound so good over there. I mean, it's wonderful to see, especially at your age. You're so very, very young, and it's so very wonderful. I will just say this for all of us over 55. Watch out that your life does not become confined to a screen. And the only thing, there's one thing we don't know what it does to the brain. Neoplasticity. Your brain changes how it functions based upon what you do regularly. That's how addicts get addicted, is because the regular pleasure centers keep getting poked with the wrong thing. And I'm just saying, be careful of that. You say you have it contained. I haven't met an alcoholic yet who says, I can stop if I want to. Not a one. And this is just another behavior that hits that pleasure center of the brain easily. So you always, just like anybody with alcohol, with opiates, with anything else, you got to watch how often you do it. And you always have to do everything in moderation. You go too far with anything, it could just go off the road. And you've got a great woman here. I mean, she's fabulous. She's beautiful. She loves you to death. She doesn't mind if you play video games while having sex with her. This is deep. That is a deep, abiding love. I'd have hit you on the head with something personally. But anyway, listen, I wish you the best. Go, you know, take your time, do it in your own time, but take this woman on and marry her and have a wonderful, fabulous life. And I may even follow you on Instagram. This matter is adjourned.
Are we convinced this is it? This full on, full throttle?
Absolutely.
This is my twin, female twin.
What are the wedding plans?
Wedding plans? Turks and Caicos Grand Turk. You're invited.
I got it's coming up. Great. All right, cool. I appreciate you guys. I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Right.
today on Divorce Court?
I'm here on Divorce Court today because I'm dealing with whether or not I would like to continue an open relationship with my husband.
The open relationship is no longer working for me because I never intended it to be totally open.
A lot of times I really don't get a chance to explore the way I would like to, but I do get a chance to explore the way he would prefer.
I can be content with not having a threesome with her anymore.
I would like the judge to tell Marty that he is not right all the time.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Poetica Bay and Madiel. Did I get that right? Madiel?
Yes, Judge.
Yeah, okay, Madiel. The two of you have been together for 15 years, married for 10 years. You have come to a difficult patch, and you've come to see me in order to get some assistance. Mr. L, everybody's probably going to wonder, your head attire is for religious purposes, and you have a walking cane because you do have a disability. Am I accurate?
Judge.
People would be interested to know.
I'm a disabled veteran.
You're getting veteran. He's not trying to get his Wakanda on. It's just...
Yeah, just not Wakanda, Judge. Things should go around.
All right. Mrs. Ben, I'll start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and how we got to this point?
Well, Your Honor, we're in an open relationship. And
just came out with it.
I'm tired of the fat Felicias that he keeps bringing home. These women either want to freak or they want to fart around. They're not serious. And if I find someone, I feel like he's being Petty Davis and he won't allow me to explore my side of the open relationship.
When you say open relationship, you mean you bring additional women into the bedroom with the two of you?
Yes.
But you don't have sex with other people without each other?
Not all the time.
Okay. But you don't like that kind of women he gravitates toward.
Not at all.
And he never brings home or allowed you to bring in the kind of women that you like.
No, he gets Petty Davis. He'll say that they're granola eating, they're too skinny, they have hair under their armpits. All of these petty things. I mean, we're older. I think that you should allow people to be themselves. He just likes one type of person, a fat Felicia.
This is a first.
I
must say, Mr. L, what is your point of view on the company that you bring into the relationship?
Well, I feel like I'm probably more idealistic and like I'm a Taurus, so it's like I'm practical minded. So if they fat, I think they're gonna cook. She's a whole artist. You know, Poetica's a singer and all that, and she's a whole green goddess diva and all that. But, you know, I eat, Judge.
She can't cook.
She can cook. She won't cook.
She won't cook.
Yeah.
So if you get a heavy lady, you figure she's throwing down in the kitchen, and you get something to eat.
Yeah.
It's what you're telling me.
Sometimes, you know, I kind of get stuck there because I don't want to have to do it all the time, and it just snowballs into other stuff.
Your Honor, they're fat and they don't cook.
How did you two meet? This has been going on a long time. I wonder how two people with this same particular thing find one another.
Right.
Well, we've known each other since we were very young. We were teenagers together in Philadelphia. We were young artists, activists, very socially conscious people, cared a lot about a lot of things. And so we got together as adults. He changed a lot. I mean, he went into the military. Now he's a veteran. He's a disabled veteran. But I'm still an artist. I still have some of the same belief systems that I had before. And I want him to give up some of the things we had when we were young. I don't want him to be an artist activist anymore. I don't want him.
Well, what do you want him to give up other than the heavy women?
My job.
Well, he's a chaplain, and being a chaplain is like a volunteer service. You know, they have chaplains at the hospital.
Right.
They have chaplains at the police department.
Right.
And it's a thankless position. I mean, you don't get paid.
Do you want him to get a paying job? Is that your complaint?
I do, but no, not so much. I just want him to give up some of these women. Like, some of them want to pay him in coupons. They need help from him.
They want to pay the chaplain in coupons?
They sure do. I thought it was strange myself, but they actually do. they'll have situations where they need his help. He might have to do paperwork that might require actual funding, mailing something, getting it certified, and they want to pay $2 in cash and the rest the other way.
Y'all just came off the street, didn't you? You in here pranking me.
But see, when I grew up with her, we on South Street. It's a popular street in Philadelphia. Okay.
I used to live in Philly.
Oh, so you know South Street?
Yes, I do.
So we were hip-hoppers in the 90s doing teenagers,
right.
High schoolers and all that. You know, I kind of grew up and started doing other things. I'm having a big issue, and for me, that's just part of the issue.
What is the issue?
Well, the issue now is that, like, she wants me to give up my work as a chaplain, and most of my work is in Philadelphia, New York territory, and I'm not comfortable with giving up my position and taking care of the finances and all that.
Your Honor,
she started making money in the last 6 months, and so she wants me to quit it all because she's living it up on South Beach.
I want him to perform with me. I want him to play the tambourine. Yes, I do. I want him to do work with me.
You get paid to play the tambourine?
I get paid to sing, and I think he should play the tambourine for me. I think he should support what I'm doing. He's a disabled vet. He doesn't have to run around and do anything for money.
Y'all out here messing with my head. You want to see it explode, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not fair to me where I feel I got to pay for everything. So just because she's 6 months been making money, whatever, that doesn't make me comfortable where I still have to pay for everything. Anything goes wrong, I have to pay for it. She brings these granola eating chicks around. They don't really pan out either. So it's something where I got to go get them from Bumble Town and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. We're going to land back on the earth here in a minute. And we're going to talk about the difficulties you have in raising the children, because you don't agree on how to parent.
When him and I got together, he was married already. I was actually the person on the side. I was the girlfriend. And I became the wife, which I'm very proud of. At least I was, until you started with these fat Felicias.
I need counseling. Now, Mr. L, I understand that you don't agree on how to raise the children. You're for spanking and she's against it. Why don't you tell me what your conversations have been like and what you can agree on?
Well, that's been a huge daily issue for us. I was raised with 4 or 5 siblings. She's the only child. So every day we had this tension where I want them our 4 children to have certain standards and share and care equally.
Well,
she doesn't have that experience.
Give me an example of a time that one of your kids did something and you disagreed about how to punish them for it.
Okay.
Just give me an example.
At dinner time, she likes to give them the options, and if our daughter doesn't eat the food that's given to her, she doesn't want to punish her or take away games. She wants to give her constant options on her own nutrition. I don't think you should give a child option on anything.
So Mr. L says you're running a restaurant. Well, that you give your kids options of what to eat. What do you have to say?
It's not a concentration camp. I don't think you should use food. I don't think you should say you can't eat food or use food against a child. I mean, I grew up, I was a very well-behaved child. Our children are diverse and they're wild. But I believe that exposing them to art, exposing them to other things culturally helps them.
How did we get to art? I want to know, if you serve peas, they don't eat them, what do you do?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Well, that's not true.
You know, she wants to constantly talk to them and have timeouts that the child, like she said, our children don't relate.
You did say they were wild.
Yeah, they don't relate to the timeout thing. And if I get real bassy or if I'm looking like I'm about to spank them, she doesn't tolerate that either. So it'll be a fight in front of the children. So either I don't get to say anything or they don't get any kind of food structure I need them to have.
Your Honor, I think he's a little...
Do you keep them in line, though? Are they disciplined? Are they obedient?
They are very obedient children. Maybe a little more disciplined around him than myself. but they're very obedient. I have an issue with him teaching them certain styles of martial arts. They're
I'm
small.
still on the peas. I don't know. I don't know what's
But
going on.
that's a big part of what I'm saying. Is like I'm a military fan. I'm trained. I can say I feel like she makes me feel like I'm institutionalized because I just want to bring order and a drill
a chaotic
to her.
atmosphere.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's just a constant pull because she wants to make them all grow up as single children, but it's not one of them. They can't grow up with the mentality of a single child, and it's 4 of them. So it's like trying to feed them with individualism, and I can't take that.
Well, in reference to food, I think he's still too petty. He argues with them about ketchup. They shouldn't have ketchup. They can't have honey mustard sauce. When I grew up, children could eat candy, do certain things. Our children are going to be so serious. I don't think that they even know how to play around. They're so serious about ketchup and things that are just petty. That's just petty, Davis.
She's just basically...
That's petty.
Yeah, I mean...
Nick's about to lose his mind over there.
I don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah, I don't want to raise my children without, you know, the structure that I was raised in, and I don't want to make them into new millennial hippies.
My understanding is that her artistry allows people to come in the house and the comings and goings, and your house is very open, and that you're not happy with that. Even though I didn't get an answer about the peas, I want to turn to the general structure in the home and what the centralized issue and problem has become. You had a shared lover that you claim she had come possessive over. Is that true?
Yeah, she's trying to take her away from me.
How long do you think an open marriage can last? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I understand that you had a shared lover that you claim she had come possessive over, and that it caused quite a lot of consternation in your relationship. Is that true?
Yes. There's a certain young woman who basically looks up and, like, wants to chase up her behind all the time and have her as a mentor, so to speak. Because she's trying to take her away from me. And it seems like it's an effort to make her go into that feminist lifestyle where they don't like men. And all of a sudden, she has...
Well, she likes men. She likes you.
But then she'll begin to torture me with all these feminist idealisms out of the blue.
Why don't you tell me some of the feminist idealisms she tortures you with?
Well, first of all, I grew up that a man has to work and take care of his family every day.
Right.
You know, so now after talking to this chick, she basically has her that I should lay back and I should allow her to work and provide all the money. And I can't sleep till noon every day. I'm not used to having to sleep till noon. I got to get up at about 7, 8 o'clock and work. But this woman has convinced her to have me change my lifestyle to allow her to make the money and me just, you know, watch the children. If I say it's babysitting, then she's going to chew me out right now. So I can't babysit my own children.
Please tell me that's not true.
Well, I do want him to play tambourine. I really want him to give up all this other stuff and just kind of play with me. I mean, you know, not technically the real tambourine. It could be the triangle or whatever he likes. But I would like for him to be where I know he is and he's safe and having a good time with me. I'm making money. I'm performing. I'm singing. I'm touring around. I perform with other people. And I really need him to be there with me. Sometimes he makes a great security person. He doesn't have to always sing backup. He could do a different job. But I would prefer that he stays with us.
I have gray hairs over this, Judge, because I've never met one woman in my life before Poetica that doesn't want her man to work and provide for her. But I got a huge predicament because she wants me to spend all my money still.
Right.
And she wants me not to work.
Right.
And be her personal assistant.
Right.
So I don't
Do
know
you
how
see
to
that there
balance
might be a problem if he stops working to be with you because money will become an issue?
Well, I don't think that money is a big issue. Maybe because I don't pay attention to it as much.
That's what I was about to say.
But I'm paying attention to it more because I'm making more money. When him and I got together, he was married already. I was actually the person on the side. I was the girlfriend. And I became the wife, which I'm very proud of. At least I was, until you started with these fat Felicias. I'm just tired of it. I don't know. I don't feel like these girls anymore. I don't want them in our relationship anymore.
I'm in a similar position with that feeling, but before Poetica, I had a previous marriage, and we chose Poetica. I thought would be a co-wife, and I learned the hard way about that failed experiment. You know, America's not set up for people in that kind of relationship, so it's forced to be an open relationship, or encourages you to do more. This thing, God bless personals for going down. Okay, so you're just forced. So at that point, my previous marriage was dissolved, and yet we got married like 2 years later. I'm very happy to have the children with her because she's made me a father and a whole dad and everything that I wanted to be. But I'm still not. I'm willing to give up my career just because she started making money for the last 6 months. I told her give it 2 years. If she makes money in South Beach for 2 years in Florida and all that, then I'll be willing to maybe kind of, fall back a little bit. But just for 6 months.
Let's take a moment. Let me regain consciousness. Say what I got to say, and then I'm gonna run. Today's question sponsored by... How would you respond to your spouse's request for an open marriage? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I don't know who y'all are. I don't know where you came from. I don't know what you're doing here. And I certainly don't know what you want from me. I will congratulate you, however, because you have succeeded in doing in about 20 minutes what my husband's been trying to do for 30 years, which is render me speechless. I don't know what to say.
I came to you, Judge, because, see, she told me, she'd been begging me to get counseling. In Philadelphia, I couldn't find anybody to do counseling, or even because they were too tinged by the previous rumors of what happened with the previous marriage and having a showdown outside and everything. So since then, I haven't got any counseling, and I told Poetica if she actually does some work and find a counselor or something, then I would do it. And then this was like the ultimatum because she brought me to you.
Judge Lynn lies. He doesn't want to get counseling. He's not going to change certain things. I'm dealing with that. That's how we got to an open relationship.
I don't know if he's getting counseling. I don't know if you're getting counseling. But all I know is that I need counseling. This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn, speechless. She seemed baffled by you guys. What's your reaction to seeing her reaction?
Well, she was sexy. I thought she was so sexy in person. Oh my goodness, she was so beautiful. If she want a co-wife, I got you, boo.
All right, well, I'll pass that message along to her.
Thank
All right,
you.
this obsession with the triangle, the tambourine.
That's what I want him to do, play tambourine. I want him to do it like he likes it.
If you guys need a backup dancer or anything, let me know. All right?
I got you.
I got you, too. Okay.
today on Divorce Court.
I'm here to be divorced from my husband and end my marriage.
I'm here because I would like to see if I could salvage my marriage.
When we lost our son, that was a very devastating moment for us. I feel like we blamed each other.
Cheating will ruin your marriage. It ruined mine. Kadeen, I want you to know that I love you with everything in my heart.
I would like for Desmond to move forward with his life and to agree with me that the separation is the right thing to do.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kadeen Miles and Desmond Miles. Mr. and Mrs. Miles, you've been married for 9 years. You guys are in a tough spot, difficult situation. You've come here to see if I could help you out a bit. So, Mrs. Miles, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's happened and why we're here?
Desmond and I have not been stable as far as work is concerned, you know, just having a lot of different jobs, moving around a lot. It's just been very hectic to deal with.
Who's had a lot of jobs and how come you've moved so often?
Desmond has had many jobs, and I guess in a sense I have too because of all the moving and transitioning.
So what you're telling me is he's kind of like a haphazard dude and he's not really on one trajectory and you're tired of being haphazard. Is that right? If I got it wrong, tell me I got it wrong.
Well, I wouldn't say that he's a bad person or anything like that.
I didn't say he was a bad person. I said he was haphazard.
I think he puts us in situations that causes a lot of stress.
Give me an example.
We were living in one place. I think we were there for a good, 5 years in the same town. Mm-hmm. And, things were going on with his job. He was unhappy. And when he quit the job, we had to move from our place, and we didn't have time to plan the move. It was like, okay, we got to move in 3 days.
Mr. Miles, she says you don't make good long-range decisions. You won't stick out a job when it's uncomfortable. Hence, your money stop and go, and you're living hither and yon. What do you say?
Yes, I have, took my family. We have moved a few times. Yes, Kadeen's correct on that. I've always kept a job. She is incorrect about me quitting. I've never quit a job, ever.
You get fired?
I got laid off.
Laid
from
off?
work. We was pregnant. When I say we.
Mm-hmm. I know it wasn't you.
And so, I had to make a decision on, if we're going to stay there or not. I talked with Kadeen, and she didn't like out in Utah. It was cold out there. And
your position is you don't quit jobs and you aren't haphazard. You've had some unfortunate circumstances where you've gotten laid off, but it was never a function of what you did or didn't want to do.
Correct.
Do you disagree with that?
In a span of 7 years, we have moved 15 times. In a span of 7 years, maybe 2 to 3 jobs a year.
That many?
Yes.
Nick, could you bring this up? So what are you about to show me here?
Well, these are a few jobs and some of the reasons why he left the job.
Okay. So you wrote them out for me.
Just a few.
She says you were a truck driver, but you quit the job 3 times because she was pregnant. Do you quit your job when she's pregnant?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm still driving truck today.
Do you know where she's getting that from? Did she make that up out of whole cloth?
I think she's misinterpreting some of these answers.
Pizza parlor, quit because of low wages.
Pizza parlor. I was in UTI NASCAR Tech. Mm-hmm. I was going to college, and she left. She left with my son. So that put me in a situation, but I still had to finish college, and I did finish college.
Machine operator quit because you had to be on your feet all day.
I was working there for over a year and a half wearing steel-toe boots on concrete. It tore my back up.
Sanitation, too physically demanding.
No, that wasn't it. I got seriously ill, and I left that truck driving job to go back driving truck, so I've been driving truck.
You quit your job at the nuclear plant running from the repo man.
Really?
That's what it says.
Okay. It was a little bit more serious than that, Your Honor.
But that is an awful lot of job for a young guy to have. You're only, 41 years old. That's a lot of gigs.
The thing is, as a truck driver, you earn your pay by getting experience as you go.
Right.
And I gained over the years different experiences from different companies, but which made my pay go up.
I missed that.
Would you want to explain it a little more?
Well, no, you say a lot of words, but you never quite get to answer my question.
Okay.
It's a lot. There are a lot of details, but no direct declarative statements as to what occurred. You're not with me. That's
No,
good because
I'm
I'm not with you either. I can't figure out what you're saying.
Yeah, it just kind of threw me off.
We'll
with the
work on
15
it.
thing.
We'll work on it.
Okay.
We'll see what we could do with that. Why don't you tell me why you think this relationship is rocky?
Our relationship is rocky because I spent most of the time with Kadeen trying to make her happy.
Is she difficult to make happy?
I wouldn't say difficult, but when times didn't go right in a certain situation, she wanted things done only her way. So
give me some examples.
I'm driving truck, and she wants me to be at home. Well, I can't be in two places at one time. So I get a local driving truck job.
So you can accommodate her desire to have you home.
That was part of the sanitary job where I was driving truck.
Now, do you ask him to come home? He's a long-haul truck driver. I don't know if is it long-haul?
Yeah.
Long-haul truck driver. Do you ask him to come home and then regret the economic ramifications of your decision?
I just want him to keep a job and stay with the job. I just wanted stability, and I think I said it over and over to him.
I got that. I understand that there was a horrendous tragedy that occurred in your life that has put a huge speed bump in the road for you, and I want to turn my attention to that now.
You know, I was exhausted. I probably hadn't slept in days. And I went to go lay down, and shortly after, Desmond woke me up to tell me that something was wrong with the baby.
Mrs. Miles, tell me what happened with your young child.
He was born, and he passed away from SIDS.
How old?
He was a month and 3 days.
I understand you believe the circumstances surrounding his SIDS death could have been avoided, but you believe trying to please him caused that. Can you explain why you feel that way?
Desmond was working at the time, and I was home with the baby, obviously. And, you know, when a baby's newborn, there's a lot of crying and late nights. And I tried to take on that, take that on so that, he can focus on work.
Right.
He would complain, the baby's crying, so I suggested he slept in another room.
Sure.
So he can get sleep, and I just, handle the baby. He was upset because he didn't want to sleep in the other room. He wanted to sleep in his own bed. And we were having a lot of back and forth and arguing over it, and I expressed to him, look, this is your newborn child. Do you want us to go sleep on the floor somewhere to make you happy? I mean, what do you want me to do? So with the back and forth and me trying to make peace and keep everything argument-free, one night I was up and I was feeding the baby, burped him and everything, and I decided, I'm going to try him in the crib. That was the first night I ever...
So you were co-sleeping with the baby. The baby was in bed with you.
I just felt better having him close because his cry was very soft. And, I was exhausted. I probably hadn't slept in days. And I went to go lay down, and shortly after, Desmond woke me up to tell me that something was wrong with the baby, and he died in the crib.
That's horrifying. You said in your paperwork you put the baby in the crib because he wanted to come back into the bed, and you still harbor some resentment against him. Is that true? Is that really how the sequence of events went?
We both placed blame. He blamed me for putting the baby in the crib in the first place, but I feel like if he was more supportive, if he was more like working with me as far as understanding that the baby has needs and I needed to be close to the baby, I probably would have not put him in the crib. I would have continued doing what I was doing.
Mr. Miles, what do you have to say about that circumstance? I know it's very difficult to talk about, but what do you recall happening?
I recall I did ask Kadeen a few nights, could the baby sleep in the crib? I've always slept on the couch when she had the baby. So I said one night I wanted to try to sleep in the bed, but I never made it there to the bed. I was tired, and I got up late. Instead of getting up at 2 o'clock, I ended up getting up at 3:45. to check on the baby. I usually check on the baby all the time, even when she's asleep. And I got up and I walked in the room and turned on the light, and
he was gone. Can I say this? SIDS happens to a lot of kids, and they don't know why. That's why they call it sudden infant death. They don't know what happens. And I did some research on the numbers, and 74% of the kids who die in a month-old die because they're co-sleeping and they get rolled over on or they get smothered. I don't want you to believe that because you put him in the crib, he died of SIDS. I don't want you to have that on your heart or want you to have that on your heart. We don't know why that happens. And for you to assume it was you takes a great leap of logic that you have no support for. I want you to get off the hook, and I want you to let him off the hook, and I want you to get off the hook and let her off the hook, because one thing is unrelated to the other. Do you understand what I'm saying? What you wanted, what you needed, it happens, and no one knows why. I want you to take that knife out of your heart, or at least start pulling on it a little bit. I want you guys to be better. I want you guys to stay together if we can work it out. But I understand from the horrifying to the ridiculous, we have charges of cheating, which I feel the need to address at this juncture. Mr. Miles,
That's a lot.
Do you know the woman to whom she is referring?
I know of a woman that she liked me, and I turned her away.
Do you think most marriages can withstand the loss of a child? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. I understand that as a function of the difficulties you were having, including the death, that there was an estrangement between the two of you, that you two were not seeing eye to eye and not communicating. I also understand that Mr. Miles strayed in that time. Would you like to tell me what happened?
A family member brought it to my attention that my husband was having company over while I was working evenings. I was pregnant at the time, and this particular woman, she would come over there and spend time with my husband, and it was happening in front of my kids. At first, when I heard it, it's like I didn't really want to believe it, but this particular family member was adamant on proving it to me, so he brought me to the woman's house. When we got there, we encountered her husband. He expressed to us that this was the second time this week that somebody told him about my husband and his wife being together.
No,
Mr. Miles,
that's a lie.
Do you know the woman to whom she is referring?
I know of a woman that she liked me, and I turned her away.
So she making that up out of whole cloth?
I think she's making that one up, Your Honor.
I can be a little bit more specific, Your Honor.
Oh, go ahead.
When we got there, the husband invited us in and sat us down because he wanted to confront his wife about the situation as well. I confronted her. She asked me, "What you expect?" She called Desmond, put him on speaker while I was there, and he was talking aggressive and calling me out my name like I did something wrong, and I'm the one carrying his child, being faithful, loyal, good to him, never stepped out on him, and he was gonna talk crazy to me like that. And so I got myself together, got my family member, and we left.
Mr. Miles, you're saying none of that happened?
Ma'am, none of that happened. Kadeen does have a way of using words to talk to people to let them feel that, pity me. Ma'am.
Oh, you're the garrulous one. You're the one that uses a lot of words to say very little.
No, ma'am.
That wasn't a question. I'm telling you. That's who you are. That's what you do. You use a lot of words in my direction without telling me anything. How about the co-worker at the gym?
Desmond told me he was going to the gym at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I said to him, I said, Desmond, please don't leave this house. I said, you know, if you love me, I need you to stay home tonight. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm going to do what I want to do. And he went ahead and left. I waited till he was asleep, and I looked through his phone. Lo and behold, the texts were right there. Oh, I enjoyed you last night and all this stuff here. So what I did was I got the phone number, and I called the girl directly. And she was like, now that makes sense. That's why he can't take me out on dates. That's why he can't be seen with me in public, because he's married.
Mr. Miles.
Now, I will tell you what happened, Judge.
What happened?
Okay. I had a very good job. I got off work late. I stopped to the gym. So when I called Kadeen, I told her, hey, look, I'm going to the gym. There's somebody else here in the gym, because I always do let her know. There's somebody else here in the gym. It is a female. Okay? I worked out in the gym.
You worked out all right.
The gyms have cameras, Your Honor. The gyms have cameras. And
you got the tape?
No, I don't have the tape. But if I did anything, I wouldn't be standing here. I would be in jail, Your Honor. So I know that...
you can leave with the woman. You don't have to be in the gym. That's just the story you told.
No. After I left from the gym, I went home.
So you know the woman we're talking about?
Yes, I know who she's referring to.
You know who she's referring to. You just said that nothing happened. She made that up.
No, I didn't say nothing happened. I said I know what happened.
I got you. All righty.
So
I'm done.
Okay.
Now let me tell you what I really think. Today's question sponsored by... How would you react if your partner's lover admitted to their affair? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. When I read your papers, which is why I, looked into the SIDS thing, I thought I got two good people here, and I'm gonna knock some things off of here and rub something over there and try to pull them together and tie it up and see if we could get it straight and see if we could get it together. I saw the accusations of cheating on there. I thought you guys were in the shadow of that horrendous loss that you have, and that you kind of got separated, and he may have tiptoed off into the distance once or twice in a moment of weakness, and it was something that we could get through and distance himself from, but now all he did is come in here and lie. That's all I got. Straight up lied to me. Just straight up lied to me. And I was going to beg on your behalf, Mr. Miles, but even in the beginning when you were talking about the 9 jobs that you copped to, you're telling me that you don't go from job to job. You do go from job to job. You're a man with a glib tongue. You can talk a lot. You use a lot of words. You use a very soft voice, but you don't use the truth. And listen. Run on, my sister, run on. You're sick of it. You're sick of the instability and then the cheating on top of the instability. What you staying for? Always make sure he sees his kids. Always make sure he has a good, constant, loving relationship with those people. But don't put up with that nonsense. You a good sister. You don't need to do all of that. You need to be a better man, Mr. Miles. A much, much, much better man. Run on, run well. More power to you. This matter is adjourned.
Thank you.
Judge Lynn called you a liar. How does that make you feel?
I mean, she didn't hear nothing I had to say. It's just she believed everything that Kadeen said.
I feel like it's great for us to go our separate ways, and I want him to move on to his future, and I'm ready to move on to mine.
today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today at Divorce Court because my ex-fiance wants to make our relationship work, but I feel like it may be too much damage done. He cheated, he's lied, and he makes me feel like what he did doesn't matter.
I actually like to rehash the past because every time we get into something, she brings it up.
Imari has a very bad habit of calling the police and falsifying stuff to make it seem like I'm such a bad person.
And I just want her to stop living in the past so we can move on with our future.
Right now, I don't know if I want to spend the rest of my life with Imari.
What I want the judge to tell Ashley today is that it's okay to disagree with each other.
I want him to actually show me that he cares, and if he can't do that, then there is no relationship.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ashley Calhoun and Imari Huger. The two of you have been together for 5 years, engaged for 3 years, and you have one child together. Ms. Calhoun, things are complicated, but you still love him and you want to get married, but you're not sure if it's the thing to do, so you've come before me on it, before your vows. Why don't you tell me what's going on in this relationship and why you're not sure Mr. Huger is the man for you?
Okay, since the beginning of the relationship, I feel like he has been cheating. Like, when we first got together, I feel like he was dealing with me and his ex at the same time. His first birthday, like when we were together, I brought him an outfit. I paid $250 for some pants and a shirt.
How long had you known him?
A couple months.
And you bought him an outfit?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So he told me that he was going to Atlantic City to spend his birthday with his family. Okay, so he went. A couple months later, I discovered that he had a Facebook that I didn't know about. So when I went through the Facebook, I went back to the time that we first got together just to see like what was going on. And I ran across a post that he posted saying that he spent his birthday in Atlantic City with his ex. So
wearing your outfit?
Yeah, an outfit I bought you. Oh, okay.
Mr. Huger, did that happen?
Yes. Yes, it did.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. It did.
Were you... Now, sometimes when a new person comes on the picture and there's an ex, there's what I call a rough transition. You know, you kind of getting away from the ex and getting with the new girl. Do you think that that might have been what was going on, Ms. Calhoun, that he wasn't really doing cheating, he just wasn't quite separated yet?
Maybe.
Mr. Huger?
It may have been.
I gave you a grade out. You want to take it?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's what it was, because I was going through a situation with her, and then I met her, a beautiful lady, and I just wasn't sure what to do. I was still with her. I didn't break it off with her, with my ex.
Also, like, I hacked his phone, hacked his Facebook, and I discovered that he had 2 accounts. And on both accounts, he was single and looking for a relationship. But that's strange to me because how are you single? We live together.
How long were you with him before you moved in with him?
A year.
Mr. Huger, were you conducting business like a single dude on there even though you were living with her?
Honestly, at a certain point, yes, I was.
It goes beyond us living together. I was also pregnant at the time.
Your social media life, you consider that completely separate from the rest of it? I mean, how did you justify that dichotomy? You got a pregnant woman at home and you're conducting your life like you're single on the net.
It wasn't that I was conducting myself as being single. It was just that I was just being stupid. I wasn't meeting up with these females.
Oh, he was meeting up with females. He absolutely was. Because after that, I found him cheating again. He went out with his friends. They went to a bar. I got a phone call from one of his friends saying that I needed to come to the hospital because he was being rushed to the hospital because he fell and hit his head. I get to the hospital. He's talking out of his head a little bit. So I went to get his phone so I could get somebody in his family's phone number so I can call him and let them know what was going on. I get his phone, and he didn't want to unlock it. So I took his hand.
Yeah, I had a concussion.
I understand how the story's going. I'm with you. I hear you.
So I took his hand, I unlocked the phone, and I walked out of the room. When I walked out of the room, I just discovered a whole nother life. He was talking to multiple females. He had multiple dating apps. Then I'm continuing to look through the phone. I see an app that looks a little weird to me. iPhones come with calculator apps. He downloaded a calculator app. So I click on it. It's actually an app to hide pictures and videos. So I go to the app. He has a video of him laid up with another girl. Video of him having sex with her. So you had to meet her.
Talk about a smoking gun, Mr. Huger. Is that true?
Yes, it's true. It's true to a certain extent.
Well, tell me to what extent it isn't true.
Because it wasn't right after she found out about my whole social media that she found me cheating again.
That makes it even worse.
This cheating part happened after I just lost my mother.
What's one thing got to do with another? I lost my mother. I didn't cheat on my man.
Because, like, my mom was my best friend, and she died unexpectedly. Like, I just lost it. I blacked out.
How did that get you in bed with another woman?
Because
that's what I want. And I think it's pretty low, by the way, that you bring your mother's death out here as an excuse to have a woman with your child at home and you on your phone with an app hiding videos with another chick. I think that's woo.
I wasn't getting the comfort from Ashley that I needed during that time.
So they were grief counseling.
And that's the excuse that he gave me.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make sense.
You don't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't nobody out here believe it. Don't worry about it. But I understand that he may not be the only one who's cheated.
She started talking to someone else.
Did you get mad about it?
Yes, I got mad.
He got more than mad.
What'd he do?
He called the police and had them take my truck that I paid for away from me just because it was in his name.
Mr. Huger, you say that she actually had an affair with another man. Why don't you tell me about that?
Okay, I wouldn't really call it an affair. She said that we was broken up when she did what she did.
Now, how deep is this into the relationship? Had you had the baby already?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what happened.
After I cheated and she saw what I did, a month later, she broke up with me. And then she started talking to someone else.
Okay.
How I found out is because one day I was home and helping my kids with their homework, and I called her to ask her about reading the story. And I hear a guy in the background saying, he can't read. So I'm like, the phone, we hung up. So I'm thinking like, did I just hear what I just heard? Or am I bugging? So, me, being a guy, I picked up the phone, called back.
Right.
And she didn't answer. I called back again, she didn't answer. And after that, the guy picked up the phone.
But you were broken up, though, right?
I wouldn't say it was really broken. She was sending me mixed signals, because we were just having sex a couple of days ago prior to that.
So it was a questionable period.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get mad about it?
Yes, I got mad.
You got more than mad.
What did he do?
Got more than mad.
What did he do?
I was all types of trifling bees and everything else in the world. And then I feel like every time he gets mad, even before this happened, every time he gets mad, he tried to take something away from me. Like he got mad and took the engagement ring away from me. Okay, after this happened with the other guy, he got mad, and I have a truck that's in his name. I paid for the truck. I put the down payment down. I made the monthly payments for 2 years. And when he got mad, he called the police and had them take my truck that I paid for away from me just because it was in his name.
Mr. Huger, did that happen?
It didn't happen like that, the way she said it.
Well, how did it happen exactly?
It happened because we got into an argument. And she was like, basically saying that she doesn't want to be here and that she doesn't want me. So I was like, okay. So find a way to take the truck out of my name and put it in your name. And she said, you know what? I don't want the truck. You can keep it. So if you want it, then call the police. So that's what I did. Because I'm not going to sit here and argue.
How old are you,
and
Mr.
fight.
User?
I'm 26.
You're 26?
Yes. But it's like, I was mad, I was upset and angry because I found out about the whole guy situation. Yes, I was wrong.
You did it out of anger.
I admit I was wrong. I was wrong for doing that. The stuff that I did, I'm completely wrong.
You can't tell me that you love me and you care about me, but then when you get mad at me, you'll take away my vehicle. How am I going to get back and forth to work? How am I going to provide for my kids if I can't get to work? Like, why?
When she needed to get to work, it was a snowstorm.
He took me to work in my truck.
I took her to work. I
In
came
my
and
truck.
picked her up. I couldn't even get out of my house or even drive.
You know what? In the 2 years or whatever you've been together and all the time that you've been talking out here, that's the first decent thing you've done. The first.
Not really. I took her to Punta Cana for her birthday.
And then when we got back from Punta Cana, I found the video of you having sex with somebody else.
Tell me something that's going to make me mad at her.
You can't. Exactly.
Anything. I'll take anything.
Well,
I help you out. I have a nasty attitude. I have a very nasty attitude.
Does she have a nasty attitude?
Yes. Yes. And this is what leads into everything.
No.
She has a bad temper.
She has a
very bad temper.
So you go out and cheat so she can prove how bad her temper is.
Now, I'm not saying that for the cheating part. It's just more of the when I take stuff from her.
Okay, but
when you take stuff from her, what other stuff have you taken from her other than the car she paid for? The phone?
My home.
Your home?
My home.
I have got to hear about this. You let them cuff up the mother of your child. That's what you did, right?
Yes, and I felt bad. I called to check up on her to make sure she was okay.
Let's get you an award.
No.
Would you stay with your partner if you found videos of them cheating? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, Mr. Huger, I'm going to give you a chance to tell me the most outrageous thing or attitude she's had about anything.
My son spilled juice on the table. So she calls me. I go upstairs. I said, what's wrong? She has an attitude. My son, he used the bathroom on himself. I went to change him. And then she gets an attitude. Oh, he needs to be back.
Did you lose your mind about juice on the table and a little kid that went to bathroom on himself by accident?
Maybe I did overreact about that, but I'm already angry from the previous stuff that he did. He told the police that I don't live there and made me leave the house. So I'm already mad at him for this stuff because you keep calling the police. You have a habit of calling the police and making it seem like I'm a bad person.
How often has he called the police on you?
4.
4 times? Did you ever go to jail?
I got arrested.
For what?
For keying my truck.
But it was in his name, so did you press charges against her?
No, I didn't.
But you let him take her away?
She didn't, nothing happened.
With my kids there.
I didn't really file a report, so
But you
nothing
called the
happened to her.
police, they came and took her away?
Yes.
With the mother of your child?
In front of my kids.
You did that?
Yes, and I felt bad. I even called. No.
He felt so
Honestly,
bad
I called to check up on her to make sure she was okay. Because I was going to pick her up. I was going to pick her up. But the only reason with the whole...
Let's get you an award.
No, the whole... When I cheated, she left.
Under the advice of the counselor that we went to. And he told the police that I packed my stuff and I left. I left that house with the clothes on my back because he showed the police the copy of the lease. The copy of the lease had his name at the top as a responsible party financially and both of our names at the bottom as tenants. He only showed them the top of the lease. He didn't show them that I was actually a tenant at the house, and they took my keys from me. And all of my stuff was still
Where
there.
was the baby? Where was your kid?
They were there with him.
The cop didn't. The cop took my phone and scrolled through my phone to see, because they're not going to just look at one piece of evidence in the phone.
But you were there, and you're a man. No, listen to me. You're there. You're a man. The mother of your child, the cops come, and you don't say, oh, no problem. That was her car. You don't do that. You show them the phone. You show them this. You show them that. But at the end of the day, you let them cuff up the mother of your child and take them in. That's what you did, right?
They cuffed her because of, like I said, her temper and her attitude.
Who called?
I did.
Now I'm going to calm down and I'm coming back. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner had you removed from your home? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You're trifling and you're a fool. You are no count and no good. You cheat at will. And you pull out a story about your mother your mother's death to justify that. You were running around taking nasty videos with other women while the woman that was the mother of your child was at home, and you would have continued to do it had she not caught you. Had you not been out probably drunk somewhere and fell on your head, you would have continued to do it. And when you can do her harm, take her car, put her out of the house, put her in jail, you do it because you feel like it, because you can. What a small man can you be? How small is that? And you've got and you really do believe that you have an excuse to treat her so badly. I never met anybody quite like you. And I'm sad that I met you today. And you a fool. You said it yourself. If a man's cheating on you on day one, what you doing with him day two? Don't make any sense. You ain't got any love invested in him. You got nothing with him. You just know you got news on him. He ain't no good. He's foul. He's untrue. And you didn't find out till later that he was just small and cruel. But now you know that. And you keep going back and going back and going back and going back. Guys, it's not a useful indiscretion on his part. He lacks moral character. Complete moral and you're hurt, and I'm sad that you're hurt. I really am. But you got to take ownership for the fact that you keep running into the same propeller blade day after day after day. He showed you who he was. He showed you how small he is. He showed you how much he felt for you. The mother of his child. In cuffs, going to jail, taking your car, putting you out of your house. They said you had an engagement ring. I don't know if you were looking to give it to her or not, or decide whether you were or not, but you can't do that in my presence. I'm not going to let her lock her life down to a loser in front of me. You be a better man. Don't do what society just allows you to do, because apparently there is a shortage of guys out there, because you're getting away with this kind of nonsense. You should look in the mirror every day and just wither, sink to your knees about the lack of center and moral values you have. I'm disgusted and ashamed of both of you. You deserve better. Do better. You got a parent now. Co-parent well. Don't marry him. He ain't no good. This matter is adjourned.
Judge Lynn showed you exactly the type of man that he is. Why couldn't you see it?
I did see it. I think that I just really didn't want to believe it.
Can you make this co-parenting thing work?
Definitely. He's a great father. It's just, he wasn't a good man to me.
What are your biggest regrets?
My biggest regrets is cheating on her. And calling the cops on her.
You got a quick trigger for the cops, huh? Call them a couple of times.
Yeah, I do it, but at the end of the day, whatever's done is done. I can't take it back.
Judge, today's case is Raging Bull.
He's fallen off a cliff of financial instability, and she's rolling down a river of liquor. Let's see if I can do anything to keep these two afloat.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jessica Lopez and Theo Russell. The two of you have been together for 9 years, and you have a 7-year-old son together. Ms. Lopez, you are suing Mr. Russell for $1,683 for eviction costs that she incurred. We're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Russell, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this relationship and why we're here today?
We're here today because Jessica's drinking is disgusting to me. It's out of control, and it's plain right. It's just
too much.
It's not attractive, and it's too much, and I'm done with it. A story that I got is one time we went out. I had a separate occasion where I went with my friends, went out and had some drinks or whatever. She went out with her friends, went out and had some drinks, went out to the club. I came back, had my night, laid down on the couch, and then I was woken up by my brother calling one of her family members that was staying with me. I get that phone call. I immediately get up because he's telling me I got to go to the club. I got to go get her. I get up, I go get her. I take some people that was with me, some family members that was in the house because they were too young to stay alone. So I went to the club. There was some construction and stuff going on. So it took me a while to get over there. Once I got to her, she was in the street, belligerent. There was a crowd of guys over here, a crowd of girls over here. She's in the middle of it, yelling and cussing and screaming. So I immediately hop out the car, go to get her. She's pushing, screaming at me, telling me this, that. They ain't gonna fight who, fight who. I pick her up because she won't listen, grab her friends, and I'm just like, get in the car. Once I get in the car, she's kicking my doors, kicking my windows, cussing me out, cussing the people out in the car. My brother, who just recently got into a car accident, had broke his ankle. He ended up coming to the destination to kind of help me resolve everything.
Right.
And I see out the corner of my eye that he's in another altercation. I'm not gonna let him get into a fight because it was his first night out after having a broken leg.
Right.
So I immediately pull up over there. I hop out the car. I'm still a little intoxicated myself. Probably shouldn't have drove, but how else am I supposed to help her?
It was just a hot mess,
safely?
yeah.
It was a hot mess, and yeah, it was out of control. So I hop out the car. A bunch of people talking about gain this, gain that. And I tell them, you ain't this, you ain't that. And like I said, I'm still intoxicated, so I'm not seeing what's right and what's wrong. That could have went south. I could have got a DUI. I could have been, you know what I'm saying, arrested or what, the whole nine. So whatever. That ends, we get home. She went upstairs. I lay back down. Moments later, I hear trickling. And I'm like, I got fish tanks, so I'm thinking maybe it's the water in the tank or whatever. I look up. It's water coming from the recessed ceiling. Lighting, it's water coming from the ceiling fan, it's a strip going down. So I'm like, what the, we flooding the house. So I run upstairs. Mind you, we have a shower in our master, it's not a bathtub. She's laid in there, passed out. There's this much water that is allowed to, you know what I'm saying?
Overflow, yeah, right.
And there's glass doors. The water is at the glass doors just oozing out of the shower. She flooded the whole bathroom. She's not responding to me trying to hit her in the face, pushing her. I literally had to physically grab her, shake her, and say, look at what you're doing.
Incident. That night, I couldn't walk, I couldn't speak. I got roofied that night. That was on a whole nother level.
Let me ask you something. When you get roofied, ain't that supposed to knock you out? Or make you drowsy?
I'm not a chemist, and you can ambulate for a while, and you don't know how much she had, how much she needed, or whatever. So you cannot prove having been roofied, by conduct alone. But my understanding is, based upon what you have in here, you said she almost drowned in the bathtub at least 8 times.
It's probably been more than 8.
Does he have to get you out of the bathtub routinely?
Physically, every time.
For some reason, when I come home from the bar or club or whatever the case, I like to take a shower when I come home just because I know it's not safe, but it tones me down. Like, I feel like I sober up and then I feel better and I don't wake up with a hangover.
But
but you missed the part that was important. He had to rescue you 8 times from the shower because you looked like because you were going to drown.
He had to tell me to get out the shower, yes.
No, it ain't tell. It's physically take her out. If I don't take her out, I'll be seconds before the water is at her mouth and at her nose, and she's literally drowning. I'm not exaggerating nothing.
Do you have a drinking problem, Ms. Lopez?
I definitely feel like I don't know my limit.
I wish I was exaggerating.
Yes, I started drinking at a very, very young age, and I feel like I just don't, I didn't know how to drink responsibly, and I don't know my limit. So yes.
How often do you get drunk?
Probably at least twice a week, every weekend.
Have you ever done anything to address that problem? If you don't know your limit and you're in situations where he has to continually save you from yourself.
Yes, can I tell you
Aren't you concerned?
Can I say one thing? So
Sure.
like recently, a month ago, we went on a whole family vacation with my whole entire family.
Right.
He knows at that point, me and him weren't even on talking terms. It's been really rough between us, and we weren't even speaking for like 2 weeks prior to that. We go on this whole family vacation with my entire family, my mom, sister, sibling, everybody. He decides one day that we went to the grocery store, he decides we should get a bottle. Okay, so let's get a bottle. He already doesn't like that I drink. He says it's disgusting. He hates the way I act when I'm drunk. So they all get drunk, faded. They're all playing all these drinking games. And I decided I already knew that I was going to pop off because we weren't even on speaking terms. He wanted me to start drinking. I decided I'm going to take myself out of that situation. And I ended up just going downstairs, went to bed for the night. Well, the next morning, I ended up confronting him. I'm like, are we going to talk about things, or is it just going to be awkward like this? The whole time on vacation, he was on his social media, on his phone, all cheesy, this and that, probably talking to some girl like he always is.
You always think that.
And so he was like, well, why do you think I bought that bottle last night? To break the ice.
Well, my thing
So it's like, so you don't like that I do it, but then you want me to do it.
Because my thing is, I should be able to drink and have a drink with my woman without her getting drunk, belligerent, calling me out my name.
You know she can't do it.
That wasn't the right situation either with my family. He wanted me to act a fool in front of my whole family so he could look like the good person.
Well, I am the
Okay, Mr. Russell, your brother is here, and I would like to talk to him so I can get another point of view on your relationship. So if you could bring Shawn Russell out here, I would appreciate it.
We're able to kind of control the situation. The police get called by whoever the lady is on her break. The police come out, they see that I've been assaulted, and they address her. At some point, she assaults the police officer, and they let me know that whether I decide to press charges or not, she's gonna go to jail.
So this is your brother?
This is.
Okay. Tell me what you see when you see this relationship. What she's doing wrong, what he's doing wrong.
To be honest, I see a raging alcoholic. In the past, there was an incident where we had a gathering at my brother's house. I was the designated driver. I was responsible for taking her, another one of her friends, as well as my wife, out to a nightclub just to have a good time. They were drinking prior. Little did I know, in the car the entire time, her water bottle was full of vodka. So the entire time that we're driving, or that I'm driving to the nightclub, she's drinking. We get there.
When was this? Hang on, I'll let you respond. Let him finish.
She's barely able to get out of the car. I basically ask her, are you good? We make it in. Long story short, we get kicked out because she's belligerently drunk. Can't stand, on the ground. I get the car, pull it around. As I pull up to the nightclub, she's literally fighting me to get back into the club. And I'm explaining to her, we got kicked out because you're too drunk. So we make it into the car. I'm barely a mile down the road, and she's hitting me from the back seat of my car, punching me in the back of the head, screaming, yelling at me, calling me out my name.
Yeah, but they also don't.
Stop!
Telling me that she wants to go back. And I turn around and I tell her that we got kicked out, we cannot go back. She punches me right in the eye and busts my eye open. So I pull over into it's like a mechanic shop. There's a young lady on her break, looks like, who works at the McDonald's, that's right there. I get out of the car, me and my wife, and I'm just trying to figure out what to do. I lock her in. She then gets on her back, starts trying to bust out my windows to get out of the car. So I let her out. She gets out like a raging bull and is chasing me around my car, trying to attack me. So eventually, we're able to kind of control the situation. The police get called by whoever the lady is on her break. The police come out. They see that I've been assaulted, and they address her. At some point, she assaults the police officer, and they let me know that whether I decide to press charges or not, she's going to go to jail.
Okay. Is that the end of the story? I don't know. I don't want to cut you off too soon.
Oh, well, I mean...
He also didn't state that he punched me in the face.
Okay. Did it happen? Did basically some circumstance like that happen?
Yes.
Do you believe that you were intoxicated to the point that you were unable to control your behavior?
Yes, and I probably was barely 21 at that point, so it was even worse at that point, yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're only 25 now.
Right.
Do you have a drinking problem?
I don't know my limit, so yes. I drink, and then next thing you know,
yeah.
Stories
That's
like
not
that.
knowing your limit. That's not having control over your ability to consume. Okay? And when you don't have the control over your ability to consume, that is a huge drinking problem, even if you only do it twice a week, which is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do not have the ability to control the alcohol's in control of you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Sean, thank you so much. You can have a seat right there behind you. You don't spend everything you have every month, because next month something's going to happen that you don't expect. And there are a lot of things that we, as a society, spend money on that we don't need to every month, or sometimes, or for fun, because we work hard and I deserve it. He's been having a party over here telling me about all the things that you do wrong.
Right.
What are your main complaints about him?
My biggest thing is our finances.
Okay, tell me about it.
So we just can't get ahead. We make decent money and we live paycheck to paycheck because of his spending. For instance, last month just alone, he spent over $700 just on his truck and repairs and speakers and fancy stuff, you know, lights, rims. He needs this and that for his...
I ain't buy no rim.
Not this month, not last month.
I ain't buy no speakers.
Not last month. Yes, you did buy
Were you
speakers.
tricking out your truck?
My truck already tricked out.
He's always
it was
tricking
tricked
out
when
his
I bought
truck.
it.
Yeah, but do you continue to trickify it more?
No, I mean, it's never gonna be fully done. I was born in 91, so I'm a 90s baby, so I like 90s stuff. I don't buy new stuff. My stuff it's a 98 Durango, tricked out to the fullest.
And we can't ever get ahead because he always needs this or that for his
Okay,
vehicles.
$75 eyelashes, it don't matter.
Okay, $75 compared to $700 on your vehicle on a monthly basis.
My vehicle that's an investment.
And they're $50
That's how I get where I need to go. The
eyelashes,
stuff she's talking about is mechanical stuff. I had a leak that cost $700 to fix a brake line because I had no brakes. Mm-hmm. The engine had a leak that I had to get patched.
That was not with the $700. No, that wasn't.
Hang on. Hey. Do you believe that you're economically secure?
It could be better, but yes.
It could be better. Do you believe that your spending habits in some way contribute to the economic insecurity that you're experiencing?
Yes.
Okay. So don't argue with her about it.
But it's...
Take responsibility for your part in it. And there's no need to continue to trick out a tricked out car. There's always the ability to trickify it more.
He just added another
But you have to, I'm doing your work for you.
Sorry.
Be quiet.
Sorry.
While I handle this. You got kids. You need cush money. Money 101. You don't spend everything you have every month, because next month something's going to happen that you don't expect. And there are a lot of things that we, as a society, spend money on that we don't need to every month, or sometimes, or for fun, because we work hard and I deserve it. What you deserve is some cushion in the bank in case somebody loses a job, somebody gets sick, your daughter or son, I don't know what your child needs braces or needs to go to base. There's money that you can't spend everything you have. And you can't say, I can spend everything I have because I know she's responsible enough to bring up arrears. But I know you don't say that specifically, but you have said facts to me about your economic situation. And I'm trying to tell you how to run your money. You know what I'm saying? Run your money. Don't let your money run you. Ms. Lopez, you want $1,683 for eviction costs that you say you incurred as a function of his failures Please explain that to me.
Because I don't know what you're
So about 4 years into our relationship, he ended up proposing to me. He made it a huge deal. He got our family involved. We had like 20, 30 people there. Just a huge, big deal. 3 months, fast forward 3 months, he ends up telling me we need to separate because we're toxic for each other. It came out of nowhere. I knew something was up. He didn't want me. I ended up leaving. So that day, packed my stuff, mine and my son's, and moved back home to my parents' house. 3 days after that, I end up needing a babysitter because I had to go to work. I went back to go see if he was home. I knew he'd be home. It was his day off. I walk into the house. He already has a girl laid up on my couch within 3 days. I ended up losing it. He defends her, and he's like, no, she ain't going nowhere, and I'll leave this apartment the way it is. I don't give a this is in your name. I don't care. So he did.
Say none of that.
Did you bounce leaving her holding the bag on the rent?
To be honest with you, this is the first time I'm hearing about it.
Right.
So how
You have anything to show me?
Yeah. I have the document
And you
right
seeing
here.
it, but this is the first time I'm seeing it.
I'm gonna let you see it.
Don't make no sense. You gonna bring something here, but you ain't tell nobody about it at home?
You knew about it.
I didn't know about this.
You did.
Oh, some weird
You didn't know about it last week, but you knew about this.
I didn't know about it last week, so how I know about it?
Because this was in the past. You knew how you left the apartment, and you specifically told me you don't care because it's in my name.
I didn't say none of that.
Okay, can I have that back, Mr. Russell? I'm not going to award her that money. There's a thing called the doctrine of latches. You can't just incur a loss and then wait for 4 years to get it back when you're not getting along anymore. So you're not going to get that money. But
And I know I'm not.
But you are going to get some advice.
Well, my thing is.
Oh, hey! Your time to speak is over. Now it's all me. Y'all need to do better. You have a child between the two of you. You can't have a conversation. You're not safe alone because when you get drunk, you do things that are so out of pocket it could kill you, somebody else, or leave your child unattended. This man has had to get up, get it together, take his kids in the car, and go get you when something bad happens. You need to get your drinking under control.
Right.
Mr. Russell, support her in that. If y'all can't get along, that's fine. Oh, I think you're a guy that's always going to love his son. Always going to take care of him. But what you need to remember is this. Your son is only as stable as the mother that holds him. So you gotta be cool, calm, and collected. I applaud your efforts to get your woman. I really, really do. But that drinking and driving kills thousands of people every year. You gotta find another way to do it. There's ride sharing, there's all kinds of things to do, but no liquor and driving. Best of luck to both of you. Level up. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
How else are you feeling about how things went down today?
I feel good. He needed to hear it from somebody else about our finances, so I'm glad she spoke on that.
How do you feel how things went down?
There's a lot of stuff that I need to work on myself, and she needs to work on too. Just take the advice and try and roll through it and work with it the best we can.
Judge, today's case is just be a man.
He has 2 women that he sleeps with, 3 children that we know about, and a boatload of aspirations to be, guess what? A rapper.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tynesha Duffy and Joshua Presley. The 2 of you have been on and off for 10 years. You've been living together for the last 5 months, and you have 1 child together while you have 1 child with someone else and another one on the way with someone else. I do believe we'll get that straight later. Ms. Duffy, you are seeking $2,500 in transitional support because you are more than through. We're going to talk about that momentarily, but before we do, Ms. Duffy, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Okay, Judge. For one, I love this man, but he cannot keep a job. He cannot take care of these kids that he keep on making. And he cannot possibly think that that's love and he's gonna get me to marry him like that. Like one time, I bought him some pants for work and he did not stay at that job longer than 2 weeks, Your Honor. And it's just like to the point where I've done this more than enough times for him. Like I've tried to be supportive. He said I don't support his music. One time I bought him a whole microphone for his studio. So it's like I just don't understand.
You don't understand what he's looking for.
Yeah, like I don't understand. And then he's like blaming me for, you know, breakups that we've had and him making babies. I just don't. That's why we're here today, Judge, to figure out what's going on and if it's anyway, well, it's not really any way to fix this. I just really want to.
You just want to go?
Yes.
Mr. Presley, what do you think's wrong with this relationship?
Judge Lynn, this is what I think is wrong with this relationship. All she care about is money. Money, 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 money. If I don't got no money, I don't get anything.
You right.
Hold, listen. Yana, listen. I don't mind working a 9 to 5, Yana, but I am an expiring artist with my music, Yana.
You're not an expiring, you're an aspiring. If you were expiring, we'd all have to bury you.
No.
Which wouldn't be good.
Aspiring.
Oh, you said aspiring? Okay, good enough, good enough. That's all right, that's all right.
It's okay.
I just didn't want to, you know.
It's okay, Judge Lynn. It's totally okay. But I am an aspiring artist with my music, and I had a gig about 2 months ago back in Marietta, Georgia. I feel like I couldn't attend the gig because it was cutting into the hours of my job. Say I go to work at 5 and get off at 11, and the gig would be probably at 10:30, Yana. And it's worth money. It's worth in the thousands, Yana. And she wants me to go work at a pizza spot or a McDonald's and flip burgers. I've been doing that since 15. I'm not with it, Yana. I deserve better for my life, and that's what I'm going to get, Yana.
Okay, I understand. Let me ask this, though. I understand that you are trying to be a rapper. I get that part. But you've got 3 children, right?
Absolutely.
So who's taking care of them?
I am
financially.
I am helping their mothers take care of them, and I do as much as I can, Your Honor. And I pick up the slack wherever I can pick it up at, Your Honor. But
as much as I can, whenever I can pick it up at.
Yes, ma'am.
Kids can't eat as much as they can.
Absolutely.
As I can. You know what I mean? Kids aren't an effort. Kids are an absolute. It's not I can make a kid, and if I can throw some change at him every once in a while, I'll do that.
Absolutely.
It's not that kind of gig.
Yes, ma'am.
So she works full time, does she not?
Yes, ma'am. But at the same time, I help. I can provide when I can. Just because she's the breadwinner, that doesn't give her the right to down me and downplay my job or my
How does she downplay your job or down you?
She might say, oh, just like I said about 2 months ago, I brought in a check, Yana. Of course, it wasn't that much because I'm doing something that I really don't want to do. I brought in a check. It wasn't that much. She takes that. It's like as soon as I give her the money, she's okay. But when the money runs out, the love runs out, Yana.
Now listen, he's trying to be a rapper. If one day he blows up like, now I'm gonna try. Don't hold me to it. 2 Chainz. Okay.
And
2 Chainz. If he blows up like 2 Chainz, you'll be very, very happy. So, do you understand supporting him now while he's pursuing that career?
I understand. I've been supporting him. I've known him for 9 going on 10 years.
Wait a minute.
This is the same dream that he's had in high school, and it's not gotten us anywhere right now. So all I'm saying is, for our child and the children that you have, you should, want to have some type of income coming in so that you can give them, and so that you say you want to be with me, you should want to be able to go out on dates and do stuff with me. Like, it shouldn't be just a one-sided
Oh, he
thing
ain't got no date money, honey.
That's why
I'm going to tell you that right now. He's just trying to support people.
Not yet, nah. Hey, it's almost there. It's in the works, baby.
I've been moderately successful.
Absolutely.
People say, things don't happen overnight, this, that, and the other thing, and I've got this one meeting. I've had a lot of one meetings that went nowhere.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? Before I got this one meeting that went where I was headed. So you can't put all your eggs in one basket, or if you're gonna put all your eggs in that basket, you need to put a condom on the rest of you. Is that problematic, Mr. Presley?
Listen, I can do that. I can. Yes, ma'am. I can put a condom on. It's like, but I don't like to have sex with condoms. But that's why I don't have sex with multiple people. A lot.
But you do.
A lot of people. I had a past like everyone else, and I'm trying to leave from there. And I feel like.
Is he doing better on the other women thing?
Don't lie now. Tell the truth, shame the devil.
I mean, he is, but it's just like because of so many things. And like I said, when he came back, I did not even know about this last baby that he had. So it was like...
When he came back from what? Explain. There must have been a break somewhere.
We did take a break.
Explain that.
Well, 3 months after me and him had our child, we had got into a verbal altercation about me being on the phone with one of my guy friends who he knew we went to high school with. So it was like I didn't understand why it got so to the point that he had to leave. And then he was gone for like how 3, 4 months, however long. He came back, like everything was okay. Then it was one time where he used my phone, and then I went and seen that it was his baby mama name in there. So I called her back, being the woman that I am, being nosy. And I'm like, so who's this? And she's like, basically, she didn't say anything to me, but I was able to look in his phone, and that's how I found out about him having the first child that was after my child. So then we weren't able to. We weren't able to like get past that. Like me mentally after having our child, and then we splitting up over something so small. Then you make a whole baby. It was like I don't understand how you can come back and then just try to play both sides like that. So it was like I wasn't in it. So then I ended up moving here, and he was wherever he was at, and then we ended up talking again.
How we get to the next baby? On a break again?
Well, like I said, he was gone because, like I said, I had moved here. So he was with the baby mama that he had, just had that baby. So then, yeah, that's who he has another baby with.
Oh, I see. Mr. Preston, what were you dying to tell me?
But she goes out and turn it to a whole nother level. I give her an inch, she takes it a whole mile, Yana. I got a video that shows it all. It shows what
let me see it. What are you...
See all that? I was dying to tell you that she got it all wrong. She thinks that I am supposed to like be this whole he-man and save her from whatever she's doing, but she has to understand that she has mistakes that she's done as well. Yes, some people in the past, they accumulate things, they accumulate charges, they accumulate STDs. I accumulated kids, but I don't shame my kids. You know, I love my kids, and I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, take care of my kids and take what comes with my kids, Your Honor. So I don't have I don't have love for a person who always downplaying, oh, you had another baby. So what? You don't know what my son is going to grow up to be. You don't know what my daughter is going to grow up to be. So the fact that you is over here bitter about that I had kids, I'm not.
I don't think she's mad about the actual life. Exactly. I think she was mad that you just went out and made a life quickly while you were on a break.
But what about
he made a whole family. You're talking about a relationship.
I understand all that. I understand all that. But what about the things that she do when she's on the break? Or what about
you tell me what she does while you're on the break. Oh my God,
Your Honor, I can remember this one time we were on a break. Now listen, Your Honor, it was a Sunday. I remember it was a Sunday. We just left church. She's banging on the back door. I'm at my mother's house. She's banging on the back door. Let me in, let me in. She opens the door. Floosh, here comes her and my daughter. She drops my daughter off. Oh, here you go right here. Keep her. Storms out the door. Hold up, wait, pause, rewind. Where you going? When will you be back? You haven't communicated with me and let me know. You just banging on people's doors. This not my house. You feel what I'm saying, Yana?
Do you see your daughter regularly when you work together?
Yes, I do, but I do, Yana. Don't tell that lie. Listen, I do, but it's just Tanisi. She just when we're together, it's like she don't want to be there. So it's like, why even try to force it? I just want to be like, you know, co-parent.
Co-parent.
Yeah.
Ms. Duffy, what do you have to say? Do you remember the instance where you left the baby?
Very vividly. And I did not talk to him for days. I was trying to get him to watch her, and he was avoiding me. Come to find out, he had the baby mama that he just had there. So why not have your daughters? Like, I don't understand. What's the problem with that? You wasn't answering no calls. Why
and you needed somebody to watch the baby.
Yeah, like, I didn't understand.
She wanted to go out and shake her tail feather like she do all the time.
Your Honor.
Listen, Your Honor. Listen,
like, come on.
When I got here, Your Honor, she had this thing where she go out every Tuesday. Now, I don't mind, but she goes out and turn it to a whole nother level. She goes out and I give her an inch, she takes it a whole mile, Your Honor.
But she gives you an inch and you make a baby.
Thank you. Like, come on now.
She gave me a She gave me, Yana, I got this, no, I got a video that shows it all. It shows what
Well,
she
let me
do.
see it. What you?
Here you go, Nick. It shows it all. I just can't. She want me
Press
to be
play,
faithful.
okay.
Oh, hold on now. Whoa, now.
You need to stop.
See all that. That ain't me. That's not me. That's not me. That's when she go out and she expect me to. Nah, I'm not doing that. Got me bent. Speechless.
She's mad that you keep doing it.
Me and you're not able to take care of the kids.
Just because I don't have money today, that doesn't mean that I'm going to have money next week.
But what
you not, listen, I don't want to press
Hey, stop. That was a little raggedy. I'm going to admit. But what you were doing there would not have created a life. Do you see do you see the difference between tacky?
It's the trust with it.
No, but do you see the difference between tacky?
Absolutely.
And creating life?
Absolutely.
And not being able to take care of it.
And if you're creating life, that means you're having unprotected sex, which means you're exposing her to every possible disease.
Just so happened I had unprotected sex and had a baby. And
no, it doesn't just so happen.
Exactly. Like, he's just trying to get the
But you know what I'm saying? Mr. Presley, I have to say this. I just have to say this.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, oops, babies are not, it's not just so happen. You're a grown man. You know what works. You know what, if you put this thing in that place, what can happen? And you know that, and you know what it can cause, and you know how to stop it, and you choose not to do it on the regular.
About the baby situations, like, I love my kids. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want to be with you, but I wouldn't regret none of that for my kids.
She's not asking you to regret it. She is mad.
She keep bringing up my kids?
She's mad that you keep doing it.
Me and you're not able to take care of the kids.
Just because I don't have money today, that doesn't mean that I'm going to have money next week.
But what are you working for?
Listen, I don't want to press
Stop. Your kids need to eat today. They can't. You can't tell your kids next week.
They're going to eat.
Now, I'm going to take up on Mr. Presley over here because I've been beating up on him all afternoon.
I'm hurt. God.
He says that even though he's not working, when you come home, the house is clean, the baby's been bathed, food is ready, it's all taken care of. Do you not respect that effort that he puts into the family, even though he doesn't have a job?
I respect it. Yes, I do. But I mean, I just feel like because of how many years that I've put into this, and it's always been the same thing with him thinking, even before the baby, he was doing that. So it's like, that's like his mentality. I don't know what it is. So it's just like, I'm fed up with it. If that's the type of man that you want to be, and you want to be a millionaire, and you want to jump.
You just not down for it.
I'm done trying to wait around for it, because it's like, you done had so many kids, you trying to make me put my life on pause.
I'm not.
And everybody else's life on pause, but you can live your dream and your aspirations and stuff.
Right, that's fine. Did you have a response to that?
When I get this money, I'm not buying Lamborghinis and chains. I'm buying buildings and investments and taking it back to where the city that I grew up in that had nothing, Yana. I want to build with her, and that's what I'm saying. It's like she want to build and already want the money to be there. It's not gonna be there. We gotta grind for this. You gotta grind for this stuff. And I understand that you want me to work, you know what I'm saying, to help you out, and I don't mind doing that. I think that's where she getting it mixed up. She thinks it's like I have a problem with getting a little 9-to-5, little fast food gig. I don't mind, because money is money, and it's money. It doesn't matter if it's, you know what I'm saying, it doesn't matter if it's slow money or whatever. And I feel like she just taking it to a whole nother level. She trying to call me, make it seem like I'm broke, or make it seem like I'm weak. And I'm not.
If you're the sole person responsible for lives, putting roofs overhead and food in your mouth, that's a grind right there.
Absolutely.
And your dreams are wonderful, but in the meantime, don't make obligations that she has to support, you know, and then wonder why she's not more excited about your dream.
Yes,
you see
absolutely.
You with me on that?
Absolutely, I am, but I'm not saying that she's obligated. I'm just saying that I would love her.
She is obligated. She's obligated to feed herself. She's obligated to feed your baby, and she's obligated to feed you.
Oh, listen, that's not gonna...
You eat, though. You eat. So
hey, listen,
regardless.
but you make it seem like you taking care of me. That's not how it is.
It's not.
If I got it, you got it, you got it, I got it. What you mean? You making it seem like, nah, I ain't whatever.
But she is.
Okay.
You can't pretend that she's not. She is.
It's been times where she wasn't working. Okay, it's cool. All right.
I got it. So you want $2,500 in transitional support? That's $2,500.
From who? I don't got no job. I don't got no money. Where am I get it from?
You better.
Hey, listen. That's $2,500. That's how many burgers I'm gonna have to flip to get $2,500?
No, you want to rap. You want to rap.
Here, this is what I'm gonna say. You know, I can't give you any money because he's got obligations to other kids. I'd have to have the full financial picture because I can't give you $2,500 and then his other kids end up eating nothing at all. So I really can't do that. What I would encourage you to do forthwith is return to your hometown and get him on child support. That would require him to get a job in the immediate future. I understand that you have dreams, Mr. Presley. I understand that you have dreams. But if you want to concentrate exclusively on what you want tomorrow, you have to take care of your today in a way that doesn't create lives and pressure and hardship on other people. Yes. And you haven't done that.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you're living in her house and you're eating her food and she's feeding your baby and then you got another baby on with somebody else, put yourself in her shoes. How raggedy would you feel?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a raggedy feeling.
Absolutely.
To be taken advantage of like that. And that's how she feels. Yes. You understand? Put him on child support. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
What's next for you?
I'm thinking that I'm just going to go ahead and put him on child support because it doesn't seem like we really got anywhere today, so...
Judge Lynn had a lot of advice for you. You got kids, you have some responsibility here.
Yes,
So
right.
Are you willing to step up in that department?
I'm willing to step up. I'm a rapper, and I'm willing to wrap it up.
I like that. Judge, today's case is petty life.
She says that he says he's the CEO of the She Chefin' business, but she says he's simply a pain in her behind.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Karen Michelle Justice and Jason Wesley. The two of you have been together for 4 years, married for 2. You have 1 child together. Ms. Justice, you want me to require Mr. Wesley to sign over title of a 2006 Chevrolet Tahoe to you, and we will discuss that momentarily. But before we do, I will start with you and ask you to tell me about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today.
Yes, Your Honor, we're here today because I am a private chef, and I've started a preserve business, and I do other things as far as baking cupcakes and cakes and for different clients, and he wants to run the show.
How is he overstepping his bounds?
Well, he comes into the kitchen, and he'll get in my way, and he'll start dictating what I should do to certain things, and I tell him to get out the kitchen, and I turn my back for a second, and he's drizzling caramel on cupcakes that shouldn't have caramel on them. And I'm like, you're sending my product out there like that?
That's your product, yes?
Ladies.
Very, very nice. Are you interfering in her business?
This is our business.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see an I in we. Mm-hmm. I've been looking. This is a team game.
Mm-hmm.
With business, a lot of stuff besides just the business.
The baking.
And the
so
baking.
What is your role in this business?
I think creativity is my role, helping, marketing.
Creativity is your role. What do you create or what do you assist?
She may be struggling in the kitchen with ideas. We all want to be innovative. So she's brainstorming like a business partner should. I come in and try to help, but my help is no longer wanted or needed.
Why do you think she doesn't want you in there with her?
It's a woman thing, Your Honor.
Tell me about this woman thing.
Not all women.
You saw the danger there, didn't you?
I could hear the train coming. Not all women, some. Janet made a song, Control.
But she's the baker in the family, correct?
She does play a part in this role of the business.
Well, what do you do in the kitchen? Let's talk about that.
I help bake also. Maybe she may be doing a phone call, maybe doing an email. Kids, whatever. Moms know about this. A mom's day is 24 hours a day. So she can fit in whatever she may have been doing at that time. I may need to come in and start measuring, wearing some preserves. Just little things. I'm not Ain't Your Mama.
Yeah.
But I'm helping Ain't Your Mama. I just want a little credit.
Let's not call no black woman Ain't Your Mama. Ain't Your Mama. We're not doing that in here today. I'm not doing that. We took too long to live that down. He's saying he's an active and helpful participant in the baking process. Is that accurate?
I would not have to agree with that. Now, he eats everything. Okay, let's just touch on he eats everything. I can finish up about 4 jars of peach preserve. There's gonna be 2 missing. He will literally sit there and eat the preserves out the jar. And I'm like, okay, I'm calculating in my head, like, okay, wait a minute.
How much lost profit is this?
That's lost profit. We're in the negative.
Now, Mr. Wesley, now when you go in the kitchen, do you help yourself to the product as you're going along?
Your Honor, in business, food, drinks, we call it samples. You got a sample, I got a sample. The people have to sample. Me understanding this situation, you always want to taste what you got so you understand the situation before you get feedback from your customers. That's all. And if I got 4 jars, I think we can manage with 2.
No one taste tests 50% of the product, Mr. Wesley. That doesn't make any sense. You know, that doesn't make any sense at all. Mr. Wesley, you say she's controlling. Why don't you, not just in the kitchen, but in general, she always wants to know where you are and what you're doing. Explain that to me.
It's just situation after situation, Your Honor. For one instance, let's just give a situation you have a long day at work and a common call that a lot of, Nick, you understand, of men. We call home, babe, I'm on the way, I'm coming. In her mind, translate that, I should be there in 2 minutes. So it may take 30, 45 minutes to an hour to a situation, and I look at the phone and I miss text messages, I miss phone calls, I got voicemails, and I would think that I'll be getting this from Mom, not specifically the wife. I'm not missing.
Now, Ms. Justice, are you blowing up the man's phone just because he doesn't immediately materialize once you've called him?
I'm not blowing up his phone like that. And when I ask, are you on the way, I need you to actually be on the way. His on the way is, I need to stop by my friend's house, I need to go do this, that, and the other. And it's like 2-3 hours done went by. And the reason I ask is because I try to balance the business. Not only am I in there cooking and canning and whatnot, I'm trying to juggle the kids at the same time. So I need his help at home so I can be relieved of being a mother.
I understand. I understand you brought a sampling of your product.
Yes,
I would love to sample your product. Oh, there it is. I didn't even look. Let me see. Bring them over here. Now, this is the preserve.
These are my preserves.
She's chefing. This was. Do I get to taste these too?
No, you don't. No. That's the problem. That's the problem we're having.
We got peach, we got banana, we got plum, and we got...
That's mango.
Mango?
Yes.
Hashtag she's chefing. This was supposed to be...
Hashtag what?
She's chefing. This was supposed to be...
She's chefing.
That's why it's my business.
This was supposed to be he and them kids chefing. This is our. I wasn't thinking about only he doing this by himself. He's chefing. It was he and them kids.
And them kids?
It didn't.
How the kids get involved?
Because I'm not the only person. If Daddy's putting a spoon of preserves, I got 3 of them behind me. They yelling, preserve, I want some too. Let's put some more toast in the oven. Daddy, let me help put some, you need me to open the biscuits. You know, I got some bagels. So I'm not the only person tasting these preserves, Your Honor. Well, I got 3, it's 4 of us sampling in total. And sometime a few jars go missing and get abducted. It happens.
Mrs. Justice, I feel your pain.
Thank you.
I feel your pain.
Thank you.
Like she jumped on me like the big bad wolf. But when I turn around and say, baby, that may not be the way we speak to each other, now I'm turning the scene around and I'm jumping on her and I'm the victim.
They'll be all right. They love each other. They got to preserve. They doing their thing. They family. Just forgive each other, love each other.
What does he have to own up to? You say Mr. Wesley is too sensitive. Can you explain that to me?
Wow, he's very sensitive. On our way here, let's just be honest, on our way here, I thought we were about to break up and turn the car around and go back to the airport because of the simple fact I wanted to listen to music. And he was, I guess, feeling some type of way maybe in the car. And he was like, why do you want music? He's not your personal DJ. And I'm like, wait, why are you jumping on me? And this is all the time. I can't do anything without him jumping and saying something about what I want.
Your Honor.
What was the problem in the car?
Your Honor, this is asinine.
What was the problem in the car?
There's no issues in the car. We get in with our driver, and she wants to turn it like it's a situation where this is maybe a family friend, and I'm about to start touching and DJing and turning the radio to what I want to do. And I'm just saying, hey, babe, this is our driver. It may not be a situation where he's going to cater to
but I asked.
every particular track in your playlist right now. I understand.
Was this like a ride share, like a Lyft or an Uber?
Yes.
And she asked for a radio.
Not specifically asked, I need you. I wouldn't say it was an ask. I would just...
Well, what did she say?
I guess in her mind, she asked. She was saying, I need you to play Chris Brown. I didn't think that was specifically asking. I think that was kind of telling.
Did you ask him to play?
I asked. I do.
That's awfully specific. How would you know somebody's got Chris Brown? I mean, if you asked me to play Chris Brown, I wouldn't know what to do.
Right, but I wouldn't ask you. I wouldn't ask you.
She asked him.
I mean, did you think he had one of his... They don't do CDs anymore. What?
It's YouTube.
Oh, you would stream it.
Streaming, yes. Exactly. I get into these vibes, and he doesn't understand when I get into my vibes, and so it's always us bumping heads when I want something, particularly.
So you wanted him to stream a certain artist?
Yes.
And what was the reply?
He starts yelling and stuff, raising his voice at me, saying, he's not your personal DJ. Why do you want him to turn it on there? This is not what we're in the car for. You need to... And I was like, you know what? You need to be quiet. So as soon as I said, you need to be quiet, that's when everything just blew up.
Your Honor, it's not specifically be quiet. She goes into her rants and her verbal abuse stages.
Right.
Shut up.
What kind of things does she say?
Be quiet, look out the window, enjoy the scenery. Shut up. I said shut up. Don't say nothing else to me. And, I try not to speak like that to my wife. And then I kind of bring up these situations where, baby, I think that may not be the way that you should talk to me. And then she'll turn it around and say, oh, my gosh, now you're verbally abusing me. And you just got through yelling at me in the car, cussing me out up and down, saying I'm a little girl. I'm crying in the woods like little Red Robin Hood. Like she jumped on me like the big bad wolf. But when I turn around and say, baby, that may not be the way we speak to each other, she doesn't understand it. Now I'm turning the scene around and I'm jumping on her and I'm the victim. So we got two options at this point. We can keep going to work, or we can turn it around like it's a Category 5.
Jason did not go to work. I read through his text and messages with his friends. He went to the strip club.
You say that she should be in the FBI. Tell me why you believe she should be in the FBI.
Your Honor, it was a situation where I went to work one day, and fellas can understand. I got on the freeway. This is maybe 10, 15 down the road, and I'm patting myself. I don't have the cell phone. So we got two options at this point. We can keep going to work, or we can turn it around like it's a Category 5 coming. We need to get the friends and the family and get out of here and make an excuse and bust this door down and rescue this phone and get the kids and the women out safely. So I make a decision. At 30-something, almost 40 years old, I said, I'm gonna go ahead and go to work. I'm gonna leave my phone here. I'm gonna trust my instincts, and I'm gonna trust my past and what I've been doing. And I think I should be clear. I don't remember cheating, but I may have. I don't know. But that phone that phone that the FBI got is gonna have all the information you're looking for. So I come home, Open the door. She's standing right there in the kitchen with a big smile on her face. Hey, baby, how you doing? So I need to talk to you. I said, okay, well, let's get the elephant out the room. We all know what's going on. I left my phone. What you want to do? What's up? Show me her name. Show me her text messages. Show me emails to her, because I know what she in that phone for. She ain't looking for something that's missing. She looking for something. What are women for when they pick up the spouse's phone? We only looking for one thing.
Oh, yes. Oh,
What did you
yes.
find?
Oh, yes, I did find something. So one day he told me he was going to work. Jason did not go to work. I read through his text messages with his friends. He went to the strip club.
Would the name of this friend happen to be Kedrick Ford? Mm-hmm. We have Kedrick Ford on Skype, so I would like... Mr. Ford, how are you, sir?
Pimp Juice.
I'm doing great. How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Why don't you tell me what you know about this couple and what you think I ought to know about this couple?
Both sides of the story.
There's nothing worth having that's going to be easy. It's working together and compromising and helping each other to level up and better yourself in a relationship and bond. And he's just not stepping up as a man in a relationship. They'll be all right. They love each other. They got to preserve. They doing their things. They family. Just forgive each other, love each other.
What does he have to own up to?
Woo, baby. You see him, don't you? But if he man up and swallow his pride, be what he's supposed to be, he can change, and they can make it happen.
Mr. Ford, I would hire you as a motivational speaker any day of the week.
I love both of them.
Thank you so much for your conversation and your insight into your friend here. We appreciate it. Mr. Wesley.
Okay, thank you so much, Judge.
Thank you.
Ford.
To what is he referring?
I think when you are in a relationship and your relationship turns from boyfriend to girlfriend and it's coming around a corner to marriage, and if you kind of stay on that track about doing whatever your woman say and jump when she say jump, I think everything will be okay.
Does he ever give a straight answer to anything?
No, just like, just like he couldn't give me a straight answer. I sent him to work with 10 jars of my preserves. He comes back with $20 and hands me $20. I said, oh no, baby, these are $10 a can. What?
Where's the rest of the money?
Where's my money? You have lost your mind.
Mr. Wesley, what happened in that transaction where you left with 20 jars of preserve and came back with $20? Or 10
probably,
jars?
Probably ate 2 of them.
Was it 10 jars or 20?
It was 10 of them.
10 jars, you came back with $20. How'd that happen?
Sometime people can pay you, sometime they can't. We got people waiting on paydays, upcoming paydays. I don't get paid till next Friday.
Gotcha.
You want to know what the real situation is? He spends his money, a lot of our money, on hats. He thinks, oh yeah, hats. He has this
What
big...
a bizarre thing.
Hats. Yeah, there you go, hats.
Who's
and that's
there?
not even half of them. That's not even half of them, and they're just all over the place. And that's what he chooses to spend our money on.
Them
and I'm
old-
like, what are you, a sportscaster? What are you doing?
Them old things.
You're not even on TV. So what do you need that many
Mr. Wesley? Mr. Wesley, are you more of a problem than you are of help? I mean, are you like a little kid running in and out the kitchen, sticking your finger in the food and tasting it, and then you go run out and get a hat, and then you give away the preserves, then you come back and pour yourself. Is that what you're doing? Because that's what it looks like from here.
Your Honor, she talks to me like I'm a nincompoop. Now, there are caps. Some are new, some are old. I could go in the job with 10 preserves. I may come back with 20. You remember we talked about the samples. I got a big job. It's more than 5 people
Mr. Wesley,
in here.
Thank you.
I'm going to save you a fuss and shut you down right now. Let it go. I'm not going to talk about this car because I know you two ain't going to leave one another. I know that for a fact.
I may be done.
You ain't going nowhere. You can't afford yourself. You need your wife.
You don't live off
You need your wife. Mr. Wesley, women put up with a lot. I mean, we put up with a lot, and we love you, and it's all right. But just be a little less irritating. Just a little bit. Just take the edge off the irritation. You know, take 1 jar of preserves a day and leave it at that. Come home with the money. Sell the jars. Don't give them away. You know, this woman is trying to make a business, and she's going to let you ride her coattails, but you just can't be an ongoing irritant. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I do, Your Honor.
I'm so glad you do. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, man, can you stay out the kitchen or at least leave the preserves alone?
I'll do my best. I won't make any promises.
I mean, you seem to be running out of patience here.
I am. I'm very short, and I'm done had it up to here with it.
How does that make you feel?
We'll work it out.
Well, I think everyone was excited to try these preserves, man.
Let's get some spoons.
Let's get some spoons.
All right,
and
we'll
some
go find
toast,
some
and
spoons.
let's
We need
go.
some spoons, guys. Thank you very much for everything, guys. Good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
Judge, today's case, love don't cost a thing.
She says he's cheap. He says she's too flirty. Now it's time for me to decide just what's going on.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Alexis Butler and Antoine Dolford. The two of you have been together for 3 years, but you do not want to be together anymore. You don't have any children together. And Ms. Butler, you are asking Mr. Dolford for $500 for a phone you said he destroyed. I will talk about that momentarily, but before I do, Ms. Butler, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why the two of you are here today?
All right, Your Honor. So we're here today because my boyfriend thinks that he's going to be with me, a model, by being on a discount 24/7.
He wants to be with you on a discount?
24/7.
24/7. Explain that to me.
So Exhibit A, we have my nail. Press-ons. $5 press-ons that broke. I need to be, if I'm a model, I need to have my nails done, a manicure, a pedicure, everything needs to be taken care of, and he doesn't want to pay for anything.
Why don't you pay for it?
I mean, I don't have a problem with that, but if you're my boyfriend and you're going to be with me, I feel like you need to be able to pay for it.
Really?
Really. It's a push and pull.
It's a push and pull?
It's a push and pull.
What else is discounted?
Oh, everything. Let's start with, before I even had these press-ons, we had the original nails, which he decided, oh, okay, let's take you out. I'm like, okay, cool, that's so sweet. Where you want to go? We can get your nails done. Oh, thank you, babe. So we get there, and you know, during a manicure, before you get your color, after you wash your nails, they tell you, here's your receipt, this is how much you have to pay. No, he doesn't want to pay that. It was only $45. He wanted a discount. He talked to the manager.
Did he get a discount?
I left.
You were too embarrassed.
That's embarrassing. At that point, we could have just went half and half, but you sitting here talking to this man, and so I'm like this, trying to hide my face.
Mr. Dolford, were you trying to get a discount on the nails after the service was provided?
Listen, I'm not paying that much, and she gonna break it in 3 days anyway. Like, come on. And then I gotta go back and pay for it again?
I ain't gonna lie, brother, I'm right with you. Right with you. Go ahead, tell me what other things are discounted.
So that's why now I have the nails. But on top of that, we went to a fast food restaurant, and I could have paid for it, but he wants to be a gentleman and pay for it, which I have no problem. I have no problem with that. But he decides to pull out a coupon again. And so while he's looking for the coupon, you know, it's not one of those paper coupons. It's in his phone. So we're sitting there waiting for it to load up. There's people behind us. I don't like to be rude, so I'm just like, it's fine. He's like, no, we're just gonna wait right here. It's fine, it's fine. I don't want it anymore. It's been like 20 minutes. It was a $1 menu. I don't want anything anymore. It's like,
could you not afford the full dollar, Mr. Dolford?
Listen.
Were you looking for 25 cents off?
Listen, let me tell you. I'm gonna get if I can get
20%, 10%, 5%.
If you can get a deal, you're going to get a deal.
You hear me?
Oh, I ain't mad at you.
Hey.
I ain't mad at you at all. Go ahead. You're not doing so well so far.
I see. Look at y'all choosing. No, I'm messing with you. No, but seriously, I'm not trying to come off that way, but every single thing that we do is a discount. Everything that we need is a coupon. Like, even Valentine's Day, he tried to redeem himself for Valentine's Day.
Wait, what did he do?
He didn't redeem himself for Valentine's Day. That's what he did. He told me, oh, we're going to take you out, you know, because you keep complaining that I don't do anything for you. So I just said, okay, fine. He gives me $40 in an envelope. And so before I even look at the envelope, he texts me, it's this long, cute paragraph, well, we're going to go out. I want you to take the money that I left for you in the envelope before I seen it. You know, I'm just like, oh, my goodness, you're finally done being cheap. So I'm thinking when I go in the envelope, I'm going to be able to get, at least not my hair, because I know my hair is expensive, so I understand that. But at least an outfit, it's $40. What am I going to get? My nails were $45. I can't.
So he left you $40 to get yourself something special.
Yeah, to go out.
To go out.
We're not going out anymore. We didn't go out anymore. I kept it.
Mr. Dolford, what was going on Valentine's Day?
I feel like this whole thing about being cheap, I got goals. Like, I believe in you spend a lot of money on vacation, the household, like, all that, trying to spend money, $100 a day. Nah, I got goals. I got things to achieve.
What are your goals?
My goals is to own a house, own 2 cars. We already ride nice, but the maintenance on the cars, all that stuff.
Oh, it's a killer.
Exactly.
That is a killer.
You got to take care of that first before getting your nails done.
I ought to let you know.
How y'all know with this? What vacation?
He might be cheap, but I wouldn't know because I'm cheap too. So, I mean, you know, I have to let you know about my impartiality and bias on this. You could be right. And we both could be wrong. We just on the same page. That's all I want to say. Let's talk about sexual exploration.
Oh, man.
Oh, my goodness. Yana, she a freak, okay? She's a freak. When I tell you, we was on a flight to Vegas.
Right.
And I'm trying to listen to my music. I'm chilling, relaxing. We got a long flight. She over there nudging me. And I'm like, what you want? She wanted to go in the bathroom.
Join the Mile High Club.
Of course, people gonna see both of us going there.
You're right.
But it's too small. What am I doing there? Like, what exactly am I doing there? I like the...
Miss Butler, what's he gonna do in there?
Start the engine. You know, you ain't gotta do nothing. Get me there before we get there. You feel me?
And that ain't the first time.
We're young.
That ain't the first time. It was another time we was in the mall shopping.
Right.
She trying on clothes, and she looking at me. It's this look that she gave me, Yana, like... And I'm like...
And very well done. I understood that completely.
Exactly. And I'm like, hold up. Here, right now, she's like... I was like, no, you a screamer, okay? You gonna make noise. We ain't gonna disturb the peace.
I also do, like, bottle services as well as bartending. I'm a sociable person. Like, when you're a bottle girl, like, when you bartend...
What is that?
When you, like, get the bottles and you just, you know, look cute and you hold them up with the sparklers. Yeah, he knows.
You were trying to get busy in the mall?
In the mall?
We're in our 20s. We're in our 20s. I'm not going to ask you the question, but, you know, when people are younger...
I appreciate that, by the way.
I didn't want to, you know, I thought that's disrespectful to ask you that. But, you know, when people are younger, we just have fun. Like, I don't know, the audience, y'all act like y'all didn't go out here and do stuff like that. Don't judge me up in this show. I'm being real. Shoot.
Hold up, that wasn't it. It's another time we was in the movie theaters, but she set this date up, and she thought she was slick. She set this day up in the daytime thinking nobody's gonna be in the movie theater. It was 2 old ladies in front of us, okay? 2 old ladies in front of us. I said, I would give them a heart attack if they look back. They see this body, I'm trying to tell you they gonna faint in that joint.
Miss Butler, were you trying to get busy in the movies?
Okay, look. Because we could have went to the late night one, which would have been no older people up in there, but I'm trying to make sure his cheap self can pay for a matinee. You know, I'm trying to be...
She got me on
in
that
the daytime, on a Tuesday.
She definitely got me on that one.
since you want to be cheap, I had to make sure. I'm like, that's fine. It's $5 instead of paying $30. So
Exactly, big difference.
don't be
I
on my
pay
side
that
now. Stay over there.
I pay that
You're fine. You're fine where you're at.
Ms. Butler, you say you accuse him of cheating.
Yes.
No, he accuses you of cheating.
And I'm accusing him too because.
Okay, well, you start wherever you want to start.
Well, here's my thing. If you're pointing fingers at me and you have no proof, you're doing something. I model, so he has insecurity problems about who I'm around, and who I'm going to be around.
Give me a story about that.
So when I model, I might be around like different rappers. I might be around like also females as well. I'm not just around guys, but I also do like bottle services as well as bartending. I'm a sociable person. Like if I come inside, I'm like, hi, how are you? How are you doing?
What's bottle services?
You said which bottle services?
What's bottle services?
Oh, when you're a bottle girl. When you're a bottle girl, like when you bartend.
What is that?
When you like get the bottles and you just, you know, look cute and you hold them up with the sparklers. Yeah, he knows.
Listen.
Well, I've learned something new.
Listen,
Yeah. Do you have a problem with her being a bottle service, sir?
Not really. It's just how she carry herself when she in there. Like, you ain't gotta be looking like no thot, man. Like, you gotta keep it professional. You get what I'm saying? If you gonna do that, then do that. Don't be twerking. You ain't gotta twerk, do you?
Do you twerk?
That's part of my job. First of all, that's part of my... Look, hold on. I don't twerk on people. If you guys would look at my social media, I have never twerked on any men.
That's a lie.
Ever. Where is it lying? Pull it up. Show me.
That's a lie.
Where's it at?
First of all, let's
Where is
talk
it?
about these receipts that I got.
Okay, let's talk about your receipts.
Those text messages I seen, when we was, it was on my birthday. Let's make it worse. I told her, let's get this Uber. She's drunk. Let's get this Uber. So I'm using her phone, and a text message come across the screen saying, I want to see you. It was unknown number, but I looked through the text message. It's the same guy that she told me she blocked. But she didn't block him because obviously he's texting.
Still texting her.
Exactly. Then I see that they smoke together. I'm like, so she being sneaky behind my back, like, where's the trust? So now I'm like, oh, what's going on here? So I'm mad. It's on my birthday, Your Honor. We had a good night up until then. And then I walk in on the club with her, see her in a guy's face. She talking about this, that's her job. Nah, it's the difference between professional and personal. Put that ring on that finger, right?
Where's it at?
Is a ring coming?
That's when me coming cheap, being cheap at. I was saving for a ring, but I ain't gonna tell her.
Don't he still was cheating. What y'all owing for?
Have you stepped out on her at all? Did you cross the line with this gentleman, Ms. Butler?
No, and that's his personal issue. Like, this is my job. My job is to socialize with people with modeling. Like, I'm going to take lingerie photos. I have to be a video vixen. I have to be a bottle girl, bartender. I don't have to. This is the job I chose.
But this is what you do, yeah.
Yeah, this is the job I chose, and I like it. And I'm not being a hoe. If I'm out here being a hoe, I can understand. How about you talk about when you went missing? How about that?
Tell me about when he went missing.
Since you want to initiate all of this, let's talk about he went missing.
Tell me.
I had to go to my best friend's baby shower.
Uh-huh.
And he said, oh, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get another gift. Okay, cool. He didn't come back. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Since you worried about what's in my phone. The whole entire time. It started at 4. It was over at 9.
When did you see him again?
I saw him when I went home.
Mr. Dolford, where'd you go?
Where did you go?
All that was some girly stuff, like... I ain't gonna lie, Your Honor. I went with the fellas, got some drinks, ended up at the bar. Like, it was too much every time I come around.
Was it a co-ed baby shower?
It was majority girls, babies, and...
Right. Yeah.
I
couldn't even get my husband through the door at a baby shower.
But don't say you're gonna come and then you bail out.
Yeah.
If we're in a relationship, we're supposed to be in it together. If we're gonna go together, we're gonna leave together. Because now you got me looking stupid, and then now you mad.
But she always take me to these places where they talking about girly stuff.
What part of couple do you not understand? This ain't...
Even when we around her family, when we get around her family, they talk about babies and us having babies, and she even got this little app on her phone that shows you what your baby would look like. Or should she take a picture of me?
And picture her.
Like, she putting pressure on me, like, I ain't ready for no kids right now, like...
Then when?
Like, first of all, Your Honor, I believe in you get married first.
I'm fine with that.
Like,
I'm fine with that. She might give you a hug.
Easy. You hear me? Put that ring on that finger, right?
Where's it at?
Is a ring coming?
That's what me coming cheap, being cheap at. I was saving for a ring, but I didn't want to tell her.
Don't all. He still was cheating. What y'all owing for? Y'all
You ain't got no
tripping.
proof, though.
Have you stepped out on her at all?
No, not at all.
Not one time?
Not one time.
Not one time?
Not one time.
Why the hell do you have all these female numbers in your phone? If it ain't your mother, your best friend, your cousins, who is it?
Do you have a lot of women in your phone?
I just didn't delete them, y'all. I ain't gonna lie, I ain't delete no numbers yet.
Mr. Dolford.
I ain't delete no numbers yet, I ain't gonna lie.
You didn't delete it? You're not doing anything wrong? Nothing. I get it. Don't worry about it. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Do you?
I do.
I don't know if this is sarcasm or if you're like real right now.
No, I'm for real. I get it completely.
No, seriously. Okay, so Your Honor, we about to get real. Y'all ready? So I went through a depression a couple years ago. Borderline anorexic, went down to like 80 pounds.
Whoa.
So when that went out, I ended up going viral. So everybody's seen my pictures and, you know, so a lot of the people, not to say it like that, know who I am because I opened up about my depression and it really helped my modeling to flourish. So me already being like a happy-go-lucky, like giddy person, when I go out, yes, my job is even when I'm on vacation, if somebody's booking me to do something, I would tell him where I'm about to be at, who I'm about to be with.
Not
if
that
you
night.
want to FaceTime me, you said what now?
Not that night.
If you wanted to FaceTime me, you could have FaceTime me. My job is to socialize with people. I have celebrities in my DMs right now and I don't respond back to it. It's no purpose.
Because you don't...
I don't need it. If I'm in a relationship, I'm in a relationship, but he can't handle my modeling. So at that point, you don't need to be with me if that's what you keep thinking. He just literally just keeps getting pissed off at everything I do. My job is going to piss you off. What's going to happen when my levels keep going higher? I can take you with me, but not if you're going to keep having this attitude.
I got you. You want $500 for the cost of a new phone because he said you say he destroyed your old one. Tell me about that.
Because his jealous behind ended up breaking my phone. My friend, well, he didn't break it, but the screen is cracked.
Screen is cracked.
Yeah, the screen is cracked because he's sitting there pissed off about what he thinks instead of asking me. So I'm not gonna lie because I know he's gonna air me out. I broke his too, in retaliation. In retaliation.
Intentionally, like.
Did you crack her screen?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
It was actually, I was looking through her phone and she surprised me. She walked in, I was like, and it fell on my hand because my hands were slippery.
Whatever. You feel like that's a lie. That's a lie, yes.
Do you have the phones?
Yes,
Let
I
me
do.
see them.
This what she
Bring
did.
them over.
This what she did to mine.
Don't talk about yours first. Don't talk about yours.
that.
You broke mine first.
It was an
fool.
accident, though. She did that. She tossed that across the room like she was
it's
a quarterback or
retaliation.
something.
You accidentally fumbled mine, so I'm gonna fumble yours too. You got me messed up.
I got you. You got some cracked screens here. All righty. I see what's going on here. Let me tell you people something. You are good looking, intelligent, ain't got no outside kids, you working, you're smart, you're funny, and you done found a perfect one for each other. Don't mess it up with no little stuff. You are delightful. Delightful. I enjoy you both. Don't be jealous of her. She's doing her gig. She loves you. She ain't doing nothing wrong, and she's going out of her way to make sure that she doesn't do anything that you can misconstrue. Don't bug him because he's cheap. You're gonna love it one day. You end up here, you're gonna turn around, you're gonna be in a house, your bills are gonna be paid. You're not struggling to go from borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. It's good to be, you know, hey, a little cheap. He'll loosen up as the years go by, as he gets to collecting a little money.
You should be cheap when you get older.
Hey, listen, I've been cheap since I was 12.
A broken nail, though.
Oh, honey.
A broken pop-on
I got
nail.
not nailed the first, and her sister's doing just fine. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
We like you guys. We want this to work. All right, Judge Lynn had a lot to say. What's your reaction, and how do you feel about how things are gonna move forward?
Well, I appreciate her for hearing us out, even though I feel like he still needs to owe me for a phone. But on my end, I feel like we're done.
Oh, don't say that. What do you think, man?
If she can accept me in these coupons,
yeah,
we good to go. We can get married.
Hey, he's saving for a ring, he said.
He's still a cheater, but we'll talk about that another time.
Judge, today's case is child's play.
I don't know what's going on out there. People are out there breaking up and making up like they're in junior high. And the only thing they manage to create is chaos and babies. Here we go again.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brianna Bolton and Donnie Mitchell. Ms. Bolton and Mr. Mitchell, you two have been together for 5 years and you have one child together, but you don't want to be together anymore. Ms. Bolton, you would like Mr. Mitchell to pay you $500 for an iPhone 8 Plus, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Bolton, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Okay, Judge Lynn, I'm here because I'm tired of Donnie. He's a dog, and I'm tired of, I can catch him cheating red-handedly, and he's going to say it wasn't me.
Tell me a couple of times where you caught him.
Okay, so one time, he's, like, we're on and off, so he spends the nights at my house or his mom's house. So one time, he left my house. He was like, I'm finna go to my mom's house for a little while. So I'm blowing up his phone. He's not answering or anything, so I go to his mom's house. I go to his mom's house. I'm beating on the door, calling his phone. He won't answer anything. So I go through the back door, go in the house, and it's Donnie sitting on the couch with a girl there watching TV, hugged up. So I pull the girl off the couch, fight her.
You fought her?
I did.
Good.
I did.
She didn't betray you, he did.
She knew about me.
Yeah, Judge, she
Mr.
knew.
Mitchell?
But we wasn't together, Judge. Whatever she's saying, she lying. We were not together. She came book.
Were you on a break or?
We break up every now and then, get back together, whatever. And she just thinks she can control me. You leave me, you want me to sit in the house by myself and don't do nothing while you out doing whatever, who knows what.
So she walks off, she ends the relationship, she makes a break, and she expects you to sit there and do nothing.
Right.
So what about the hotel?
What about the hotel?
So, again, he was at my house. He said, I'm finna run to the store. So an hour go by, 2 hours go by, so 3 hours go by. So me being me, I'm riding around the city until I can find his car. So where do I catch his car at? The hotel. So I go downstairs. I tell him that I'm his wife. I'm looking for him. She gives me the room number. Beat on the door, no one comes. So I sit outside for, I say like 4 or 5 hours. Who do I see coming out the hotel?
Yeah, Jay,
Were you in the hotel, Mr. Mitchell?
I was in the hotel, yeah, I was. But
Were you with the young lady?
I was. It was old, yeah, it was. It was a woman. It was a woman, but
How do you sit outside a hotel for 4, 5 hours to see if your cat is in there with another chick? I mean, the minute that I felt like I had to go find him, he would be terminated. What's up with that? How do you think waiting out there 5 hours to catch him will change anything if every time you catch him, you forgive him and take him back? Too much logic for you, huh? Did I overdo it too soon?
No. You're right, you're right.
Has anybody else ever told you that?
I get it all the time, but...
So, what about my logic? Do you not accept or you can't get next to?
I accept it, but, you know, I feel like once I catch him, maybe one day he'll own up to it and he'll stop or change, but clearly when I...
And maybe one day I'll wake up 6'2". You know what? You know, maybe one day they come up with a lot of different medicines and stuff. Give me a shot because, I'll be 6'2". But how much sense does it make to wait on that kind of magic?
It makes none at all.
Do you think you can't get another dude? I mean, is the market that tight?
It's not. It's not.
Something going on.
Well, what's special about him? Not that there's nothing special about you. I'm just asking.
There's a lot special.
Want to know. Let me ask you something. Why do you continue to stay with a woman who would wait outside your door for 5 hours so she could jump on you after you've been with other women?
The reason why I stay just because we got a lot of time invested, you know. We might break up, get into it, or whatever, fall off. But at the same time, I love her. We know we got a connection.
I got a lot of time invested. Why you running around with other women if you committed to her?
She'll leave me. She'll leave me, or we'll get into a breakup, and she expects me to sit around and not do nothing while she doing who knows what.
Do you leave him all the time?
I do.
Why?
It don't work like that.
Why? Why are you leaving?
See, when I leave, I don't plan on coming back. I just happen to come back, but when I leave, he come back to me.
What kind of things make you leave?
Cheating, lying. It's always him and another girl. It never fails. It never fails.
So tell me another cheating story.
So one time he said he was going out with his friends to the club. I'm like, okay, cool. So I was riding around. I don't really go to the club a lot. So I happened to pass by the club. I see him and his friends standing by the car. So I'm like, okay, let me go ride through the parking lot. It's a girl sitting right there on the car. I guess she was giving him her number or whatever. So I'm like, I come up there, I push out the way. I'm like, well, what's going on? And he like, why are you pushing a girl? It's not like that. And I'm like, I already know.
What were you doing with the chick on the car?
The night, 2 nights before, she left me again. So what? What am I supposed to do? Yeah, I was getting her number, we were talking or whatever, but I ain't never get to call her.
Are you cheating on her?
She called it cheating. I don't call it cheating because we not together. You leave me so often. I don't.
Yeah, I know that. I know you're on a break and you can do whatever you want. I got that part. But I'm saying, when she leaves you, what does she leave you for? Because you've been cheating or for some other nonsense?
Some other nonsense she come up with. She put little stuff in her head and she impute that in her mind and then she feed off of that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand.
Give me some crazy stuff she put in her mind and fed off of.
Like she got real anger problems. Real angry, like.
Tell me about it. Give me a good example.
One time, we riding in the car, I get a text message. She's so into me in my phone, I don't know why, but who that is text me? Who text you? I'm like, oh, no, it ain't really, don't worry about it. Nah, who that is? She going out, going crazy. Before you know it, we done hit the mailbox, went in the ditch. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, damn, she done hit the mailbox. So now I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. She telling me, oh, get my car out the ditch, get my car out the ditch. I go get the car out the ditch. She done ran to my family member house and told them that I'd hit the mailbox and ran the car in the ditch. And turned the book around on me. I'm like, oh, no, this ain't gonna work. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of stuff.
Did you run the car into the ditch upset about who called him on the phone?
Yes, because I said, give me your phone. And he was like, no, I'm not giving you your phone. I'm like, but you always go through mine. He was like, but this is not your business. And I say, okay, you got 10 seconds to give me your phone. And he was like, 9-10. So I snatched the phone and the car went in the ditch. So I can't break up with him so he can go do what he want to do.
Do you do that, Mr. Mitchell?
I just told you about something that she put in her head. That what she put in her head.
Yeah.
You put that in her head.
So
like,
you don't provoke an argument
No.
so you can go out and run around and girl. So what I have in my paperwork ain't right. Yeah. Been on a roller coaster before. You know what I mean? And it's kind of fun when you tick, 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 and you get that, wah! Do you enjoy this process?
Nah, I don't enjoy it at all. She might do. I think
Do
she
you?
Kick out of it.
I don't. But when we break up, I don't go back to him. If he go a year without calling me or come and see me, we won't talk.
How you break up with me and expect me to get back with you?
But you come back every time.
Do you?
She angry. Yeah, I do, because I love her, you know what I'm saying? But it's just a lot. She angry. I don't know why she's so angry.
He does stuff to provoke me, to make me angry, so I can't break up with him so he can go do what he want to do.
Do you do that, Mr. Mitchell?
I just told you about something that she put in her head. That what she put in her head.
Yeah.
She put that in her head.
So
like,
you don't provoke an argument
No.
so you can go out and run
No.
around and girl. So what I have in my paperwork ain't right. Yeah. I read my paperwork, people. Don't tell nobody else if you don't want me to know, because they tell me everything.
Yeah.
You do that.
I might
Provoke
do it
arguments with
sometime.
her so you could go out and be single.
Sometimes, yeah. I do. But it's because she do me that. She build cases
And he
on me.
does all that to be single so he can get money and post videos of him holding up money, showing everybody his little shoe collection, just a stunt.
He gets money from women?
No, Your Honor, it's not. No.
Yeah.
Do you get money from women and you stunt
I got a
with it
video
on
of him.
the...
I get my own money.
I have a video of him with
so
the
I don't
money.
get money from women.
What?
I, like to
I
stunt.
have a video with him holding up the money.
I would love to see that. Well, there you are. Turn around and look. And what does this do for you?
I just like to stun and show off. I come from somewhere I ain't never had nothing growing up. So when I learned to get on my own and get my own money, I like to stun and
show it off.
Yeah, show off.
You got a college fund?
No.
No, I
You can look good walking right by that college you can't afford to send your son to. How you feel about that? Or is it your daughter?
My daughter, but she'll be straight.
Why?
Because I work and I'm gonna make a way out of no way every time. That's how, just about me come from nothing, I'll make sure she don't come from nothing.
Wait till you see that bill from college. You don't know what you talking about.
She want me to do whatever she say, when she said, how she want it done. She thinks she just controlling.
Are you a
me.
bossy woman?
She bossy, she controlling, she really manipulative. I don't know what's wrong with her.
No.
Are you always on one, Ms. Bolton?
Always.
You're always loud and turned up, and it's everything that you need and want and don't have, can't get, think you should have. Are all of them feel to you like life-altering moments?
No. I just feel like...
Tell me the smallest thing she's ever gotten angry about.
She get angry, then just do little sneaky stuff. Like, she'll get mad about, it's always a phone situation, or money, or me hang with my brothers, or any little thing. One time I was with my brothers, and she get mad at me, and now, she supposed to be at work. She work out of town. She called me talking about some, where you at? I said, where you at? You supposed to be at work. You ain't on break, why you calling me? Oh, I'm in town. I'm supposed to be, I'm finna pull up on you. I said, hold on, wait a minute. I thought you was at work. You were way an hour away from here. How you in negatives?
So she getting ready to pull up on you?
Yeah, she said she finna pull up on me, but I'm like, why you didn't pull up? She said, well, I was gonna pull up on you, but I changed my mind. I was gonna see what you was doing, but I changed my mind. What you mean you changed your mind? You called me when you get to town. Why you didn't call while you was on your way to town? Now, that make my mind think that you was out doing some other stuff, trying to make me think that you was just trying to pull up on me to try to surprise me. Sneaky, just a lot of sneaky stuff she do.
Guilty conscience.
What were you doing? Were you in town and getting ready to pull up, or you just told him that to scare him?
No, I was in town, but I waited till I got, because we were into it, so I waited till I got to town, and I was like, okay, I'm in town, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, okay, why you didn't tell me they let you off early? I'm like, why does it matter? I just made it here, I'm here, and that's just a guilty conscience, because he was probably up to something. So when he doing something, any of the thing I do is, oh, what you doing? You talking to somebody else?
Right.
Just a guilty conscience. That's all it is.
You know she's a hothead. She knows going to break up with her. You wait a little while and you go back. You don't cause more dissension by going with another woman. Then she'll level up. But somebody's got to lead. You want to lead something? Why don't you lead that? So you want $500 for an iPhone 8 Plus. Tell me about that.
So we sitting on the couch, his phone goes off, and him being the sneaky person he is, he don't want me to look. So I'm like, who texting you? He like, why does it matter? And I had already seen a message. It was like, hey, good morning. His friends don't talk to him like that. They don't tell him good morning. So I took his phone, and he was like, give my phone back. I threw the phone, so he grabs my phone. He was like, don't go through my phone no more. I'm like, okay, get my phone. He like, nah, it's done, I'm done. He grabbed my phone. He started walking down the street. So I come behind him in my car. I'm like, get my phone. He was like, no, it's over with. So I tried to run him over. He took off running.
She just threw that in there, Nick. He just, long story about my phone, your phone, my phone. And then I tried to run him over, and then...
She thought you missed that one.
You tried to run him over?
For me jumping out the way in the ditch, she would have ran me over, Judge.
So did he drop your phone while you were trying to run him over?
I don't know. He held on to that.
Yeah,
the deal like, I never got the phone back. It's still a mystery where the phone is.
I slammed the phone on the ground, and after I slammed it on the ground, I grabbed the piece to the remaining and threw it across the street.
That's the anger problems right there.
I can't give you no money for a phone you had while you were trying to run him over with a car. I can't do that. I'm always conflicted when I get to this part of the thing, because I know what's happening here. Y'all done till tomorrow, and then y'all on again, right. And you're done until some minor thing goes. I think you get addicted to the drama of it. I think it is easier to give in to how you feel in the moment than it is to level up and create a relationship. Good Lord, what are you going to teach that daughter of yours? She's living in that chaos. Doesn't that bother you at all?
It does.
But what you going to do about it?
I'm just going to leave. Like, me and him, we not...
You are not going to leave. You're not.
You're not. She going to keep on staying
He
here,
calls you
doing
going
little
to
sneaky
follow
stuff.
right back over to his house, right?
More than likely.
It don't just be me trying to get her to behave for me. It be like me trying to get her to understand the virtuality of life. And she don't never understand that. She still, the only thing she want to do is do little sneaky stuff.
Yeah, but you're doing the same thing. You running around with other women.
After she left me, when we together, everything be good. She leave me for whatever little smile she can come up with. And that's when I straight off and do without type of, yeah, I do. I can't admit that.
But you got to level up at some point. If you have a daughter, she's going to live the life that you give her.
Right.
So you know she's a hothead. She knows going to break up with her. You wait a little while and you go back. You don't cause more dissension by going with another woman. Then she'll level up. But somebody's got to lead. You want to lead something. Why don't you lead that?
Yeah, but if she going around doing her little thing, talking to whatever dude or whatever, whatever doing other little stuff.
All the little sneaky things she does is not the problem. The problem is you two are straight out of junior high. You're acting like you're 15 years old, but you're doing grown folk stuff. You're doing it in a car. You're doing it, you have a job, you have money, you have a daughter, but you're still behaving as if you're 15. And until you decide you want to behave differently like an adult, everything's going to be a problem all the time because everything is always an issue. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you. I don't know what to do. But one of you has to level up and just stop being so petty. You've got to stop starting arguments in order to see other women. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about she needs to be better. I mean, what is that? That's manipulative?
That's exactly what it is.
Right?
Yeah.
To the extreme. And every time you destabilize her, every time you upset her, you kick the legs out of your own daughter. Is that what you want to do?
Not at all.
So next time you decide, I saw this woman I like, I'm gonna start a fight with her, think about go play with your daughter. And give her a little itty bitty shot at not being crazy. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
So it's pretty obvious you guys are going to stay together. Will you work on yourself, and do you think Judge Lynn got through to him today?
I am going to work on myself, and hopefully she did get through to him.
Can we work on the anger issues a little bit?
I'm going to work on it.
You ever thought of maybe seeing somebody to work on
I need to.
anger management? Open to that?
Yeah, I'm open to it.
I just need to, get myself together for us dealing with Miss and, try to push forward for our daughter.
दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा दे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हाय हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल ते जुल्म कमांदे दगा फरेब ते जुल्म कमांदे हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कुछ नहीं खड़दे नाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे दुनिया देंदी दुख बतेरे वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े वीरा कोलू वीर नखेड़े आए मावा तू विछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए मावा तू विछड़े लाल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी सुख दे सजना सारे संगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी नस जांदे जद आवे तंगी हाय कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कोई नहीं गम दा प्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी हंसना रोना गम लाचारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी आज मेरी कल तेरी बारी हाय कंजरी दीनी मिसाल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओह कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी पुत वे तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा पुत तुड़ा नी मिट्टी दा वीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा अपना आप संभाल बशीरा हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय मिट्टी मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी ओ दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा मिट्टी दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हाय कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदा वे मौत दा माल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी आए कर तू कुछ ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी सुल्तान भी आए बड़े बड़े सुल्तान भी आए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए ओढ़क जा बिच खाक समाए हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी हरे हो गए ख्वाब ख्याल दुनिया दो दिन दी दुनिया दो दिन दी बंदावे मौत दमाल दुनिया दो दिन दी